turn this around. Let me turn this around. We'll turn this around. turn this around. We'll turn this around. Gonna turn this around. We'll turn this around. We'll turn this around. Gonna turn this around. We'll turn this around.
here in Ireland.
I am in Ireland, and it is wet.
It's
Never
pretty
saw
wet.
that coming.
Well, I'll tell you what, it came as advertised. Patchy conditions here at Mondello Park to kick off today's action, but we have a packed crowd expected over the weekend. We have some of the craziest combinations of cars and drivers. And I'll tell you one thing, you will never see these chassis in modern competition ever again, probably. But this weekend, we got them all in the mix. We got RX-7s, we got 486s out there. We got 3 rotors, we got 4 rotors, and we got LZ and a Corolla. It's all going down. We're going to have an amazing time throughout this event. Today, our attention turns to qualifying here in Mondello Park, and then we head to the last chance top 16. So if you're unusual, or you haven't even seen this event before, here's how it works. 29 drivers go to qualifying. The top 13 go straight through to the main event tomorrow. The remaining 16 have a top 16 playoff for the remaining 3 podium positions today to get back in the mix. Dan, it is a fun competition, but they're taking it pretty serious out there.
It's supposed to be a fun competition. These guys take it very seriously. Nate Hamilton's out there. He's got his spotter. He's taking notes. Some of the other guys are taking it a little more casual. You know, everybody qualifies, so you don't have to throw it all out on the line. But we do have that top 3 from today's competition that are going to be moving on to tomorrow.
And that's what they're all playing for, right? They're trying to get themselves into that top 3 to see if they don't make qualifying. But right now, everyone has an equal opportunity to get those top 13 places in qualifying. Each driver will get 2 runs. Their highest score counts. And a lot of these guys, if not over, I think it's over 15 drivers in cars they've never driven before in competition.
And most of them haven't driven a right-hand drive car, which is a big difference.
A lot of guys going from V8 chassis to turbo chassis. A lot of guys going from small cars to big cars to small cars. But that's the point. It's all about entertainment. It's all about having fun. This is the fantasy of the LZ World Tour. You get to see stuff that doesn't have to make sense. It doesn't have to.
And props to you guys for setting up so many cars in such a short period of time for all of these guest
we were
drivers.
Hustling. We have 6 cars on the grid. We were praying they all stay together. We've got some awesome people driving them. And I think, you know what, I'm really enjoying the mix of the European style, the US style. We got guys from the Middle East competing and from Australia. So it's like a little world final of nonsense because every car is so different.
The first round in New Jersey, it was mostly V8s.
Yep.
Now it's mostly small displacement turbo cars.
SR20s and Orbis and 1Js and all the good stuff.
To have this.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you one thing. We are pumped to get towards qualifying. We cannot wait to start seeing these cars come over the hill here in Mondello Park. But it is a very difficult circuit. It is incredibly difficult from our perspective to see these guys adapt to what is a track that most people struggle with when they're professionals here or they've driven it 10 or 15 times. Patchy conditions, a little bit of rain here and there.
Yeah,
it dries
wet,
super fast. Dry. So it's going to be very hard for those guys to know what way to approach this qualifying session.
Yeah, this is an interesting track as well. A lot of these guys, we don't have some tracks like this in the U.S. Most of the stuff we do is banks and ovals and figure 8s as we did in Jersey, and so this one's an actual track. And a lot of these influencer guys, they haven't driven on a real track before. Sometimes they get parking lot events. Sometimes they get figure 8s. Sometimes. So this is a good experience, and talking to most of the guys in the pits, they're having an absolute blast out here because it's a very fast entry.
Yeah,
and you
super
have
fast,
to be
and that
committed.
first corner is blind off camber and downhill.
It
in
is.
the rain.
In the rain.
Exactly. So what could go wrong, right?
Yeah.
What could go wrong?
And
anyway, we're going to show you guys the calendar
or anything like that you could go careening into.
The calendar is here in front of you guys on the screen. It is going to be. So there is, we've already done Englishtown. We are going to be here in Mondello Park this weekend, obviously July 22nd, 23rd. And in Toronto, we head to a new circuit in Toronto in September 23rd and 24th. And then all the way to Australia in Melbourne, October 21st and 22nd.
Under.
So we started in Englishtown. We went to here in Ireland. We're going to Toronto. Then we're going to Australia. But I can tell you one thing. This Irish round is going to really separate everyone because it is a very tough track. It's going to be tough to get the qualifying runs in. We've got 3 judges here that are all from different backgrounds, which I love. Not only are the cars, the drivers, the personalities so mixed up, but we have even judging all over the world. So we've got Kieran Hines in the judging tower, who's been running alongside the Irish Drift Championship from way back in the day. One of the longest serving judges, if not the longest serving judge in world drifting.
Very knowledgeable, I might add.
Very knowledgeable man. And then we have Kevin O'Connell, who's the current head judge in Drift Masters. And then we also have Chelsea DeNofa, all the way from the USA over here, who's going to be calling a lot of the shots. And basically, you know, as I said, I'll tell you one thing. I'm going to be interesting to see will there be more fights on the track or in the tower this weekend, which I'm looking forward to.
Called you out, Chelsea.
So as guys, we have got a packed calendar ahead of us this year, but Ireland is the focus this weekend, and this qualifying session is the focus. And a very tough track, a very, very difficult track for a lot of people to be able to manage very quickly. So let's remind ourselves how we got here in Ireland. We started off in Englishtown. It was a wild event. We had an SR20 come on the podium. We had a four-rotor come out of the box and do well. So if that's anything to go by, have a look back at this on your screens. It was Adam's debut of the four-rotor RX-7, a shakedown, which took him to the top 4 of the whole event. Pretty good shakedown, and we had some amazing battles. We had Peter Viansek judging that event. We had a packed house. We had some big hits, some crashes. Fantasy battles, which we saw some amazing stuff, and we saw Supra v Supra with Adam LZ and TJ Hunt. It was just an amazing event for showcasing all of these different builds that you've seen online, and then all of a sudden, they're in the flesh competing against each other. It's such a cool concept. We had an amazing time in Englishtown. An oval track, as you said, it's a figure of 8, so it's got its own challenges. Quite a different track this weekend. It was still challenging. People were getting on those walls, and we got 2 walls here as well they got to run. So let's hope we have the same level of intensity here in Mondello that we had in Englishtown.
We do, and we have Nate Hamilton, the winner of the last round. So we had Nate Hamilton that won the last round, actually got his trip paid for by LZ to come all the way out. He chose Ireland as his round. So Nate Hamilton's out here for you guys. He is having a blast. He is in a borrowed car. He's had to learn how to drive right-hand drive. So big props to Nate Hamilton for making that happen, and congrats for winning the first round of the LZ World Tour.
Absolutely, and he got the chance to come over here and compete against. He said he's having an absolute blast. He's in a new car this weekend. He said he's in a track he's never been to, but he's, Nate Hamilton, he smiles for miles all day, every day, having an amazing time.
Oh, he's absolutely pumped, and they thought that they were just doing it for skateboard decks.
Well, you know what? That skateboard deck had a little ticket on the back of it, which was to Ireland. And we're going to go down to one of our new pit reporter this weekend. He's a good friend of mine. He represents 621, the YouTube channel, is Adam Ivel. He is in the pits right now, checking out what's going on behind the scenes.
Lucky guy.
Welcome to round 2 of the LZ World Tour. My name is Adam Ivel, and I'm going to be your pit reporter for this weekend. And we are joined by the man of the moment, Mr. Adam LZ. How does it feel back to be in front of these amazing fans again in Ireland?
I love Ireland. I love this track, Mondello Park. The energy here is insane compared to any drift event I've ever done in any country. The crowd here, absolutely unreal. We have some crazy talented drivers, some awesome people, and some of the wildest cars, like the most diverse grid that I've ever seen in any drift event.
Well, let's talk about the car you're going to be in for a second. So you've pulled out all the Irish in you today. You're going to be in an A86. How does it feel out there? Because I know you had a few laps already.
It's good. It's challenging, but it's very rewarding. You've got to be on your marks. You can't throw too much angle, but you can't throw too little angle, and it's fast. It's real fast.
Well, thank you very much for joining me, man. I'm looking forward to seeing all the fans going crazy for you out there. Have you got anything to say to the fans that are going to be in the crowd?
Just cheer loud, because that pumps us up as drivers. So if you want to see something crazy, make some noise, because it makes all the difference for us.
Well, that's great, Adam. Thank you. I'll let you go get prepped, dude. Good luck, have fun, and back to the boys in the tower. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Adam. And it's good to have Adam back in the mix this weekend. He's a very knowledgeable guy, and he's a super fun guy. He said he's going to get all the stories that we want to hear that maybe they don't want to tell.
Get like dirty.
Exactly. So we are about to head to qualifying, but let's have a look at the track we got this weekend. It's a very challenging one. If you watch, Irish Drift Championship back in the day, you watch Drift Masters. This is the same layout. We're not doing it any different. It's going to be just.
I think these guys are having a blast. They didn't necessarily like driving in the wet because they had just learned how to drive the cars in the dry, and then they forced themselves to careen around the track. Now it's drying up once again.
And this is the story of qualifying here. We've watched it so many times. Could start wet, go dry, go back to dry again, go back to wet again, and they've got to adapt because there's so many surface changes, so many undulations, little areas of the track that are more difficult than others to be able to kind of negotiate. So from my perspective right now, I think it's going to be a very big challenge for them to be able to negotiate this qualifying session without. You go straight through to the main event.
That's the easy way.
Well, I'll tell you what, we are going to have a look at the track on our screens now, if we can, just to kind of get a little bit of a familiarization of it, I'm hoping. The grandstand's starting to fill up here in Mondello Park, and I'll tell you one thing, that it is going to be ram-packed by the end of this weekend because tickets are very, very hard. Here's the format, guys, if you're unfamiliar with it. Each driver will get 2 non-consecutive runs at the course. Each driver will aim to run as close to a 100-point run as possible. The highest score from either run will act as a driver's final qualifying score. The top 13 scoring drivers will automatically move forward to tomorrow's main event, top 16. The remaining 16 will battle today for the remaining 3 steps in the main event, top 16. So it's podium this evening, but that really is just for pride and getting you into tomorrow. The battle format, we're going to move into that later on today. Each driver will take a turn at a lead and chase. The lead driver must run a qualifying line, aim to be run as close to 100-point run as possible. The chase driver must mirror the lead driver and try and gain as much proximity as possible. Our judges will determine who is the better driver over the 2 runs combined and determine the winner. If scoring results in a draw, we will have a one more time battle to determine the winner. Sounds simple. Isn't simple, won't be simple.
Won't be simple. Never is. But it is fun.
Exactly, and this is how the track looks. You come in full steam up over the hill. You can't actually see the track when you initiate. It's a complete drop from the first initiation point and a clip zone 1. Then it's full throttle to get the nose of the car through zone 2. You push out right out to the edge at zone 3. That's the most critical part of the track that judges are looking for. It's the most difficult and scary part. And then as you transition, you go to this big long zone around the outer corner on zone 4. Don't get too far into the gravel. Stay on the tarmac. Then it's a slight angle towards zone 5. Then whip that car towards zone 6.
Right at the wall.
Right along the wall, and they don't move. And then to another wall at the end of zone 6. So it starts with a wall, ends with a wall. Got a breather in the middle, and then you go to zone 7 on the outside of the track, which takes you across the finish line. You take a deep exhale, and you've survived a lap of Mondello Park. So we are going to also show you guys some of the stuff that's been going on for basically the last 2 days. You've probably been watching, if you're watching now, you've been watching some of the YouTube videos, guys, getting used to the car as testing. It's a challenge. We've got a lot of guys out there that are saying, I have no idea what's going to happen in this qualifying session. And Dan, that makes it all the more exciting.
It does, and it's also going to make it difficult or easy for the judges, depending on what way you look
Keen.
at it. And on top of all of that, we do have a lot of local drivers. Because these guys are now getting to hang out with all the influencers and YouTube personalities that they probably watch or don't. But now we have professional drivers, amateur drivers, as well as local guys.
There you go, Dan. Just trying to get you on my headset there because you're right beside me, but it's going to get very loud here at Mondello Park. We hope everybody's comfortably sitting in their seats in the grandstands. More grandstands built for this event than any in history of Mondello Park, which goes to show how excited everybody is. We hope you guys have traveled from far and wide. We're going to have a wild weekend here at Mondello Park. We hope you guys are looking forward to it. We start off with the formality, which is qualifying, and we start off with our first driver, which is Chris Brady. So we got some of the Irish boys mixed in with all of these international celebrities, and the first is the man currently leading the Irish Drift Championship right now. Top of the Irish, top of the morning, you guys say, but we don't really say that here.
You don't say top
we don't
of the
really say
morning.
top of the morning. But here, Chris Brady's going to try and go top of the scoreboard as he comes into that first corner. This is a 700 horsepower RB or 32 Skyline firing to that first corner. Plenty of pops and bangs.
And you can absolutely see that it has dried up. And we are actually seeing a little bit of tire smoke going on here. He's clearly filling that outer zone. As he comes back, this is an important part where they have to commit at flicking back towards that wall and getting into that outer zone. Tires coming a little bit off of that and makes it all the way through and out to the finish.
Not a bad first run to set us off here in qualifying. Chris Brady has done plenty of laps in Mondello Park.
Seems like it.
Not a lot in this car. This is a new car for him this year. The other Lucky Days car, he's a Lucky Day competition car. The other one, Luke Fink is driving. So sometimes Chris drives the 86, sometimes he drives the R32. Chosen the R32 because Luke Fink said, I love 86s. I want to go out in the
He's a big
86
guy.
Exactly. So Chris is our first driver to put a score on the board, and an Irish driver right here trying to make a name for himself because a lot of eyes on this event. It's a good place to show up and show what you can do. If you don't have the biggest following in the world, we always let a couple of wild cards in here just to make their name because we know what they're capable of here in Ireland, and there's a couple of those in the mix here. But this is Chris Brady's first run of the track, and you know what? A pretty solid one. He didn't push too far. I think a lot of these guys thinking the weather conditions have been changing so much. There's mist in the air. I don't want to overcommit because then I'm going to end up with a zero. Put pressure on the second run. I think he did a safe run there, but I think the other guys will be watching this run saying it looks a little drier than I thought. Maybe we can push that a little bit farther.
I hope dudes are adjusting tire pressures and making a little bit of changes, because the conditions change very quickly here, as we found yesterday and today.
Absolutely. Another Irish driver on the line, Dan, you might not be familiar with, and a lot of people watching and on won't be familiar with, but this guy, 15 years of age, and he is a new star in Irish drifting. He is driving this incredible S15. It is Conor Falvey. His dad's car is actually being used by Jason Ferrin from Australia, so it's a bit of a Team Falvey buzz going on. And an 82 for Chris Brady on the scoreboard there, so it sets the bar pretty high off the bat.
Wow.
Conor Falvey sits on the start line. He's got 700 horsepower, 2JZ S15, what I call the mix. That's the drift mix. 2JZ S15, he got the Wise Fab.
It's the ultimate combo.
He's ready to go. So it is going to be starting to rain again. So another different conditions. You can see how greasy it's getting on entry as Conor Falvey throws it in.
Oh, he has the toughest job right now, because as you come down that hill, you can't see where you're going. But he's doing an absolutely wonderful job of navigating. You can see a little bit of left foot braking. Wow, very, very good on that. Fails the last. All the way to the wall. Just a bit of his bumper, but not the whole thing. That was an exciting run.
What a phenomenal run from the 15-year-old from Ireland, Conor Falvey. Big stage to step up to here, Dan, and he did exactly what we promised he would do, show you that future talent, the talent coming through the ranks. And Conor Falvey puts in an absolute storming run. Hard to find much wrong with that in these conditions.
No, at 15 years old, I can't even. I didn't even know what I was doing when I was 15.
I was crashing into walls
Yes.
in Gran Turismo when I was 15, and he's doing it in real life and looking like he's been doing it for 15 years. And there's some guys here competing this weekend that have been doing it for 15 years who are now under pressure.
Yes, they
because the new kids coming along. I'll tell you what, this perfect line here for me on Outer Zone 6,
that was
just
beautiful.
flexing the bumper off on the wall. Absolutely sensational run from Conor Falvey. And you know
Very
what,
impressive.
he might just put his feet up now. He might not even need to do the second run. I'm sure the score will be high here. A 91 for Conor Falvey. A 91 straight at the box.
Coming out swinging.
He's like, you don't know who I am? You might know who I am by the end of the day.
Yeah, you definitely will.
Well, you talk about stylish drivers. We got another one here. He's from Holland. His name is Sebastian Fonten. He's got a 2JZ in this E36. He is one of the wildest men to ever step behind the wheel of an E36. And the taillight being broken on the back tells you the story.
It was a little bit of an explosion on the wall as he blasts his way down the hill. He was an absolute treat to watch drive yesterday. Coming in full lock all the way through. Big amount of commitment, big amount of smoke. Is making, but that was a banger of a run.
That is a loud engine, that 2JZ. Sebastian Fonten, you know what? Lots of commitment we expected from Sebastian, but he did drop two wheels off the circuit towards the outer zone 6. You can watch his run here on replay. Misses that inner zone a little bit, gets a little wide too early. Tidies it up nicely though for this, and a big flick. Like that's a dangerous flick, and you can end up in the gravel very quickly when you do that. But he holds it down, no problems at all. But this is where he almost comes too fast. He comes up against this wall, he brushes up, he overshoots it, two wheels over. And remember, only 4 wheels off the track is a 0 in this particular competition, so you can put 1 as a deduction, 2 more, 3 more, 4, you're done. So he's going to get a deduction for 2 wheels off the track there. But you know what? This event is all about a bit of flair, a bit of style, and a bit of commitment, so you can balance some mistakes with a lot of cool commitment, which is kind of what we want to see in drifting, right?
And it is. You want to see cool stuff, you want to do cool runs. Drifting is basically just showing off for your friends, and we've got a lot of friends with us today.
We have a lot of friends, and the scores are on screen. So here we are, 77 for Sebastian Fonten, and those 2 wheels off the track
did not do him any favors.
Did not help him, no. So we have got Conor Falvey, 91 straight out the box, and then we move on to our next driver who's up on the grid, and it is a last-minute entrant. We have Dan Moorhead on the start line. And Dan Moorhead, local driver from about an hour down the road. He's got a V8 LS3 S14, and he is a guy that's won a couple of events in this particular circuit. So expect some things.
Got some experience with this, and he's in his own car, which definitely helps as he chucks it in. That was a super solid entry, but a little bit of a bobble coming towards the inside as he hits that outer. He's heading into the zone.
Yeah, very little handbrake there on the transition too. He kind of just absolutely flowed through the corner. As he comes to the outside zone, up against
A
the
little
wall he
bit
goes.
lazy on that transition and way off. That was almost 3 tires from what it looked like. We're going to have to leave that one up to the judges depending. But again, 4 tires off is a 0, 3 tires off is a very large deduction.
Absolutely, and I think he's doing a big burnout for the crowd at the end, which is what it's all about this weekend, putting some smoke in the air, and Dan Moorhead doing a great job of it, and the cloud cam is up on screen. So Dan Moorhead saying, well, I'm going to leave something behind. It may not be the best score, but it's definitely going to be some entertainment as he smokes out the first corner in Mondello Park. Yeah, as you said, a little wobble. I think the conditions here are very mixed now. The guy's saying that when you initiate on the first corner, it's completely slick. Then because it's downhill, it's completely dry, and then it goes wet again. So it is very tough. So if you see these guys making some wavering, you'll see that the track to you might look very similar, but the grip levels are so varied.
Yeah, and I was talking to Hurd earlier, and he said it was really hard to get the run-ups that they were getting yesterday because they can't accelerate as fast as they could to enter with the proper amount of speed, and he was struggling with that. So he said, you're not going as fast, and then you hit the grip going down the hill, and you can't do it.
That's the thing, and to be honest, it's a tough track for everybody. There's a 66 for Dan Moorhead there. You can see the difference between Colin Falvey taking the risk and getting it right, and Dan Moorhead taking a risk, but he just dropped some wheels off the track. So it is going to be a knife-edge qualifying session, I feel, here for all of these guys. And some of the biggest names in the game are feeling a little nervous. They set the car up for the wet. Now they're changing it back to the dry. But yesterday, everyone got a little bit of dry practice, a little bit of wet practice. We just don't know what way it's going to go. But back to the start line, we have another late entrant, and this is a very cool car. This car was put together in 4 weeks. It is a 1970s Datsun. I'm not going to even name the type because I've never seen one before. And then they put an SR20 in it. The crazy thing about this car, if you see the back of it, it has a spoiler on a pneumatic ram that opens in time with the fans. So when it needs more air to the radiator, it opens the rear spoiler. Crazy.
Yeah, we definitely let Chelsea know about the loose body panel. But that little car is absolutely ripping. Oh, big. It sounds like it's moving. As he rounds out the course. Backside all the way out to the wall. A little bit of finesse. Nice 360 for the vehicle. That is one of the coolest cars out here, hands down, bar none.
And you know what? That car was brought here to be a show car.
Was it really?
He was supposed to come out tomorrow, do some donuts. There you go. So Archie was supposed to come out here and just put the car on display today.
Okay.
And tomorrow he was supposed to just do a couple of donuts in this car just to show how cool it is.
And now he's out here
And
qualifying.
then he said, like, if someone drops out, could I just get in the show? And I was like, well, I don't see why not. And then we did have a dropout, Monkey London not making it to qualifying, unfortunately. And then he said, well, I could do it. I was like, is the car easy to drive? He's like, oh, absolutely not. He said, it's absolutely terrifying.
It looks like it.
But he goes, I'll still give it a go. So
And he did.
And he's a fun young man. He's less than 18 years old. He's like just a young kid driving a car that nobody's built before and doing a good job. And look at this, putting on some smoke for the fans. That's what it's all about. You want it to be a fun show. You want some unusual cars out there. If you look at the LZ channel, I think it's all about cool builds. It's not just about always building the most practical thing.
That's not practical
And
at
that is
all,
not a
but it is a beautiful thing to see out on a racetrack.
And it's old school. So we put the score on the board. There you go. It is not Axel Hildebrand. That is a score for Archie Hammer. So 51 for Archie Hammer. So 51, not bad, especially when you didn't know this morning you were even going to need your race suit.
And now he's here, and probably never That's also a difficult thing to have to swallow.
Yeah, well, he literally went to a players show in the UK a couple of weeks ago and did some donuts, and now he's doing the full Mondello Park circuit. So that is an interesting one.
With a conglomeration of the world's largest YouTube personalities.
So we will then go to our next driver on the line. It is going to be an amazing 3-rotor Corvette by Axel Hildebrand. So it is going to be a debut in competition for this car.
It is extremely gripped up and fast.
Look at that thing rip around the track. It's fully made of carbon and chemical. It's
And as you can see, throwing it to the walls. Oh, get a little bit too hectic towards the end. Over-angled it, got a little bit over-rotated. It's a tough car to drive because the Corvette naturally coming with an LS, which is a super easy, linear.
All the torque.
Yeah, linear power band with loads of torque. Take out the linear power band and the torque, and you get this in a much more expensive engine.
Yes.
But it sounds super cool.
It is. That is the coolest sounding Corvette I think I've ever heard in my life.
And it's fully carbon Kevlar. This thing has a sequential gearbox. It's got all the goodies. However, Axel, this is only the second time. He drove it at Goodwood Festival of Speed last weekend. And this car, the first time it's ever been in proper judged competition.
What a shakedown. Goodwood and then this?
Yeah, but you know, you got to respect the guy who goes, I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to go anyway. And that's the whole grid right now. It's just, I don't know what's going to... Everyone you go and watch in a competition is in their car they've driven all the time, they've tested. These guys are in cars they've just never really driven before, just trying to put a lap together on one of the most difficult circuits in Europe. So it's going to be exciting. So a 66 on the board for Axel, making some errors there. You saw it.
Yeah,
Dan.
he had some bobbles. He was dipping tires. He had a kind of a straighten at the end of the last outer.
Well, the one man that's going to have no excuses is Bagsy from the UK. Steve Bagsy Biagioni on the line. He's got this crazy 700 horsepower NA PS13 V8. But I'll tell you what, he's done a couple of laps this track over the years. He's a very competitive driver.
And this is his pro car.
This is his pro car, and he competes in the Driftmaster Series. He's an ex-UK champion. He is going to come out here and put on a smoke show and be very confident going in.
I would hope so. I'm
Absolutely ripping through practice. He was one of the guys to watch. Throwing it in hard. Letting people know he is committed.
Wow, that's a big run.
That was a huge run.
That's a big run for the first run out the blocks.
And he's still going.
He still has a little tire left. Putting on a smoke show for all of the fans here in Mondello Park. Absolutely love it.
Oh my goodness gracious.
I'll tell you one thing, he is going to be confident the whole way through this event because he's comfy in that car. He's done some amazing runs here. He's battled up against the best in the business here in Mondello Park. So got a little bit of an advantage, but at the same time, that can come with its own pressure as well because you've no excuse, right?
None.
He didn't need one on that run. He came out and absolutely dialed it. So
yeah,
here
that
we
was
have
a heater
Steve
of a run.
Biagioni taking it to the wall, as you can see.
And exactly where he needed to be on that outer.
The judge is basically saying that's the way you do it. That's how we've set it out. There's always room for improvement, but there's not much on a run like that.
I'm interested to see what the judges do have to say about this one. We have the 91 as our current leader.
We do have a 91 as our current leader, which is the 15-year-old from Cork in Ireland, which is an interesting... I told you this event's going to be weird. You're going to watch things. It's definitely not going to be predictable by any means. We start...
Just like
and
the
an
weather.
88 for Bagsy. He goes into second position. So Conor Falvey's still holding strong. We now have a man who hasn't drifted a competitive lap in 10 years. We got representing Club Loose Ireland. It is Eric O'Sullivan.
I do remember his name from
he was in Formula D days. He used to drive a Subaru, Rockstar Subaru. He had a Rockstar Corolla in Ireland 10 years ago. He brought this car back with him from the States as a practice car. Well, there's no practice today because it's all qualifying. Eric, 10 years, and he's never even driven this car in competition.
And look at...
You probably don't see these cars in Ireland at all. It is a Pontiac Solstice. I don't remember whose car that was, but it came from somebody drove that.
I'll tell you the best thing about this car is that if you ask every single person in the grandstands, they wouldn't know what it is.
No.
We've never had a Pontiac Solstice in Europe, but it is a very unusual machine. Looks really cool. It runs a 2-liter Ecotec turbo engine. Has about 270 horsepower, and he's making use of every bit of it out there, Dan.
Yeah, that was a kind of a conservative...
Definitely one of the cooler cars that we're seeing out there on the grid.
Next up, it looks like we're going to be going with Danny Neville after we go through the replay of this run with the only Pontiac Solstice in Ireland. Decent run. I'm interested to see what the judges have to say about it. Definitely wasn't the most exciting run that we've seen today.
No, and I'll tell you one thing. I'm sorry, just getting a little bit more information from my judges because I want to feel what they're feeling. And they're saying that they just want to. They're not judging this like an exhibition like we thought. They're judging this very harshly.
Very harshly.
Just like a professional competition. A 66 on the board for Eric O'Sullivan, so that's not bad for your first run out in a car you've never competed in before. Here's a car that a man, this is an incredible story. This was Vaughan Gittin Jr.'s 2010 chassis, RTR, from Formula Drift. It was shipped with a different engine to the Middle East. It then ended up coming to me here in Ireland, and now it's got in the Middle East again. It's going back in. The car's been all over the world. Danny Neville, international superstar DJ, and he is whipping this thing around. So this has 900 horsepower, supercharged 5-liter Coyote V8.
And it looks like the biggest car here. After seeing all the small 8.6s and everything, that is a giant amongst cars.
Absolutely. They're having some supercharger issues with this car. They said they're just going to keep running it, but it looks like, he definitely has an issue with that. They said the supercharger belt's slipping off, and you're going to be surprised when you hear this, Dan. Not an easy thing to get in Ireland is a supercharger belt for a Ford Mustang.
Never saw that coming.
Do you know in Ireland we sell about 4 of these cars a year, so they're not a big thing to keep stocked up in your local automotive store. And that Ford Mustang has 900 horsepower, but if you have an issue with it, which Danny seems to be having, it's tough to keep that thing going. So going really well in practice. Looked to me like it just didn't have the power there. He was kind of a lot of limiter and stuff like that. It looked like towards the end of the run, something just gave way on the car. So it's cool to see it out there. This car, I've driven this on this layout before. It's not the easiest car to drive here because you have a lot of weight coming down that hill.
Very grippy in weird places.
Yes, and it is an unusual car to drive. Live rear axle, you don't have a whole lot of adjustment in the rear end, but it's super fun to drive. And to see a Mustang whipping around Mondello Park, I think is just an interesting thing, right? Something different. But it looks like Danny having some issues there. Hopefully they can rectify that for the second run.
I do too, because he was fun to watch yesterday.
Yeah,
so.
0 on the board, but he's got time to get it done. We now move to the line to Tess Whittock. So Tessa, one of 3 female drivers here this weekend, which is great to see also. And she is driving this incredible R33 Skyline. She's also going to be competing against her husband in this competition, which again, I told you, it doesn't have to make sense.
There's some crazy stuff happening
There
here.
is. And Tessa, great, always an amazing personality behind the scenes, and she is firing through the course right now.
Solid entry as she comes around the outer. Let's see what's happening. You can see some corrections being made, so maybe those track conditions are changing yet again. Nice and big on the angle as she comes through towards the wall.
Yeah, so something going on there, and she was suffering from clutch issues yesterday, so I'm wondering, are they, starting to creep back up again? But up until then, it was a really solid run, really entertaining, nice little flick on the entry. And she came in very fast. This is how you do this course well, is you go faster than you think you should. That's the advice we gave everyone they got here. It's like, when you think you're going to go in the grass, that's probably the right line. You should be a little bit afraid at all times, and then that's the good line. But she left it late on the transition. She went really hard on the clutch here, and then it looked to me like there was just a smoke cloud started to dissipate. Something gave way, and we have an issue straight away. I think a 0 again, so 2 zeros in a row. There's going to be some stress. And then we go straight from Tessa to her husband, Martin Richards. So this is a power couple in drifting in Europe.
This is crazy that we have 2 couples competing against each other in the same event.
This is couples therapy, Dan. This is what we're doing with this event. This is how you sort your problems out. You let the judges decide who was right in the argument. That's what we do. That's what happens back home.
Never leave it to
the judges. Anyway, we got Martin Richards thrown in. He is an top-level European driver.
Look at that. You can definitely tell with that kind of an entry and floating down the hill just like that. He is dialed. You're not seeing a whole lot of corrections out of the front of his car. He is committed. He is full throttle. He is making things.
You know what? That's what we expect from Martin Richards. He's been around this place quite a few times. He's had a couple of podiums here as well. He's the guy you expect to see right up the top. Last year, he had the old ejecto boot lid. So as he came up against LZ, his boot lid flew off and smashed LZ's windscreen behind it. So you can see the boot lid lifts every now and again. I go, hey now, Martin, you got to sort this out. This is not a tactic. It's not Mario Kart. You can't throw a banana peel behind you with the boot lid flying out. So as I said, it's a driver that we expect to do pretty good here. He's got a lot of experience. He's in a car he's driven for many years. Would you believe that this chassis is the longest running competitive drift car in Europe?
That is insane.
2004 was when this car was built. And it's still competing. Now
that is at least twice as long as most of these guys have been drifting.
I think it's longer than some of them have been born, if you're thinking about Connor Falvey and those guys. But
yeah,
which is great. 80.3 on the board for Martin Richards, but that car, still going all these years in. Now, obviously, he's been upgraded massively since then, but it's still the same chassis. So we go back to the start line, and if you're a fan of the rev limiter on a 2JZ,
you're about to learn today.
You're about to learn it, because this is the man that has no sympathy for them. It is Kevin Quinn.
All the way down the straightaway. You can tell.
Look at this for an entry. Fires it in on a huge angle. Kevin Quinn pushing that car to the edge of the circuit, and he is putting on a show while trying to qualifying here. A little bit of rain speckling down on the track, making it a little bit trickier, but Kevin Quinn doesn't care. He is foot to floor as he fires this S15 back up against the wall. He is on a mission here, Dan.
I can't even hear myself think. Tires? I don't need tires.
We're
Nobody needs
halfway
tires.
through the replay and he still hasn't stopped drifting. He's just clouded out Mondello Park.
We
Kevin
cannot
Quinn
see.
doing-
And still on the limiter.
So there we have it. We're figuring out some technology in the tower.
We're pushing buttons and we're pushing them the incorrect way.
We now have it figured out. We have it figured out. Me and Dan, not the most tech. We're still on Windows XP over here.
Yep.
We're figuring that.
I'm
We're
on
old
Windows
school.
98, bud.
Really?
Come on, let's be real
You
here.
should try XP. It's a big advancement.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's great.
I'll upgrade.
So we're gonna. So an 86 for Kevin Quinn, everybody. That is a showboat run for sure. And we are talking about smoke, and here's another car that makes quite a bit of it. It is the DW86 of Phil Morrison, a car every person in Ireland loves to see when it comes over that hill. And Phil describes this car as very fast, very grippy, and absolutely terrifying. And he has 14% control of what happens when it drives. And he is firing through that first corner with very little control.
Yeah, that was he was along for the ride on that one. You could definitely tell he overcommitted a little bit into that first turn. Again, conditions changing constantly. These guys are having to adapt. They're having to power through it, and they are making it happen. Oh my goodness gracious, that car rips. I don't think I've ever seen an A86 with 18-inch wheels.
No, and the thing is, this car also runs an LSX, so that's not an engine that is easily fitted in a Corolla either. So this is big wheels, big engine, big torque, small little
Big
light
man.
car.
That is a big man in that car
and I'll
as
tell you
well.
what, Phil has built some crazy cars over the years.
And we've seen he's been in the scene for forever, and like even us over across the pond, we knew what DriftWorks was. They were really the first ones. They had the forum that was a wealth of knowledge that I still have in Google results when I'm searching for how to do something. DriftWorks always comes up.
If you're under the age of 25, a forum, just don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't even worry about that.
It's a thing we used to. It's like fax machines. You don't need to know. But DriftWorks were the source of information when people they built the first 2J S15. Like, this is how pivotal they were to the whole scene in Europe. And Phil, he rarely drifts anymore, but when a show like this comes to town, he's like, I'm going to take the stupidest car I have and do the stupidest stuff. And that is pretty much what he's doing. And this is what this event is about, Dan. It's not about being the best drifter in the world. He has better cars than this and more predictable, but this is the one that people want to see.
Fun. I want to see it. I love seeing this. We don't get to see 86s really, and there's so many of them in this competition.
A 67 for Phil Morrison there, and we go back to the start line all the way from Australia. It is Jason Ferrin representing Keep It Reet. Keep It Reet, which means keep it calm, I think. We'll have to translate from, but I'll tell you one thing, if you watch their YouTube, their content, their whole brand, they are just killing it right now in Australia. They are helping us to put that LZ World Tour together in Australia at Calder Park, and they are just the funnest bunch of people.
They were great.
And now he's driving Tomas Falvey's car. He's just borrowed it this weekend. It's a 2JZ. It's got an S15, very similar to Connor Falvey's car. And Jason says he's having a little fun adapting to this on the track. But he's a pro driver. He competes in D1NZ in New Zealand, and he competes in Australia.
So he's got the experience. He's in a different car. He's dipping some tires, spraying the crowd with some rocks. Hey guys, I hope you like pebbles. He's keeping it reet.
He's definitely keeping it reet.
But he kept it reet right there.
And I'll tell you one thing, he said that he's struggling a little bit with the wet and dry here because the car, it's like it works really well in the dry or the wet, but in the middle he's having a little trouble with it. Maybe pushing a little too hard on the edge of the corner there, dropping some wheels off the tire. If you ever watch their the YouTube channel, they've got a lot of very interesting builds like Commodores and Holdens and stuff that we don't.
The Utes.
Yeah, we don't really know what they are, but they're cool, and we just kind of watch on going. We don't have any reference point.
Car.
You've got a car that's a truck. It's bad as a car and bad as a truck, but great together. It's kind of debatable.
Australians do things a little different.
They do, but you know what? They're wild, they're fun, and they're here to have a party this weekend. We got a good few of us. We got Jason and we got Luke Fink from Australia. So, do you know what? Some tired eyes when they landed on the plane here in Ireland. We were like,
everybody's jet lagged. Everybody's in a car they're not used to. Everybody's in wet and dry conditions. This is not an easy thing to ask of any driver.
No, 60.3 for Jason Ferrin there as we move on to Becky Evans debuting the new Peaches S15 this weekend. An interesting combo of yellow and pink. I think it works so well. It's one of the coolest S15s I've ever seen in drifting.
And it's simple.
But she hasn't driven this car in, I don't even know when the last time she drove this car. So this is going to be a big task for Becky Evans, Queen Bee, to see if she can get this together. Oh, a little late on the handbrake there. Tentative entry.
It's grippy. You can tell that car has some grip dialed into it, and we're getting a little bit of an autocross run here, but she's still making it happen for just jumping in. I didn't see this car in practice at all, so
I think there was some issues, and she was trying to get onto the bottom of some very little practice for Becky, but she's doing good. You can see she's learning into the run. She's actually practicing while she's driving, getting used to this new setup, of course. We forgot there is the third couple in the 29. We've got James Dean and Becky Evans. This is a couple's holiday.
This doesn't even happen in real life.
No. You can't get this many couples to go anywhere, and not have arguments. So here we are in drifting. Everyone's getting on great. It goes to show, don't go on a cruise, go to a drift
Just
event.
go to a drift event.
So we have Becky. This car was obviously put together by the guys at Dean M Sport, and James and all the guys were working hard on it late nights. So a score right down 30 or so. I mean,
So they built that and the four rotor like this week.
pretty much.
Oh
Yeah,
my God.
like you can look
You
in
guys
the
are
eyes.
crazy.
You can look in the eyes of James Dean's mechanics and him and say, "There's no soul left here." All they've heard is rotary and problems for so many weeks. But you know what? It's here. It's working. James went out and did a run. He said, "I've no alignment, no brakes, no handbrake, and it's going great." He said, "I actually like the car." I'm going, "Well, if you had all those things, it'd be much better." So we're moving on to another unusual 86. So this is Sultan Al Qasimi, our boy Sultan from the Middle East. He has many different crazy cars, but this is one of them.
That is one of the coolest, most unique 86s I think I've
This
ever
is
seen.
LS powered, left-hand drive. This thing is just wild. Still on 15-inch wheels though, keeping it
my
real.
God. He's
So-
definitely he's in it to win it. Look at this run so far from Sultan. Those yellow windows just gleaming in the not so sunny day we have here in Ireland.
Yeah, this car built by Darren at Group D. You'll see his signature car later on, but this is all very similar style. Wild Arrow. This thing sounds incredible around the track, and he's doing a good job sometimes of getting this car all the way through. He didn't even do much practice this morning because he said it was a little too wet.
And that's not supercharged.
Nope.
That's the gearbox.
The
that you hear
gearbox
in
is the
wine.
scream you're hearing, yeah. So an incredible build. Absolutely love this thing. And he's got an Aston Martin drift car, a Bentley drift car, and now he has a Porsche.
That Porsche. He did some laps in that.
He's coming back out tomorrow. 997
I'm
Porsche
excited
drift
to see
car.
that thing rip some more.
We have got an Audi Quattro drift car, Porsche 997 drift car. The list goes on. Tomorrow we are putting some stuff in front of the audience here.
There are
around.
cars that should not be doing this ever.
There are things that exist at this event that shouldn't exist due to financial stability, but they exist.
And I'm glad that they do.
A 79 for Sultan. We go back to the start line. It's Dean Carnage Carney. Used to drive in a Viper over in the Formula Drift Championship, representing Ireland over there, and now he's back in Ireland in this JZX. It's about 500 horsepower or so. This is a practice day car that he's just said, "Hey, I'm just jumping in on my practice day car," and he's been driving it pretty well in practice.
He
Dan.
has. I mean, he's a fantastic driver anyway. He's one of the top caliber drivers in Formula D, and showing that that's exactly what he is here at Mondello Park. Obviously, he has a couple of laps here. I'm assuming
He's had a few.
Just a few. Putting on a smoke show. Got those blue Oracle headlights just kind of gleaming through the smoke and all the way out to the wall, a little harder than I think he wanted to right there. I'm sure those taillights are really cheap.
Oh, you can easily get Mark II taillights anywhere.
Because there's about 150 bits of it.
I think our marshal just ran home with one. To take it home is more than we can pay him for the weekend.
There
He's
we
like,
go. There
"I'm
we
good."
go.
So we have a back bumper and we have a taillight on the ground with Dean Carney putting in a big run there. We got a lot of the Formula Drift contingent here
There
this
is.
weekend. We got a lot of the Drift Masters contingent. We got a lot
That's why
of
this is so exciting.
This is
'cause
like
the worlds are colliding.
It's a multiverse. It's a multiverse of crazy
The
people.
marvel of drifting.
It is. And this is the Avengers series here of drifting, which has a lot of thrills and spills, which we're going to see this weekend, and some twists and turns along the way. So Dean Carney taking his bumper back to the pit area, saying, "If that's all I lost and I got a good score," he waves to the fans. The Irish fans always pumped to see their home drivers come home.
It is
'Cause
cool.
Dean, lives in the US now.
And I've only ever seen him in the U.S.
So a 78.3 for Dean
Not
Carney, not a
bad.
bad first score. We now move to Chris Rudnick, who is
Oh,
driving
boy.
the Drift Games MX-5 NA. This is 310 horsepower, 1.6 turbo, and everybody says he's got no power. Well, this car, for some reason, and we don't know why, it's very fast.
Just lives,
very
too.
fast and lives and is reliable, and he said he's having a blast in
Oh,
this
he's
thing.
having an
He's lost the
absolute
back
blast.
bumper, and he said he's having an absolute blast. So here he comes into his first lap. It's kind of wet and dry, so let's see how it gets on. Nice comes
right
up on the
that
curb.
razor's edge towards the outside of the track.
The biggest
He's-
problem here, if you hit that curb, it gets very sketchy.
I saw that, but he was right there where he needed to be. He was struggling a little bit in practice. They made some setup changes, but he's looking a lot more dialed for this run as he rounds out this last outer zone. As you can see, dipped a little bit of a tire, but right out towards that wall. He's becoming confident in this car. I know Josh was riding with him, correct?
Yeah, we had Josh from Drift Games actually in the passenger seat yesterday, and he was
me give you
teaching him the
some
ropes.
tips.
And now he's crashed off the track after the track, which is an unusual thing to happen because he's done the hard part, and then he just crashed off the track. And then he revs it up, and it's all good. You know what I mean? Josh is out there
There's
laughing.
only a
though.
few rocks out there now.
Yeah, he's just put a little bit of rock. That's a good move. Finish your run so you're not disturbed by the rocks. Then grab them from the gravel trap, spray them all over the track,
over.
and no
So
one
the
else.
next
is
guy.
Yeah,
Oh,
I like
man.
it. It's
Speaking of.
totally against the rules, but I like it. But it was actually a really good run for the second half of this. This car makes a lot of hard to link EC. But I'll tell you one thing about it is it's a little car that could. And he's Ricer Miata, right? He's going to drive a Miata.
It's fitting.
It's a
in
fitting
many ways.
personality car. So if he's Ricer Miata and he wants to stay with that name, he's going to drive a Miata, and he's driving it pretty well. Except for after the run when he went off the track, that was not so good. But during the run, which is when it was scored,
It was way past the finish line.
Yeah, the judges had switched off at that point. Much
They'd
like
already
Chris, I
pushed their
believe.
buttons and made their choices.
Exactly. I think that's going to do okay. First corner, hit the curb. I think if he tidies that up, that's going to be a good
That
second
was a
run
solid.
for him.
I think that might have been one of the fastest entries we've seen. That
Yeah,
Miata
67. So
rips.
67 with a big
Not
wheel
bad.
drop. Good.
Not
We now
bad.
move on to the man that's currently fighting for the Drift Masters European Championship, but not in his own car. It is Dwayne McKeever, who has won probably more events on this layout than anyone else, but he's in a borrowed car this weekend, RB25, 550 horsepower, and he is firing into that first corner.
That is an absolutely heater of an entry right there, and that is showing the commitment and the line that the judges do want to see. Again, he has many laps here, and you can absolutely tell that the experience is paying off. That is a fabulous run.
Dwayne creating so much smoke on the first corner that you couldn't see him on the end of the run. That is a massive run from Dwayne McKeever in a borrowed car. This guy could step out there in the tractor that cuts the track and probably get in qualifying at this stage. Unbelievable from Dwayne McKeever. Puts in a big run in a borrowed car.
And
from
so
Stuart
his
Henderson.
pro car is elsewhere, and that's why he's in a borrowed car.
Yeah, so next weekend, Drift Masters in Riga and Lafayette. And if you're not familiar with the geography, that is like you have an event in LA and one in New York. So to bring the car back and forward in a week. So he's borrowed a friend's car, and he said, you know what, I'm just going to go out there and have some fun. But I know
he's got
Dwayne.
some really good friends then.
He has good friends with good cars, but he's also a guy that pretends he's not competitive, Dan, but he's a little bit
He's
competitive.
one of those guys.
He's like, oh, I'm just here to have fun, and also
And then
get a
does that.
99. So that's kind of what he's doing. So I think that's going to be a good run. The judges are going to have a good discussion on that one. That was not much I could say, and the track looked like to be as fully dry there almost the whole way through, which is suiting some drivers and not others in terms of the bravery stakes. But the Irish drivers will have the advantage because any conditions here the Irish have faced before, so they'll have a setup for it. We're back. So a big score coming in for Dwayne McKeever. We wait for it from the judges. A 96.3 for Dwayne McKeever on his first qualifying run. Well, that'll do it. And we move on to our next driver who's having a great time in practice. Jimmy Oakes in Gary Dunn's S14 1JZ that was sequential. He said he's having a blast this weekend. He's been driving pretty good too, Dan. Let's see how he gets on.
He has absolutely been ripping. It's been a pleasure to watch him drive, watch him learn how to drive this car, and he's bringing it edge to edge all the way around the track. He is a ripper. It was a pleasure to watch him drive in New Jersey, and he's back out here in a borrowed car, just making things happen. Bringing it all the way through. Right out to the wall. He already lost his bumper like 4 times today.
That's a big run from Jimmy Oakes. A big run from Jimmy Oakes, who's been doing a lot of traveling, a lot of learning, and I'm thinking maybe in the future, YouTube thumbnail. I bought a Pro S14 with a 1J because he has fallen in love with this car this weekend.
He absolutely loves it.
And Gary, a good friend of ours at Drift Games, and he said, you know what? He said, Jimmy is the right guy to stress test the car for the weekend. And Gary, they made good friendships over, and it was even Jimmy's Porsche was stored in Gary's, so they made a little friendship from across the water. And Gary was like, well, if you're going to drive any car this weekend, it better be mine. And Jimmy's like, I will take the keys. Well, there's no keys, obviously, but we'll pretend there's keys. And he said that we'll take the kill switch key, and we'll take it out. And Jimmy put in an absolute stormer of a run here. This is exactly what the judges want to see, fluidity, a little bit tentative to the wall there, but I would be too in someone else's car, to be honest. And he does a really good job of getting all those outer zones. And this is the tentative run. And remember, each driver
throw it all out there.
Everyone's getting 2 runs, Dan, so this is just a safe run. And Jimmy, doing a good job.
And there can be some tactics there. You can throw down a really good run and save the car, save the wear and tear.
So there you have it. Where does Jimmy Oakes fall in? It is in 10th position with a 76. So they're just saying a little bit more commitment, but he has got the line pretty dialed there. So I think that's a really good indication that he can push it a little bit harder on the entry and get it done.
I think that's really what docked him, was being so inside on that entry.
A little bit of handbrake through the corner.
Those dots on the track that you can kind of see in the middle of the track, you're supposed to be on the outside of those, not the inside of those.
So he entered a little early, maybe thinking it was a little slicker than it was.
wasn't.
And it was pretty grippy. So now we have one of the most probably mental PS13s, and also I think in competition in the world the lightest S13 in the world. So he even, for center of gravity, put all the switch panels on the floor of this car. It's just a man with too much time to try and change the game. And it is Darren McNamara in the Group D S13 Sprint Car V8. This thing sounds like a motorbike, revs to 9,500 RPM, and he is ripping.
And what an absolute run. What a pleasure to see builds like this at an event like this. This is a insane caliber of car that Darren is driving. And we miss seeing him in Formula D. I can say that. I loved watching Darren drive. He was one of my favorite drivers. Stylish and dialed.
Well, see, Darren leaving Formula D was actually a good thing. I'll tell you why. Because he's now building cars with less regulation and more imagination, and we're all benefiting from it over here in Europe.
And you get things like this. That is a magical car.
It is everything in this car. Doesn't make. Look at the back end of it. He's designed his own back end, which he measured the wall in Mondello Park that his car can sit half a foot over the wall without doing any damage. This is the level he's going to. So, and he's built Sultan's car. He's built my Corvette. There's a load of cars he's been involved in, but it's all the imagination that he's bringing to them because he's saying the rules of drifting a little bit more relaxed in Europe. He can experiment more with setups, not to entirely make them more competitive, which they do, but also to make them just look cooler, sound cooler, and they're respectable to see.
Oh, it's an absolute fantastic run too.
And we were talking so much about the car that we forgot to mention he just stormed through that track.
He did.
No issue. But Darren McNamara has been drifting on this track till probably 2004.
Again, got
so
a couple of laps
he's
here.
had a few laps around here. Although he did have a crash in this car at Drift Masters, so he's trying to rectify that a little bit.
Oh boy.
He'll hate me saying it, but score coming through for Darren McNamara.
I think that's going to be a pretty good one.
I think it's going to be pretty high. I didn't see too many errors there. And in second position for Darren McNamara, 92 for Darren McNamara on his first qualifying run. Scores starting to stack up. We are only what? Halfway through qualifying, not even halfway through qualifying with 390s on the board. And we have got next up on the line. Let's see who we've got. I think it's going to be Grant. Oh no, it's going to be Grant Anderson. Yes, so Grant jumping from one car to another in practice. He was driving an S14 V8. He said it was tricky to drive, so he jumped in a Z.
Now he's the lowest horsepower car.
So he is in a stock-powered Z on one of the most demanding layouts in drifting in Europe.
This could be the hero story we all wanted. This could be the story we all had.
So he's up against it here. He says he likes how this car handles, but it's in the wet. Earlier it was flying, but now it's in the dry. This thing is going to be under pressure.
Timing and line are everything in a low horsepower car, and Grant doing a fantastic job of doing both of those as he hits the zones exactly where it needs to be. Not making a lot of smoke, not making a lot of noise, but he is pushing that car to 100%. There is nothing more that this car can do on that track.
It's not a bad finish to the run either, because
that's the best I've seen him drive today. So feeling comfortable, calm under pressure, and made it happen.
Yeah, and that's a stock, as I said, a standard 350Z with an angle kit and a cage. That's all that car is.
That is the recipe for drifting right now, though.
Exactly, and if you think you need big power, it shows that you can get around with a lot less power, and he's definitely running more tire pressure than anyone else out there, too, I can tell you that.
100 PSI.
Exactly, so he is in the Drift Games 350Z. Now, this is a car that we didn't actually think would actually be competing this weekend at all. It was just in the corner as a backup car, and here it is.
There it is.
Out in front of the crowd. Completely unprepped, too, so,
it's doing it. It's not getting out to where it needs to get to, but it's completing the course.
Exactly, and if he gets out to wide on some of these corners, he's not going to have the momentum to get to the other, but he's done a really good job of doing the best he can with what he has, and I think the judges are going to enjoy that he's being line conscious here too. Of course, you can get around here in any car, but to get out to the wide line, that's where you need all the horsepower and you need all the grip. He's doing a good job of that.
He was close. I mean, that's going to be, I think, a better score than some of the other guys that have all the horsepower in the world.
And sometimes maybe even in their own cars, which is just saying.
And he's happy to be in that.
We're not stirring anything up, but Dan, they cannot hear this until later on after the show, so they will probably still think we're. So a 71, a 71 for Grant Anderson to 12th position in a stock 350Z.
Amazing.
You wanted to see it, folks. Well, you're seeing it. Drifting has been turned upside down. And next up, we have Luke Fink. He's turned many things upside down in his day. And Luke Fink is in an SR20 Corolla. Decided to put 18-inch wheels on it from Lucky Day Competitions, and he's flying into that first corner as expected.
And Luke Fink, another one of my favorite drivers. I like a lot of foreign drivers. He has the flair, he has the style, and he can literally drive anything. Like you said, drive the tractor through the track. And Luke is struggling a little bit with the setup on this car, but I think he's got it mostly dialed in. It's weird to see Luke jump into something and not be able to do a lap. Anybody else that's immortal would not be able to drive that car at all.
That's a tough car to drive, especially when you put so much grip in it in 18s, but he's done a great job of getting onto the track. And the sound of SR, God's engine, echoes around. And I think the more SR we hear, the more God will keep the rain away.
Let's keep the rain.
The more SR.
See some sun peeking
I think
out.
God's thinking, rotary SR, let's not ruin that.
Yeah,
That's my engines.
Let these people do what they need to do.
So good job from Luke Fink there as he takes it across the line. And you know what's great to see guys coming into chassis that maybe might have been seen out of competition now. We're not going to see an 8.6 in any of the top level Formula Drift Masters, whatever in the future. Unfortunately, they're just not the chassis for it. But what we can see at these events, especially when LZ puts them together, it's not just about the drivers, which are interesting, but the cars are also interesting. We've got four-doors out there, rotaries, Corollas, we got it all. So for me, it's a showcase of what drifting was, what it is, and what it could be.
And I think what it could be is a great explanation.
It could be this if grip didn't exist in drifting, pretty much. But so it's pretty cool.
Again, couples therapy. That's getting me every single time. I have never seen anything like this. And this is magical to this event.
So, big score coming in. We got an 87 for Luke Fink. An A86 Corolla getting an 87 is just, what a sentence.
One number off.
Yeah, so we have Nate Hamilton, who's driving. He's broken a half shaft in the burnout box, so he's going to miss his. He was flying in practice. So Nate Hamilton, the winner of the first stop of the LZ World Tour, he misses this run, but he will get the second run. So they're putting a half shaft back in that car. What do you guys call it? Axle?
Axle.
Drive shaft, axle.
I think the drive shaft is the big one that connects the transmission.
We call them a half shaft.
We could call them a half shaft too.
Oh well, there you go.
We can agree on some things. We don't have boots unless they're on your feet.
We have trunks. We move on to a man who said he's never stopped smiling since he started his first lap this weekend. It is current superstar in European drifting, Jack Shanahan. He's in an RB25. This is actually his mechanic's car from Driftmasters, and he says that it's got about 420 horsepower, and he said he's never driven a car this ignorantly in his life.
Really?
And he said he's having the most fun ever, and he's flying around here right now.
The Shanahan brothers, I've had the pleasure of now seeing both of them drive their pro cars, so it's really nice to see them drive cars that aren't 100% dialed and 100% set up to just compete. So they're having a blast.
The two guys said it was the first time they've done an event where they've barely done alignment, barely checked any tire pressures, done nothing to the car. They just said, it's fine.
Yeah,
it's
we're going.
Fine.
We're doing laps.
And they're having a great time. So Jack Shanahan, he's in this borrowed S14 this weekend. And again, as I said, two mechanics are friends of the Shanahans who work on their cars, and they're working on their own cars while the Shanahans drive them here. So a lot going on back behind the scenes. Jack Shanahan, I'll tell you what, one thing is clever. Watch him dip the wheel on the curb on entry. He knows the curb, gives it that little bit of push. These guys have been around here so much. So Jack doing some clever stuff there. And Connor, who will be up next, his younger brother, both those guys went to the final of Drift Masters in Finland a couple of weeks ago at the top level. So imagine two brothers in the final of Drift Masters, and then they come here in two borrowed cars.
I'd like to see them compete against each other in the borrowed cars.
Oh, yeah, I'll tell you one thing. I wouldn't like to be the two guys that own those cars if they go up against each other. That's for sure.
I saw how they treated their cars in Poland, and
I would walk away.
Nice.
Yeah, but they're here having some fun this weekend. All smiles. Said it's just a fun event. It's nice to, they said, mix it up with some new personalities and have a good time and not be so focused on winning all the time. They said that's what they're always focused on, but here he said they've been laughing in the car, and they don't even have spotters radios in the cars. They said, so there you go. We got our scores dropping in for Jack Shannon.
He's on the other side.
There he is, 93 for Jack Shanahan.
That was 93. A more dialed run than I expected.
So we have Dwayne McKeever, Jack Shanahan, and Darren McNamara in the top three. And that's expected here in Mondello Park, considering this is their home track and they know all about it. So it's not surprising to see that. But there's some big names creeping up, and we got second runs to go, so we'll leave it at that. We got Connor Shanahan up on the start line, ready to take to his first run.
And shout out to that RB. It's 500 horsepower, and it made it through the lap.
Well, you know what? People have umbrellas here, and we thought it would be for rocker arms, just firing from all the SR20s, but it turns out they're all doing pretty good so far. Connor Shanahan, he's in this purple S14. He's all smiles on the start line.
That one is an SR20.
This is an SR20, so could we see an SR20 get into the podium tomorrow? That would be incredible, right? So SR20 powered car, as he comes off the line, he says it's got about 400 horsepower. He says he has to drive, and I'm not going to say the word he used out of it.
Big angle around the front of that. Little bit of a correction as he comes around the outside zone. Getting deep into that. Nice and committed. Not a lot of handbrake, not a lot of corrections as he's coming through. He was looking dialed in practice, and nothing has changed outside of this run. He's putting on a clinic, putting the car exactly where it needs to be, riding that edge. and finishes off very strong. I think the Shanahans are going to have a pretty strong showing here.
Yeah, well, I think if you look at the Irish drivers, and we still have one big one to go in a very new car, which is an unknown entity, you've got
The tiny window with the hand out, the tiny window.
It's a real Irish thing. We like those tiny windows. Rally cars have them, and all we have is rally cars. So
Yeah,
we
don't have
rally car
that.
windows because rallying is the biggest motorsport in Ireland. Drifting
It's
being
the
a close
coolest
second.
motorsport outside of drifting.
Yeah, rallying and drifting, that's all the motorsport you need in
That's the
Ireland.
only ones that matter.
And we have Conor Shannon ripping through the course. And I'll tell you one thing about it. These guys are pushing these cars quite hard for what they're set up for. These are kind of more Pro-Am level cars.
And this
But
is less horsepower than the one his brother's driving. So he
Yes.
only has 400 horsepower. Out of an SR, though, that's
a lot of horsepower out of
it.
it. It's good horsepower out of an SR. It's bad out of anything else that has more cylinders. But you know what? He's having a good time, and he's having a good run. Very,
He
very
did.
clinic around it.
I'm
Again,
excited to
as
see
you
the
said,
score.
Could have improved the entry a tiny bit, but other than that, it was pretty smooth. And Conor Shanahan, Jack Shannon, Dwayne McKeever, all in borrowed cars, but on their home track. So they've got that little bit of an
This is
advantage,
different.
but it's a little bit different. If they were in their own cars, I'm pretty sure
This would be this. I don't think it'd be as fun. I
it
think
wouldn't be as fun, and that's the whole point. It's about having a good time. This isn't always about being super serious and judge this and judge that and grip
But
this
then
and
it
grip
also
that.
goes
It's
to
good.
show that champions can do it same too.
Oh, we have a score. So there we have it. Judges have their scores in the exact same score as Jack Shannon, a 93. So Conor and Jack both scoring a 93 even in their first runs. We now have the man all the way from the US. It is Hurt. He's in our Drift Games Verosa. This car had 400, now has 520 horsepower and sounds
Holy
like
smokes.
shotguns.
It
And
does.
he said he's having an absolute blast this weekend in this thing.
Nice big chuck from Hurt as he comes down the hill. That big bodied car in that signature orange color that you guys so precariously laid onto the car. You're like, Hurt, if you're going to drive a car, it's got to be that orange.
He's doing a good job
He
so
is,
far. It's a big
popping
car.
and banging.
Wow.
That's the best run I've seen him do. He is stoked. He's doing it for you guys, the people out there. He was worried about how grippy the car was. I'm assuming he put some PSI in the tires.
He did. It's a heavy car because this is actually a four-door drift car.
And you know he's pumped because he just did that.
Yeah. So it's a four-door drift car with two rear seats that are full harnessed in. It's got three A-bar, B-bar, C-bar rollovers. So it's a heavy car, but we put another big turbo on it, and we pushed a lot of power through it, and it definitely
'Cause
sounds
that's
like
what
it
Hurt
now.
needs, and a really strong rev limiter.
And he's been smiling all weekend, and he's just said, I'm just enjoying the occasion, enjoying the people, and he said, I'm also enjoying the drifting, and the noise of that thing around here in Mondello Park is wild.
It does. It sounds about the closest you're going to get to gunshots here.
Yeah, we don't have many here, but now we have one. That's
It's just Hurt.
some crows have been scared off a field nearby, just like, oh, it's happening, it's happening. So we have Hurt getting a lap in the Verosa.
Definitely his best lap.
My favorite thing yesterday was we had Larry Chen was in the back of the car taking photos yesterday of Hurt driving the car, strapped into the back seat of the car because it's got the four
That's
buckets
the
and
advantage
harnesses.
to the four doors. And if this was a ride-along event, he'd be getting four people.
Yeah.
Or
And Hurt
three
said
plus
his
him.
color is very rare, so the only person that knows it is his painter and now a painter in Ireland. So he may have to kill the painter in Ireland.
Yes, that's going to have to happen.
A 74 on the board for
Not
Hurt.
bad.
A big score
Good
for
job,
a
Hurt.
guy that's driving a car again, borrowed new track. That's pretty.
He
pretty
was
solid.
really worried because look who's after him.
Yes, we got two big names left in this first half of qualifying, and the first is in probably the loudest drift car.
Known to man now.
Oh, so before we get to these two runs on the start line, I'm going to go and down to Adam Ivel in the pits. I want to see what's going on in the pits because we're all sitting on the
check
track.
in.
Let's check in with Adam. Adam, what's going on down there?
With an iPhone, innit? We're good, yeah? So I'm here with Jack Shanahan. Now, just before you went out for your run, I saw absolute chaos in your pits. You went out, come back in, everything was going crazy, and then you went out and played down a 93-point run. What was going on, and then how did it feel, man?
Yeah, so we had a bit of a fueling issue. So basically, the car was running too lean. That's why I went out to the back track just to have a quick look to see what it was like. Just came in, added some fuel because we had a bit of a stupid misfire all morning, and we only done 2 laps of practice today. So it's like the 3rd lap this morning. So 93, happy with that. Obviously, having the road tyres makes it a bit easier to drive. The car kind of floats around, so you can kind of put it where you want to. So happy with that. At least we got to run the board. A few adjustments now in run 2. Hopefully we can go a bit more, but happy with that.
93-point run in 3 laps. Jack Shanahan, you are amazing, my friend. Congratulations, and have fun out there, dude. Back to the boys in the tower.
Well, thanks, Adam. Well, we don't know if 93 is last place because we've got the whole second half of qualifying to go. So it's early days, but we have some 90s on the board, and we got some huge drivers about to take to the track. One of them is, and both of them are driving cars they've never driven before. they've driven, well, James Dean is in a 4-rotor NA car they've built in probably 3 weeks in this RX-7, and this car, he said, is the car he wanted to build since he was a kid. When he used to, the Gran Turismo, the 787B, the old school Le Mans car, he used to leave the car idle just in the game because he loved it so much. Now he has the engine in his RX-7, and this is the first run for James Dean in his car.
This is now 2 events where we've had a 4-rotor car competing, which is a rare thing. Just, oh my God, the sound of that thing is just
ridiculous.
It's amazing. I just want to soak it all in as he comes by. A little bit of a choke up there, but still making it happen. Oh. What a ridiculous noise. What a ridiculously beautiful noise that is.
4-rotor, wide-body RX-7, aero discs. This thing is just everything,
Stylish
everything
and
you want it to be.
profilish.
This is probably his. Wow. Well, there was no point talking over that.
Yeah, can't breathe, can't see, can't hear.
Can't see the track, can't hear. Are you still here, Dan? Dan?
Can't hear anything.
Shout if you can see me. Wow, that is that
I
car.
think the crowd liked that just a little bit.
So just to let you guys know, that car is now revving to almost 11,000 RPM. 11,000 RPM in that car.
Insane.
Ridiculous.
What a cool car. What a debut.
I think they heard that on the other side of the country because that was definitely pretty loud. So James Dean putting in a run, a little bit of a choke up as you said, but he said he's only done 4 or 5 laps in this car, and it's very different than anything else he drives. So to even just come out here in a car, they bolted together last night to do a run. He still did pretty good.
Yeah, it's cool to see him in interesting chassis. He's in a Mustang in the United States now, which is totally uncharacteristic. He drives a completely different one at the Drift Masters series. And he's brought his other car here just in case this one didn't work out.
Yeah, so he just scored a 74. As you said, the choke up just costing him some scores from the judges. He also deafened them, so they knocked him 2 points for that. Not really, but you know.
That's the best way. If I was going to go deaf, that's the way to do it.
So here we have it. Dwayne McKeever topping it with 96, Connor Shannon 93, Jack Shannon 93, and you can see the scores on your screen right now. Remember, everybody gets a score. Everybody qualifies. It's not the end of the world. So we've got 2 guys who haven't put in a run yet, but we'll get back to that in the second half of qualifying. And we've 1 driver left to go in the first half of qualifying. You might know who he is. It is Mr. Adam LZ. And Adam LZ driving an AE86 this weekend.
What motor's in that car?
A 1JZ.
So
it's a Toyota with a Toyota, but not the one you would expect.
No.
A lot of people with Beans engines, SR20s, but it's got a 6-cylinder in there.
Motor for the front of that car.
It is, and he's been driving it really well. We tested the car a couple of weeks back, but we didn't know how it would perform. He said he's loving it. He's making some changes. He's improving it. They just put a carbon fiber dashboard in this last night, and he fires into that first corner. Perfect on the line so far is Adam LZ in this Corolla as he takes it wide out to the edge of the track. And this is a car that can push so fast around this track because it's got so little weight, but he's almost over-rotated the car, went in a little too fast into the corner and had to kind of steer or hammer his way out of a mistake.
He definitely found the limiter for a little bit there. He got choked up and then had to basically do a rolling burnout to stay technically maybe in drift. I don't know if they're going to...
Yeah, we'll see what the judges say, but it looked to me like he was pushing it so hard in practice, maybe trying to find the limits of that car. He went a little too hot into that second corner, but he's got a second run left to go.
The beginning half looked fantastic.
Yeah, he was on it. I think he was trying to go for that 99-point run. He was so comfortable in the car that was definitely not a safe or tentative run for Adam LZ.
No, he was putting it all out there.
But
run one.
But on run 1, that's usually the safe run.
Yeah,
that
put it in the books,
not
then do run 2.
Exactly. So that is the first half of qualifying in the
Look
books.
how fast that thing is.
It's on 15-inch wheels, everybody. 15-inch street radios. So it's 205, the same tires you'd find probably on the back of a trailer at this stage, on the back of this car, and he is making it work. That thing just hooks up and goes, but he has a little bit of an error on the main corner, but I'm sure he'll sort that out.
Good-looking car, too.
It looks good.
Old school JDM deliciousness.
Yes. And of course, that's the thing. You can put 15-inch wheels and have fun here this weekend, and it wouldn't work anywhere else.
18s to 15s, I think that is the way, as they say.
So, let's see what we got in our scoreboard after the first half of qualifying. LZ was our last driver to go. And then we're going to go into the second half where it's really do or die to see where we end up for these top 13 steps. Remember, they're the ones that get you straight into the main event. And if you don't, you got to battle it out later here today. So that's we're going to have 2 top 16s this weekend. But right now, Dwayne McKeever sitting right at the top of things. And then you can see everybody outside that top 13 is going to be thinking, I got to do some work here. But everyone gets a battle. Everybody gets to do some runs. That's how it works.
Jimmy Oaks riding that bubble.
Well, Jimmy Oakes has just out-qualified James Dean. He's going to use that out of context, I think, somewhere else, and just say, "Oh, I've out-qualified James Dean."
Hey, remember that one time?
Remember that one time halfway through qualifying, I was ahead of you. So the games are being played. That's for sure. But a lot of Irish drivers, you can see right up the top there, and they're the guys. And in fact, it looks like the guys who have the experience of the track definitely putting in the higher score.
You can definitely tell. If you got some laps here, you're doing the right things. It's nice to see the local guys getting way up there in the points as well.
So while we have him, he's done a lap. And now he's back in the pits. It is James Dean. He is down in the pits with Adam Ivel. Adam, how's James feeling?
Yeah, for sure. I'll see if I can grab him as well.
Adam, are you there? Can you hear us in the pits?
I'm here at James Dean's pits. He's just came in from the debut run in his 4-rotor RX-7. But I might see if I can grab him for an interview, but it looks like it's absolute chaos happening in here. I don't know if you want to have a quick look. I'll quickly see if we can grab him. We're live already, James, so sorry, dude. I saw absolute chaos happening, but you've definitely bought the best sounding car I've ever heard in my entire life.
We didn't buy it.
No, I meant brought to the event, not those. But we were absolutely music to my ears, but I know I've been keeping up with your videos. You've been saying this is one of your dream builds. How does it feel to finally have it out on Mondello Park of all places?
It's absolutely unbelievable, and we've worked so hard, all my team, all my family and friends, to make this event happen, like day and night all week. None of us are after sleep, but it's so worth it just hearing it.
Yeah.
That was my first time driving the car in the dry, and we broke a steering rack mount.
Oh no!
It broke it, so I was coming up the straight doing this with the wheel, and the car, I thought a wheel was going to fall off or something, but one of the steering rack mounts broke. So we're going to fix this. It's probably going to take a while. Probably do our second run in the S14.9. But my God, to drive this thing, put on a show, the sounds from the inside is incredible, and I'm just so proud that we actually managed to make it happen.
So I've known you for a little while now, James, and I've never seen a smile this big on your face. And I've seen you win events, and I've never seen a smile this big. Thank you, dude.
Thank you very
Good
much.
luck out there in Old
Enjoy.
Faithful.
Enjoy.
And, thank you, man. Back to the boys in the tower.
Thanks, Adam. And great to hear the insight from behind the scenes with Adam Ivel. So I'll tell you what, James Dean, he said he broke his steering rack mount, so he did the whole run essentially with very little steering. So
And then put on a show with no
I feel
steering.
if he took the steering wheel off that car, he'd still have a good shout at getting around. Anyway, we've had a first half of qualifying. It's been very interesting, some interesting machinery. What the first half told us is if you're used to the track and the conditions, it is an advantage, obviously. And then the guys who are in new cars, just getting that little bit of confidence together towards the end, some big runs coming in, and some guys waiting to see if they can get better runs later in the competition. Well, before we get to the second half of qualifying, and it's going to be the do-or-die runs to see who gets into today's last chance top 16 or into the main event tomorrow, we're going to have a little word from our sponsors, and we'll be back shortly with Dan and I talking you through all the rest of the runs in qualifying.
Drip Eliante, pulling up, feeling like Harry Belafonte. Look at my racks, feel like Serena went hit from the back. Swing, pull like Jim, waves on swim, Anorak Tims with the tech.
Hey guys, Jeff Jones here.
I'm Dylan Hughes.
I'm Travis Reeder.
I'm Ken Gushin.
I'm Matt Field. I drive Link.
They are the most reliable ECU around, and they always deliver. Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it.
Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want. They stand behind their products and support their customers. They're always innovating and delivering great new products and performance features. I drive Link.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
So we are back in Mondello Park. We've just had a word from our sponsors, and we're back for the second half of qualifying, Dan. It's been an interesting one because we've had very few zeros, and the only zeros we have are the people that didn't actually make it to the start line. So tough to score when you don't do any drifting. But what I love about it is that we've had some drivers that we thought would struggle a lot get some great scores.
Absolutely.
And then we saw some guys that were doing really well in practice struggle because it's now got really dry. So it looks to me like we're starting the second half of qualifying with a pretty much dry track. That's going to build confidence across all the drivers. And our first driver to go will be Chris Brady. Now, he had a great first score. It was an 82. He'll be trying to improve from there. So from my perspective right now, I think this is going to be a big one. He's got very little to lose here.
Yeah, he's sitting way up there. He really would need everybody to run a much higher score to get knocked out, and that's not going to happen today. He is not going to let that happen, as the Lucky Day R chassis, which is another car that we never get to see drift in the United States. You don't see R chassis doing this in the U.S. As he rounds it out. Dipping a tire outside of that zone. Don't know if it's going to be better than his last score, but it is a treat to see that car drive on this track.
Yeah, it has a lot of horsepower. It has a lot of power. And Chris, a bit of a showman, trying to put a little bit of a smoke show on for the fans. And that is a lot of RB being abused out on that track. Very, very fun to watch.
It's worrying me a little bit right now.
That's a big run. It was fast. It was fluid. He got the zones. Is it better than an 82 on his first run? That's what we're going to find out.
I think it was similar.
Similar.
Had a little more enthusiasm. I feel he was giving it what he could.
Well, I'll tell you one thing from my perspective right now. A lot of these guys with the dry conditions are getting that confidence boost to go out there and push a little harder. You can see the speed starting to pick up as they go into that second corner.
And I hope they made some adjustments. I hope a lot of the guys that thought it might have been wet are airing down. They're getting a little bit more grip. They're going to come down the hill faster. They're going to be getting into the zones more confidently, which is exactly what the judges want to see, and it puts on a better show for everybody.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, a lot of these Irish guys especially, they want to be the guys that are out there, putting on what I would consider to be, they've done so many laps. They want to show that they're capable of.
Oh, they're capable. They are absolute weapons right now. You guys have some drivers. And I am very impressed by the
So we're waiting for the second score from Chris Brady to come in. And it looks like it's going to be a 94 from Chris Brady. A 94 from Chris Brady on his second run. Wow, big score. Which will put him, I would imagine, almost down to top of qualifying, I would say.
Yeah, he's
second
doing
position.
things.
Wow. So 94 from Chris Brady. What a run. Connor Falvey's on the start line. He had he had a 91 in his first run, so he's going to try and move up the order here. This is going to be a real aggressive run, I can guarantee you that.
And it absolutely is so far. He is putting the pedal to the metal as he comes out, just a smoke wall across that entire front straight as he rounds out through this outer zone. He is absolutely making that car work. What a good sounding car as well, man. I love hearing turbo noises, and I love Jay-Z's, and that is an absolute banger of a run right there.
That is another big run from an Irish driver.
Man, these guys are stepping up.
Yeah, coming in fast. The sketchy, kind of wet and dry that we're seeing at the start of the qualifying session now kind of passing away, and people are going, I'm going to go full tilt into that first corner. Especially when you had 91 on the board from your first run, you can do anything you want in the second.
You can.
I think he even was a little bit clever about just trying to tidy up some of the areas he made mistakes on before. So Connor Falvey, as I reminded you guys, 15 years of age, driving a 700 horsepower 2JZ car.
I don't know. Can he even see over the wheel?
He's pretty. He's pretty tall.
Is he?
There's some guys out there in the 30s now that they're having more trouble this weekend, I think. So Connor Falvey, not one of them. They have to change this. He's so young, and he's true to his teens. So they're changing the seating position every event. Probably he's just getting further away from the steering wheel all the time.
I had another growth spurt, guys. We got to change the cage. We got to change everything.
For the last 3 weeks, we're going to have to redo the cage. So Connor did a great job there, and the whole family, the Falvey family, they've got a bunch of them down in a big truck, and they come down, they bring 2 cars down, they have a good time.
Okay.
They're giving sandwiches to everybody in the pits. They're a real family
wow.
vibe. And father and son team, and this weekend, Connor Falvey representing both, because Tomas not driving and Jason Farron driving his car. So scores dropping in.
I want to see this score. Can he improve on a 91? I think that he can.
Wow, and 94.67 for Connor Falvey, 15 years of age, gets a 94.
So
It's
far,
getting serious.
2 for 2 on guys that have improved their scores already.
Absolutely, and a 77 from the last run for Sebastian Fonten from Holland in this 2JZ E36. Can he move up?
Big entry and right where the front tires needed to be, going across those dotted lines. Full throttle, full commitment all the way into the outer zone. Little bit of an e-brake check there, but not as bad as some of the other guys have been doing. Absolute style king. Watching him drive has been a pleasure. He tapped that wall earlier and blew his taillight up. Didn't do it that time, but he was very, very close to where he needed to be. And again, these cars, insanely loud, popping and banging. I can't hear myself think.
And you know what I love about this is that the judges applauding Sebastian Fonten and applauding all 3 runs in a row now. So we've had 2 in the 90s.
This is nuts. This doesn't I mean, you can usually do a little bit better, but the difference that and I think it has to do with, like you said, the confidence now in the dry. They're like, okay, we're gripping up.
So our
we're
first
doing
run
this.
was a 94, our second run was a 94 of the first 2 runs of the second half of qualifying. What does the third run do? Sebastian Fonten had a 77. Will he improve from that point on?
They're not making this easy on the judges. I don't envy them right now.
Standing ovation on that one, so I expect a big score coming in here. That was as stylish and as aggressive as you can probably do that track. It's a 96 from Sebastian Fonten, and 96 in Mondello Park.
The scores just keep if this trend continues,
we're going to be at 172 by the end of qualifying. So Dwayne McKeever still in first position, 0.2 off him is Sebastian Fonten, 94, 94, and 96 in progression. Dan Moorhead, no pressure, buddy, on the start line. He didn't even know he was driving this morning. He was thrown into the competition, and now here he is going, well, that's going to be tough to follow. He's going to try it. It's Dan Moorhead from about an hour down the road, V8 LS3 S14 from Moorhead Motors. And let's see how he gets on this second run. His big entry going the other side of the... Oh, he's got way off the track.
Tires, doing a little bit of off-roading there. Looking like a 4x4 as he bounces his way back onto the track. He's actually putting the run together pretty well after that. A little bit rough on that entry, but stringing it all together here. As a last-minute competitor, that's a tough thing to do, to just throw yourself to the wolves like that. So good on him for getting out there and doing it for the people. Don't think that that's going to be an improvement on his
But you know what happens when you start seeing the 90s going down? You start trying to do the big, big dog entries, and he
did.
If he had nailed it, great, but he drops the wheel off the track, and what that does is it puts you on the wrong line from the first corner, and it's tough to recover from there. I'm just going to put a little show on for the fan. We're going to get the cloud cam going again, I believe. I love the cloud cam.
It's crazy. When guys are doing the big smoky burnouts right there, the smoke kind of turns yellow a little bit. There's got to be something in the track surface or something in the tires.
Dan, don't bring it up, okay? Just don't we not mention it?
Maybe it's just the cancer. I don't know.
Look, Dan, we don't know what it is, but we just don't want to talk about it. We're live on air. All we know is Dan Moorhead made some clouds. That was fine. The cloud cam came on.
Don't know where it
came
from.
It was all good. So the best thing I love about these runs is that you get the amateur Irish guys in with the pro level Drift Masters guys, with the content creators, with people. It's just such a mix, and you never know what's going to happen next. Which in some competitions it can be a little bit more predictable than that. So
Usually it is.
Yeah, mid-60s for Dan Moorhead there on that run. That entry, just dropping the wheel off the track, throwing him off those first 2
quite
zones.
a few times. It was just bouncing along there.
You know what? He was holding on for a little while there.
At least he stayed on the track. If you would have hooked the wheel, he could have went careening the other direction. So he did a good job of keeping it on the track.
I have seen many guys go that deep and end up going left on that corner instead of right. And so
I was waiting for that to happen, and I'm glad it did.
So here you have a look at the scores at the moment. How many are in the 90s? It's like 8 people in the 90s already. Well, nearly 7 drivers in the 90s, and all of them Irish except for a Dutchman stuck in second place. So interesting.
Oh boy.
But again, second runs to go. It doesn't matter. There's a lot left to play for here. And Danny Neville not completing a run, Tessa not completing a run, and we have, of course, Nate Hamilton not completing a run yet.
That's right. We do need to see little Tex come out here. He's the last round's winner. He got a lot riding on his shoulders.
He does. Now remember, everybody qualifies, but it's just where you qualify. And the top 13 places looking pretty stacked now with those 90s going in.
And as far as we know right now, they're still winning skateboard decks.
Oh, right now, skateboard decks.
Skateboard decks.
With no wheels, by the way. Which
you don't even get
my mom
trucks.
said they don't even get wheels on
Just
those skateboard
decks.
Well, where are they going on?
So if you ever see one of these on eBay, you know they're very rare.
You get the deuce. Here we go. We got the next off. Archie Hammer is our next driver on the start line in this SR20 powered Datsun. He said it's terrifying to drive.
It looks terrifying to drive.
He said that
he's looking a little more confident on this run for sure.
Representing Auto Finesse, they built this car over a couple of weeks for a demo display, just as a fun car to build. Not a competition car, not a competitive drift car. And having some issues on the gear change there, I think, or
I don't know if a gearbox went, or if he lost a gear, or if he lost an axle.
It could be an SR gearbox, and they are notoriously reliable.
Yeah, they're not God's transmission.
They are not. God will claim the engine, but not the transmission on an SR. That's for a fact. He was like, someone else did that when I was away.
That was day 16.
Yeah, I shouldn't have subcontracted the gearbox when I was making God's engine. God did the fine job. Everyone else messed up. So an SR gearbox broke on this is shocking developments here.
Did not see it coming.
Did not see it coming. But this car again was supposed to come out and do some donuts tomorrow, and I'm sure it still will. But we have plenty of SR gearboxes in Ireland, so that will still happen. But he's going to try and get one by a competition later today. But Archie Hammer doing a great job. I love the fact that the rear boot lid pneumatically opens when it gets warm.
That's
to
insane.
let more air into the radiators. What a clever idea. The car got stuck in gear, so gearbox issues aren't. I mean, it's an easy predicting one. It's either an SR rockers go or the gearbox is gone. That's like the two things. Right? We'll move on to the full carbon Kevlar 3-rotor RX-7 turbocharged 3-rotor,
which is why it doesn't sound as loud as
James Dean's.
Yes,
because it's turboed. So we got 7 rotors on the grid this weekend. We got Axel Hildebrand coming into that first corner. A little tentative, but he's got a good line here.
And he's absolutely blasting through. That is a fast car. How much power does that thing make? Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, that thing's making 800 horsepower, which is a ridiculous amount even for a V8 Corvette to be making, let alone coming out of 3 spinning triangles.
He also has about probably 2,000 RPM of a window where it makes 800 and then it makes very little. So this
none of it, all of it.
And you'd have more torque in a diesel Volkswagen Golf. It sounds amazing. The flames
the Brat Lord cometh.
The flames out the side of the fender. It's just a beautiful car. I love the livery. This is new for this event.
I mean, if you're going to build a rotary car like that, you might as well put the exhaust where you're always going to hear it.
Oh, I mean, you don't build rotaries for anything other than the sound, really. I think that's kind of part of the deal, right? So you want to hear lots of it. So Axel did a good job, better than his first run, in my opinion. He struggled a little bit with over-rotation in his first run. That looked much
that was much more committed, much faster, much more smoke, much better throttle control, because I know that's what Chelsea's looking for.
Oh yeah, lots of throttle control and lots of smoke and lots of angle, obviously, as well. And you want to keep that line, though. The line is so important, and the reason we do qualifying and they run this lead line is to make sure that the chase isn't good when we get to the battles later. So a 79, I think, for Axel there.
So he did improve his score quite a bit.
He did, but he had a half spin on the first one. He was starting low, but now he's 79. That's, getting close to 80 on a car that you've never really tested on the competition layout before. You would take that. You would take that all day.
Yeah. He's happy. I'm sure he's happy with that run. It's nice as a driver when you get a better score. When you get the same score and you're like, I tried everything I could to make this happen, and I couldn't do it. That's frustrating.
It's the same as it was. So we now move on to Steve Bagsy Biagio. Now, he put in a big first run. He got an 86. He's after watching a couple of boys turn into the 90s there. He's not going to be impressive.
Drop some PSI. Let's see what this boy can do.
Let's drop some PSI and send it on over the hill, bud, and see what happens. This is going to be a big one, I think.
And Bagsy, always an exciting driver to watch. I never got to see him until Poland, and now getting to see him on this track in that car is an absolute treat. Awesome to see these big-time drivers that normally don't do stuff like this out here, banging gears with literal amateurs going all the way up to other professionals. This is something special right now. And again, making whiteout conditions at Mondello Park. The amount of smoke that some of these cars are putting out is absolutely insane.
We had enough clouds to begin with. We didn't need any more. And now, well, maybe
no wonder it rains in Ireland all the time. It's because of you guys.
This is the problem. But if we can keep the clouds white and not grey, I'm happy with that. That's good for us. Bagsy, a couple of revs to the crowd there.
Absolutely. There it was. He got the bird.
Absolutely sending it in front of the grandstand. And the cloud cam can't even keep up with this one.
Cloud cam.
Cloud cam. Someone called for the cloud cam. So Banksy doing an unbelievable job there. And that was a very aggressive run. He put it all out there on the line, and he's a very aggressive driver. And of course, Banksy spends a lot of his time doing displays, doing demos for Monster Energy. And the reason he's so good at igniting the crowd, he knows what a good drift run looks like from the outside while he's on the inside. He knows
which is a tough thing to do.
Yeah, he knows big angle, big smoke, lots of revs, keep everybody pumped on it. And he knows the judges will naturally want to see that. And drifting always started as we think now so technically about the sport, but it started as kind of a stupid thing to do in a car that looked cool to do. So the cool factor can sometimes be lost with all of the technicality, all of this kind of stuff. And now you're going, I just want to see a car blow the tires off, be loud, be wild.
Exactly what's happening.
And that's what's happening here. It's all about cool cars doing cool things, and cool and nice to plot, aesthetically pleasing.
Very aesthetic.
Is what we want.
Cars too. Some of these guys, as you said,
it's going to be a big one down on here. The judges with some big smiles over there. And 93 for Steve Banksy Biagioni. Another 90 on the board. 93. And my God, did we just see a little bit of sunshine in Mondello Park?
I saw that.
It might be the only bit we see all weekend, but I'll take it.
Yeah, we're getting it. It was supposed. I looked at the weather, and I just came from New Mexico, so it's 102 degrees right now.
Pretty obvious.
I don't know what that means in metric.
It would probably be like 45. So here we go. It is Eric O'Sullivan, Club Loose representing in the Solstice. Again, it hasn't competed in 10 years. What ex-Formula D driver, European and Irish champion. Retired, came back for the event.
Looks like a Miata.
It does, but it's got a weird front on it, and it's kind of I like it. It's unusual. This has got a...
but it's friendly. And I think it's more friendly than a Miata.
It is.
A little bit of a struggle coming. Dipped the tire, shot some rocks at some people. Not the run that he wanted to see, but...
He's running probably one of the lowest horsepower cars on the grid, I think.
Yeah, says 400.
He said 400 would be a good day.
Oh.
But he said today it might be a
with
little
a
less.
tailwind.
Yeah, with a little tailwind and downhill. Might be 400. So it's about somewhere 350, 400s in the Solstice. It's turbo engine, which sounds unusual for me from an American car to have a turbo engine.
Yeah.
For us Europeans, you go, I don't know what this is. Oh, it's an American car. Well, you expect the V8 rumble, but you get this pop and bang. You're like, oh, that's interesting.
Don't know what that is.
And I'm pretty sure those people on the grid up there, Irish drivers, go, I don't even know what that is.
We're sending this thing.
Yeah.
Whatever
There is a small black car on the line. I think it's a drift car, but it's so cool. And it's something different, which again, how many of these do you see in competition anymore? Never, right?
They were a thing.
They were a thing for a while.
Turk drove one.
Darren McNamara drove one.
Yep.
And then they just kind of disappeared. Because let's be honest.
You don't even see them on the road in the U.S. anymore.
Because I know Adam LZ's mom drives one, and that's not a good thing in terms of the culture. If your mom's driving a car, it's probably a little too sensible for... So a 72 for Eric O'Sullivan there.
He did improve his score a little bit.
He did improve his score. Everyone's creeping up a little bit. I think these conditions now are a little bit more predictable for these guys. They've got full dry conditions. I like that. I think that's going to make us see some of the best driving, and that we always want to see the smoke, right? That's what it's all about. You want to see some smoke. And Danny Neville didn't make a whole lot of smoke. He's on the line at
He had a big problem, right?
At the end of the first run, his car broke down. So will he get a clean lap of the track in this 900 horsepower RTR Mustang 5-liter Coyote Boss engine with doing it for Vaughn? And,
in Vaughn's car.
Yeah, in Vaughn's car from 2010, I think.
That's crazy.
It is a long 2010 or 12, can't remember. So here we are. He fires in that first corner. Yeah, it looks like he's a little overgeared for that corner, but he's making it work on the left foot brake.
Yeah, that was a lot of left foot braking coming through that.
Yeah, he might be struggling a little bit here just to try and get a lap on the board, but can he get it done? Of course, they have a little bit of a break between.
Here, the clutch kick.
Yeah,
so it's not doing anything.
It's dying on power big time here. He just has to
I bet he
kick
lost the belt again.
I think that sounds to me like their car has absolutely no power. It is just falling over the finish line right now.
That's a lot of grip.
Yeah.
When you're losing your belts. And
I think that is the supercharger leaving the chat and saying
exited the building.
Yeah, exited. I'm sorry, Danny. I'm just going to leave for a bit. So yeah, unfortunately for Danny Neville, that car does make it around the track, but not in the way he would have intended, and definitely not making 900 horsepower. So they'll go back into the pits, have a little look at it, how they can fix that. Supercharger belt may have snapped. They maybe. So 43 on the board, you can see it. He barely got across the line on some angle there.
He was way inside right there. I'm glad he got a lap in, though.
He did get it. 2 zeros is not what you want, especially when you traveled all the way from Dubai.
Is that where he's from?
Yeah, he's from Dubai. He's a DJ in Dubai. DJ, although he's actually was supporting DJ Snake on tour all across Europe. And one of the stops in Europe.
He just likes drifting.
Loves drifting. He's been competing in drifting for probably 8-9 years now.
No kidding.
Yeah, drives a 180 SX. He replaced this car in the UAE with a 180 with an LS in it. And I bought this from Danny, and it came all the way to Ireland. I competed in it. I sold it to a raffle company, and the raffle company gave it to a guy. And that guy, it was bought from him by Danny Neville, who originally owned the car, to do this event and then ship back to the Middle East. So the car has done a full circle from America to the Middle East to Ireland and back to the Middle East. Incredible.
That is insane.
So Tessa Whittock not making it to the line. Clutch issues on her R33 Skyline, which is not great to see. And remember, all these drivers qualify. You just don't want to be right down the order. That's where Tessa will sit. And then we have got Martin Richards in the R32. So he had a cracker of a first score, if I remember correctly. It was an 80 dead. So another guy just wants to get up into the 90s. Here we go.
Yeah, let's see him do it. He has every opportunity now with a big, gigantic flick right to almost 90 degrees of angle. Full commitment coming all the way through. That is a gorgeous car as well. These, like I said, some of these guys could be in the car show. And they're out here putting this thing against walls, which he already did. Scraped up the back of his beautiful looking R32 as he's popping and banging around this last outer zone. Bringing it home.
There is also not much more out there than runs like that. That is as on the edge as you can be.
That was beautiful.
Martin Richards absolutely.
Look at him crab walking.
He actually set the track on fire. There was that much. Wow, did you see that?
I did.
The track went on fire.
It did.
The rubber on the track igniting because he put in such a ridiculous third gear burnout. That's what it's all about for the folks here at Mondello Park. And we hope you guys are enjoying it here in attendance in all of our grandstands. Martin Richards throwing a beautiful car, absolute 90 degrees, over a blind hill at 75 miles an hour for your entertainment in an event that you win a skateboard deck. This is the reality of the LZ World Tour. I just love it. I love the fact that it doesn't need to make sense. People are asking me about this event all the time, like, does it make sense? Doesn't have to make sense. It's cool stuff. Just
good
sit there,
thing.
turn the brain off, and just enjoy nonsense of cars and chassis and people that shouldn't be drifting together doing crazy stuff. And that's what we're seeing from Martin Richards from the UK. Look at this burnout. He sits on the burnout, goes
I want
back.
to see what happens back there.
It goes on fire. I'm telling you, there's a flame going to kick out here. I don't know if you can see. Oh, the clouds block it. From our perspective, it just went on fire. I was like, oh, the car's on fire. But he had left. And I was like, oh, it's still on. Something's still on fire. So it's going to be another big score. A 93.6 for Martin Richards, rewarded by the judges for that hellacious entry.
That was manly.
That
would be the man line.
It was just like, here we go.
Very early,
yeah,
and very 90 degrees.
Absolutely. So we move on to our next driver. Well, a man that he shies away from these moments, doesn't like much noise, very reserved.
Yeah,
quiet guy. You'll never really hear much of his car on the track. It's so quiet. He's 14 silencers on this, I heard. So it's Kevin Quinn. And yeah, look at this. Just a very reserved Manji from the start line.
What is happening with that?
Absolutely outrageous entry.
As he manjis all the way into the entry. Coming around. Again, he does love that limiter. A little bit less than the last run, I feel like. Not as much. He's just left foot breaking around the track. He's having a good time. We're having a good time. He's making smoking noise. He knows he doesn't necessarily have to do a 100-point run. So he's just out here to make the people happy.
Kevin Quinn, you can give him any judging briefing you want. And he is like Ricky Bobby. He's like, I just want to go fast. Wow.
Tried to get a shift in there. I heard it.
He tried to go to fourth gear in a burnout there. Oh, he'll probably try it again now.
There we go. That's more limiter than I think I've been in my entire drift career. That's 13 years of me doing that.
That is a man that wants to break his own car and can't.
No.
He cannot break that
like,
car.
You know what?
What if I just put it in first and revved it off the limiter and went twice the speed? How would that work? And the car's like, sure, no problem.
I'll do that.
Yeah, whatever you want.
Let's go, bud.
So Kevin Quinn, I don't know how you judge that. There was a lot going on there. There was lots
like
of noise
I said,
and
I think
smoke.
He was just messing around.
Yeah, I think he's just having fun. I think he knows it's automatic qualifying. I think he even said, I'd quite like to do some battles this evening if I could.
Really?
Yeah, he said, I don't want to sit around all evening.
I don't want to sit around all day.
I don't sit around all evening.
Things to be easy.
He said, if I sit around all evening, I get myself in trouble, so I need to be occupied for the evening.
Wow. What a mentality, huh?
I'll tell you what, he doesn't like to be bored. That's for sure. Kevin Quinn. What a man. He's a national treasure.
I like everything about
He ended up in a puddle there at one point in the run. He didn't know where the puddle was because he was in the smoke.
No, he got a little lost.
So a big score for Kevin Quinn coming in. It was a wild run. All entertainment. A 94 for Kevin Quinn.
Really?
94. That was how many times he hit the limiter in each corner. 94. So we move on to our next driver. That is a wild run. No, Judges liking it. Chelsea Nova saying, Chelsea said, I don't want to see anyone off throttle, but he definitely didn't come off it from the start line to the end of the run. We go back to the start line. Here's another crazy car, the Driftworks 86. Phil Morrison about to send this V8 Corolla in over the hill.
Just as early, and he had a big struggle right there in that very same spot. Doing the exact same thing, but coming in quick. Man, that car absolutely rips. These 86s are some of the fastest drifting cars that I think I've ever seen. And it's awesome to see them out here, especially wide body ones with 18s, driven by legends. This is amazing.
It's terrifying to watch that car because every time he throws it, you're like, whoa, whoa. And he's in the car. Oh, look at this for a burnout. I think he's just turned the track backwards.
Tipped it in.
He turned the track into a conveyor belt. He just sent it the other way. Wow.
I think they're going to break the cloud cam. Is what's every now run. It's now cloud cam. Cloud cam.
An aggressive burnout is what we've had there.
That was
Phil Morrison did an amazing. The car looks terrifying to drive. He says it's terrifying.
All of Australia just clapped.
They're like, well done, sir. Well done. The best thing about the Driftworks 86 is that he's been driving this car for probably about 6 or 7 years now, and he's still terrified by it. So there's no progress. It is terrifying. It will always be terrifying. And if sometimes, because he's had some amazing battles in this car against James Dean and stuff like that, if it goes right on the run, it's great. If it goes wrong, it's like, well, we're gone.
Yeah, that's a rocket ship.
So
he's strapped into.
He is just
in the shape of an 86.
Yeah, he's just getting on a horse and just absolutely cracking the whip and saying,
Look
here we go.
Look at the way that the smoke just plumes out after that burn. That thing makes some ponies.
So it's an 84 for Phil Morrison, an 84 on his run. The judge is saying all of the commitment there. He said that the scariness of the run impressed him, that he stayed off the gravel and in the track. So an 84 for Phil Morrison from Driftworks. And he'll, again, look at these top 13. That's what we want to check. We're getting down the order here. Who's still in the top 13? Got Axel hanging on there and Phil Morrison jumping into that top 13.
Yeah, the bubble hasn't moved much, so these guys are just improving their scores.
We have now got 10 drivers in the 90s out of 29 drivers.
That's nuts.
That is crazy. And look at that, James Dean outside the top 13. So, LZ outside the top 13.
He's on page 2. That's not a place he usually ends up.
James Dean never flicks the page to page 2. He's not concerned with page 2. But now he has to, well, again, as he said, first lap in the drive, figuring the car out. That's not easy either for any mere mortal. But he is inhuman and the machine. So he will reprogram for the second run and hopefully he can get it done. We go back to the start line. Jason Farron from Keep It Read, all the way from Australia. I
bet he was pumped on that burnout. I bet he was happy
to enjoy that. Australia was enjoying the burnout. Here we go. He's got to improve his score though. First run was a 60, so let's see what he does on this one. He's getting used to the car. Up over the hill comes Jason Farron from Keep It Read.
I do love seeing these guys entering at a much higher speed now. They're confident. It looks like the run-up is actually dry now, so they're actually able to grab gears all the way through there and enter properly. So now the track becomes easier to link together because you have the entry done right. So he is actually throwing it up against the wall. Dipping a little bit of a tire back there, but that's okay. I do think that was an improvement on his run, but it's not up to me. That's up to our amazing judges.
You know what? It was a very good run, except for clipping point 3. So that's the one the judges are pretty harsh on. Yes. So if you don't get the first 2 clips right, you don't push wide enough. And here comes the big old steamy burnout as well. Everybody's getting involved now, Dan. There you go. So, yeah. The burnout means nothing to the scores, but it means a lot to us and everyone watching.
Means a lot to
Mondello Park appreciates it.
It's for the people.
It's keeping the rain away. It's dispersing the clouds with more clouds.
Yes. The correct kind of clouds.
Fog instead of clouds. That's good.
We'll take it.
So he was good here. Watch, just didn't stay on throttle long enough. Just missed that outer zone. And that is somewhere that in a chase run, it's very hard to chase a driver that's not out that wide. So judges will probably hurt him on that, but the rest of the run was pretty solid to me. Everything looked pretty good.
And I think that's a very important part about what they're doing right now. The judges want to see a 100-point run, obviously.
For sure.
But it also makes it easier in tandem to tandem next to somebody that's putting down a 100-point run as opposed to a 60-point run.
Yes, and again, we want to see good battles. I mean, it's all great watching qualifying, but this is just the warm-up, ladies and gentlemen. This is the formality. Qualifying is all about, it's like an entrance, like it's like a parade saying, here are your drivers.
Yes.
But the battles are when they're head-to-head. That's when you want to watch. That's when drifting happens to be one of the most entertaining sports in the world. And we're going to have some heavy hitters, I think, going down into the bottom of that 29 because. So 79 does improve Jason Farron from Keep It Read. Yeah, a pretty respectable score, almost an 80 there. We move on to Becky Evans, our next driver, who's on the line.
Struggling a little bit.
Struggling a little bit. Had very little practice. She jumped in the car today. It's a brand new setup for her, so she's really up against it here. She said she's using this weekend as a test weekend. So
what a way to do
this is a scary way to test the car for sure.
That's
so
terrifying.
Let's see if Becky Evans gets. Oh, this is a nicer entry from Becky here.
Yeah, on throttle, actually making it happen for the peaches and the blurry font on the side of the car. Stringing a run together, and it's actually not that half bad. So she learned something in between the first run and this run that's obviously working out in her favor.
Yeah, good line into the last outer zone. Becky Evans did a great job in the Peaches S15. Are you sure that livery is blurred, Dan, or have you just had too many Guinness last night?
Yeah, there were Guinnesses had. That was a fantastic run.
Great run.
Night and day from the first run.
For sure, and again, you can see with Becky and with
even she's stoked.
Yeah, Becky and with James, they're learning as they go because they haven't had a whole time to prep these cars. They've had very little testing, and here they are doing a great job. Becky Evans puts a score on the board, and that's what it's all about.
And that car seems like a lot of car. I don't think there's a lot of guys that could just jump into even
No,
that
this
car.
isn't an easy car. It's a gripped-up car. It has a lot of pro, obviously, guidance from.
That's what I was going to say. You don't just get into a James Dean car and drive.
No, they're not set up for a bit of fun.
One does not simply.
James sets them up to be the wins, not to be the fun.
No.
So that's going to be a tough car to drive, and I think that Becky's doing a good job. You can see her she's starting to figure out how to get the throttle down, and I think it looks fantastic. That wing on the back just looks amazing. So I love the car, love how it looks. It's still in one piece, and she's got a score on the board, so we will see her every driver in battle action. Whether it be today or tomorrow, that's the question we're going to answer in the next couple of runs, because top 13, as I remind everyone, go through to the main event automatically tomorrow, and the remaining 16, well, they'll battle it out in a top 16 with a top 3 going through again. So a 69, I think, for Becky Evans, 69.3. So not a bad score, almost in the 70s there. A couple of wobbles, but should be happy with that.
Better than a 0.
Absolutely. Going to Sultan Al-Qasimi, representing the Lunatics by nature. He's on the start line. His teammate, he's knocked over Cole. Nobody cares. It's qualifying. It's fine. So he's in a Corolla that has a V8 and probably all of the aero that any Corolla's ever seen thrown on it, and it's great.
He's got high vis, so you can actually see better. Maybe it's to cut through the smoke. I don't know. Maybe it's a tech.
And how fast are these 86s through here? On 15-inch wheels, they are ripping through the Mondello Park circuit.
It's the sound of this thing. It sounds like a supercharger, but it's not. Again, that's just his transmission, just being noisy and having straight cut gears.
And doing a good job. Good lap from Sultan as he comes across the line. Sultan doing a great job of putting on a smoke show for the fans.
Those fans like that one.
Yeah, the 15-inch tires saying, please no more, sir. I've had quite enough. We are spinning at quite the speed compared to the other tires that are here.
We have all of it. All of the speeds.
So that's really fun to see. I mean, you put all that power in, you go, let's just leave the tire that was originally on the 2016 valve engine in there.
Those 205s. Yes, they are. Thank you.
Wow. So Sultan missing the outer zone.
Look at the smoke just wafting in here now.
Love it. And then it's, but you know what? The car just looks so cool. Like when it goes around the track, it's hard to not be distracted by how it looks, but he does a good line too. Comes up towards the wall here, just hangs the spoiler close to it.
And that wing is huge.
Yep, it is a very large wing on the back of that car. And you know what? It works really well. It came out the box last year as a brand new build, and it worked, and it's working again. And the car has been sitting in between in Ireland for a year.
I was going to say, where is that car?
In Group D down in Cork. So it's sitting there since last year's LZ Festival, ready for this one. Oh, we have a big score coming in from International, and 88.7 for Sultan Al-Qasimi.
Big improvement for him.
88.7. That's a big one. Now, Dean Carney, he wants to get involved in the little party that's going up in the top 13.
And he put down a 90 in that car.
In this, what I would say is quite an interesting spec. Like, it's not overly spec'd. It's a big turbo on a on a 2J, and that's about it. So that is what this car is, and he's doing a great. Look at this for an entry from Dean Carney as he fires into that first corner.
That was committed. That was way different than his first run, so we're happy to see him actually putting down one for the fans as he's kind of dipping some tires on that outer zone, but still a solid run so far. We'll see what the judges have to say about it, because we're not the ones that they need to impress. They need to impress those guys, and they need to impress the fans.
He had a hard hit with the wall on his first run. No such issues this time around. Another big run from Dean Carney, flying in all the way from the west coast of the USA, where he now resides. Representing Hyper NFT, and he's obviously in the Viper. And
it's interesting to see a Formula D judge another Formula D driver, because normally they are not in these positions. They're driving together.
Exactly. So now Chelsea Denofa judging Dean Carney
Chelsea
in Ireland,
has all the power,
which is just a weird thing to say.
It is.
You would just never see these situations happen unless this LZ World Tour existed. This is just weird stuff happening everywhere. So
Again, and that just shows how magical this event
we
is.
had Randy Trong from Eliminate doing Instagram stories for one of the Irish drivers this morning. I was like, this is just a weird crossed universe. It's amazing.
What is even happening? And just the fact that it's worldwide. This is a worldwide drift series.
Exactly.
FIA tried to do it. They couldn't do it.
Didn't have enough Corollas. That was the problem. 88.6
No
for Dean
SRs.
Carney. No, not enough SRs, not enough Corollas. That's why the FIA, when it wasn't as popular. You need to put silly cars in there. That's
Yes,
what gets people
100%.
going. Gets the people going. So next up, we have got shout out to the boys at Night Ride. Couldn't be here this weekend. They're at it, but they did drive this car last year, and this year it's been driven by Chris Rudnick. Racer Miata in a Miata. He said, I've blown up more of these 1.6 Turbo MX-5s than anyone. And Josh's like, good
Here,
to know.
have mine.
You can have mine. Here we go, Chris Rudnick. He's been flying all weekend. Bumper is off the car.
And you know he's smiling every single time he gets behind the wheel. So he's becoming more and more confident with this car and putting it in the places where it's supposed to be. A little bit of an understeer, so I may have spoken too soon.
Yeah, struggling
but
with
I
that.
Guarantee he's still smiling.
Struggling with that downshift, on the right-hand drive car, but doing a good job as he comes up towards the wall. Nice on the second half of the course here is Chris Rudnick. Having a couple of wobbles. You know what? He's been showing glimpses of brilliance in this car all weekend, just not pulling it together in qualifying.
It's hard to string it. When you're learning a new chassis, you can learn the course in bits. It becomes really difficult to put everything together in a very short period of time, which is what most of these drivers have had to do this weekend.
Yeah, and of course, this car is only 310 horsepower, but it's 920 kilos.
So that would be the second lowest horsepower car on the grid.
Yep, but one of the lightest. It's not probably the lightest car here. So, it's not one of those things where I think he's going to learn the car as it goes, but this is going to be an interesting car to chase in battles because it's very nimble and it's deceptive because when you're in qualifying, you guys and we can't see the pace difference between these cars. This was one of the fastest cars around in practice. Strangely, the 15-inch wheels seem to really be working on this momentum layout, and these light cars don't have to decel as much when they come to that second slower corner. So we'll see how that plays out as the whole competition goes forward.
And when you're tandeming with a Miata, it's also half the size of the car you're probably driving.
I once did a Drift Games bash here in Mondello. I was in the Mustang that Danny Neville's driving, and I couldn't see him. Couldn't see him in that Miata. So scores
disappeared.
So a 68 for Chris Rudnick there.
68.
Keeps him. He won't be troubling the top 13, I think. So there you have it. Right now, it looks like Luke Fink on the drop zone right now in his 86, and James Dean outside there. He Hertz outside there. Rudnick's out there. Grant Anderson and LZ outside the top 13 right now. And a lot of the drivers in the top 13 are drivers that have previously competed on this circuit. So that does make sense, right? But then we see, when LZ goes to Englishtown, he's had a little bit of seat time there. It does make all the difference.
It does, 110%.
Dwayne McKeever, well, he doesn't have to worry about anything. I think he still sits first in qualifying. So I don't know what this is going to be because he's already in the top 13. 2 points. Our track manager just looked worried there. He's like, yeah, he's going to go big here. So let's see what Dwayne McKeever does. Fires into that first corner. Enters pretty late on the money when it comes to the line here. Oh, very wide for Dwayne McKeever. Pushing a little too wide.
Got into the sand just a little bit there. Not what the judges are going to want to see, but still an exciting run nonetheless. When you're puckering up and you're like, oh, he's going to... Those are fun runs to watch. Especially for the crowd that aren't nitpicking the little things about the runs.
It just absolutely shreds the tires, this car, as he takes it back around. Dwayne McKeever with another big run there. And I'll tell you one thing, he's been putting in some very impressive runs in a car that, again, these guys are stepping into this stuff on Friday afternoon saying, it'll be fine. Yeah. Everything will be fine.
I'm going to borrow this car, and I'm going to do a 100-point run.
I think he got more score in this car which he borrowed on street tires than he did in Drift Masters in his own pro car at the same layout. So you can chew over that one.
Yeah, mull that over for a little bit.
Mull that over that. He's done better in the borrowed car.
Reevaluate your life decisions. Maybe have a talk. Maybe have a conversation.
Because remember, guys, this is the equalizer here is the street radial tires. They are not semi-slick tires. No semi-slick tires in this competition, which means you've got all, even the guys who are in the high gripped up, Drift Masters level cars or whatever, they don't have that advantage of so much pace to just run away from someone else.
Because that's exactly what would happen.
Which is what would happen. You had 12 car lengths between everyone. The battles would be really crap, but we didn't want to see that. So we just put them all on no grip. And they're actually making these cars work fast with no grip. So it's challenging. We go back to the start line. An 87 there for Dwayne. Doesn't knock off his 97 from the first run. Jimmy Oakes is on the line. Jimmy's going good. Looking very strong on his first run, too.
Feeling confident. Knocked the bumper off probably more than anybody on that wall. So he is no stranger to that. He has been on an absolute tear this entire weekend. And loving to see him getting accustomed to this track, getting accustomed to this car. full angle, you can see that thing is like it doesn't have any more room to turn. He is lock to lock as he's coming around this track at Mondello Park. Jimmy Oakes putting down a heater of a run for us, for the judges, and for you guys, the people in the stands. Jimmy Oakes, one of the friendliest guys in drifting.
Oh yeah, super nice to everybody. Saying hello. I think today he was just swamped with fans in the paddock, and he has time.
He was out amongst the crowd.
Had time for everybody, but he's also taking drifting quite seriously this year. He said he wants to come and be competitive. He said it gets in his own mind a little bit when it comes to qualifying. But I'll tell you one thing: that he can't see anything right now. I'll tell you that for a fact.
He's like, "Where am I? I don't know where the track is. I need to let this thing cool." He get some of the smoke out.
He put the cloud cam in the car. Yeah. He couldn't see anything out of the car, so he's just.
Everybody loves it. You can hear him.
Yeah, they love it. Give it up for Jimmy Oakes, everybody in Mondello Park. He's
give him some directions. Yeah,
if you're at the finish line, just give him a shout. That's the direction to go in.
Yeah, he's got to hang out the car just to see.
Hold on a minute. I'm getting some words in my ear here. So. You can change car in the competition, and Darren McNamara has taken this very literally. So apparently, Darren McNamara has decided that because his first score was so good, he's going to take out his Audi Quattro S1 for the second run. So the Audi Quattro S1, the only Audi Quattro S1 drift-specific car with a 5-cylinder Audi engine,
heard about this car,
which is terrifying to drive, he said. He's going to drive this in the second run. So he's driven his own S13. He scored in this first run, was super high, at 92. So he said he doesn't care, he's just bringing the Audi out. So Darren McNamara is going to do 2 qualifying runs in 2 different cars, and one of them's an Audi with an Audi 5-cylinder engine.
I'm really
You came here today thinking it was going to be straightforward. Well, it ain't.
No, it never is. Always a twist, always
an 81 for Jimmy Oakes as well. Big score for 81. And look at Darren McNamara sitting in probably one of the coolest drift cars in the world right now. This is an Audi S1 Group B rally car built to be a specific drift car. It has an S13 front steering rack. It has still got the Group B Audi engine 5-cylinder.
How many tiers are on that wing?
It is ridiculous. And he said he doesn't even know what's going to happen when it goes into that first corner.
And it is rear-wheel drive.
Rear-wheel drive, yeah. Firing through the first corner. Not a bad run so far in the Audi Quattro. This is just a demo car, but
look at the smoke coming off the back of that wing. That is aerodynamics. You're getting to see the wind tunnel test.
You are watching one of the coolest moments in drifting right now as an Audi S1 Group B rally car converted to be a drift car rips up the LZ World Tour here in Mondello Park, and it was built in Ireland. This is a wild, wild machine.
What a sound, too.
Oh. Don't put it in the wall, Darren.
Yeah,
please don't put it in the wall. If you're in attendance, give it up for Darren McNamara in the Group D Audi Quattro out on track. You are seeing things today you will see never again in your life. You are going to see them.
We don't even see Audis like that in the United States ever.
No. There is like one of these in the country, 2 of these in the country, and there's probably 25, 30 of these shells. Like, it's just a rare car.
He's chucking it at walls.
And he's just run a wall with a car that he spent 5 years building just for display.
Just even one touch of that wing.
What a guy. So Darren McNamara bringing 2 cars out and he gets an 86-point run in the Audi Quattro. This is ridiculous stuff. And again, as we said, this event is going to show you things you've never seen before in drifting. And we have seen it already. We've had Audi Quattros, we've had Corollas, we've had
4-rotors,
3-rotor Corvettes, and it just keeps getting more ridiculous. A stock 350Z probably being the most unrealistic car to see out there, but that's what you're seeing right now. As Grant Anderson taking the stock Drift Games 350Z, not even tuned, just a stock 350Z with an FDF angle kit. That's what you've got right now. Can Grant get himself a good score on the board? He is up against it today, Dan.
He is, and it is fully dry out there now, so it may be a struggle for him, but he is putting the car in the right places as he's rounding this thing out. Let's see if he can get a little bit deeper into this zone than he did last time. Doesn't quite make it out there, and you can hear that thing on the limiter just doing every single thing that it can to drift. Again, sometimes the car is the limiting factor, not the driver, where it's like you're driving the car at 100%. That's all it can do. And he's actually making some smoke out there.
He's doing a good job. And he said himself, he was driving in the V8 S14. He said he just wasn't feeling comfortable in the car. It didn't gel with him. And he said, to be honest, I'd rather drive an underpowered car that he knows the sort of characteristics of than something he doesn't.
And that was a wise decision.
And it looks good. It looks pretty good out there. And you know what? He's going to be a tough guy to chase in a battle.
I think so.
It's going to... So 69.67 for Grant Anderson.
69.
Yeah, 69.
Not
Same,
bad,
same
man.
similar score to the first run.
Yeah.
Not so bad. And we're getting towards the business end here as we head
here we
towards.
go.
We've got a lot of Shanahans, a lot of 4-rotors, and a lot of LZs have to go, and a couple of the girls thrown in there. So we are moving along as we get to, but I mean, to go from an Audi Quattro S1 to a stock Z in the one competition is pretty impressive. I think that's that's the two ends of the scale there, and the brackets are now set, and that's everything else in between. So who is inside the top 13 right now? We'll be able to see it on our screens. We've got Luke Fink sitting on the drop zone with an 87. And it is going to be, Dean Carney just above him, and then you guys can see it on your screens or on the big screen in attendance. Dwayne McKeever with a 96.3 is still top of the pops right now. He is up there. But you know what? We got runs to go. We got James Dean outside that top 13. That could be interesting,
LZ
right?
sitting on a 49.
Yeah, and LZ's outside the top 13. So there's two big names outside there. And Hertz out there as well. We've got a couple.
If it stays that way, there's going to be some insane battles today.
Okay, so we're just waiting for a couple of drivers to get back to the start line. I am absolutely loving this qualifying session. Just so random.
This has been good.
So fun.
Qualifying's normally, you got to struggle through it. It's kind of boring to watch cars drive by themselves.
It is. Oh, here we go. We got Luke Fink with a little bit of an issue on the an 86.
It looks like his throttle cable popped off, came off.
Not sure what's going on with that car. It looks like he's got definitely an issue on the start line in the 86. The marshal can inspect. He can put a hand on the car to see if he can try and fix. But he ain't no mechanic down there, Dan. He ain't going to jack it up and figure it out. He's going to do as much as he can. And if he can't get that car off the start line, he's going to have to settle with his first score from qualifying. So that is how it's going to break down here.
I'm assuming he's not going to be too happy with.
No, because he only, well, I say only, he got an 81, right?
I think it was an 81 or an 87.
Yeah, so
I can't read my own writing.
I'm looking at your writing, Dan, and
you can't read my own writing either.
If you can't read it, I can't read it. So it is. Let me ask the question here of something going on with Luke Fink on the start line.
And it's a bummer if he doesn't get to run. Luke's one of those guys that just wants to put on a show.
Okay, so Nate has just been pulled to the line, Nate Hamilton, and he's done no qualifying runs right now. Luke Fink is given a couple of seconds just to get that thing. They said it's something trivial, not mechanical.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what it is.
Good.
But they said it's not a back to the pits thing. It's just a weird starty thing. So
this is our New Jersey champion.
This is the man that took everyone down in New Jersey. He is now. He was in a V8 240. He's now, of course, jumped straight into the right-hand drive 1UZ Toyota V8 turbo-powered 1 Series BMW. This is just bread and butter for Nate Hamilton. This would be something he's very used to. This is if you could make the most opposite car of his, this is it.
I was talking to him a little bit earlier, and he said the major difference is I sit way higher up than his S chassis car. And that was it. That's what he said.
That's all right. If that's all he's got to worry about, that's not too bad. So let's see how he gets on now. He's got a bit of pressure on his shoulders here. No score on the board.
He only gets one run to do this, and let's see if he can make it happen. He's been sending it in practice, absolutely getting used to this car. Chucks it in, a little bit of a double entry there, but fully on throttle and committed all the way around. All he needs to do is put a decent score in the books. It's not going to be a super high score. That was kind of a mistake on the backside there, but it is going to be a score for Little Tex.
You know, when he gets around the track, he does the job he needs to do. He gets a score on the board. He's come all the way over from the USA, and it's tough when you're jumping in a car you don't know and a track you don't know, and you've got a mechanical issue on the first run. You're all down to one run. Doing a great job, though. Doing a great job.
It's a lot to process.
It is.
And it's his first time driving right-hand drive drifting. He has a right-hand drive car, but he's never drifted right-hand drive.
It doesn't matter if you have a right-hand. Drifting right-hand drive, and I mean, if you're driving a left-hand drive car for us,
yes,
you look down. I am changing the gear now.
I am pulling the e-brake. And then you look up and you're not where you should have been.
Yeah, the problem in drifting is it happens so fast that your muscle memory just goes naturally hitting the door.
Yep.
You just go for a panic. So a 78.3 for Nate Hamilton puts him in the 18th position. Score on the board. We're going to see him definitely in the last chance top 16 later today. It's coming up at 3:30 local time.
Take a little bit of a break.
Top 16 for you guys in attendance. You can go check out the car show. Check out what's going on behind the scenes. Some amazing cars here behind the scenes. Not even on the track is cool, but what's in the paddock is also very cool.
I took a quick glimpse. There are some absolute heaters out there. I don't do car show stuff a lot, but it's really cool here because you guys have totally different cars than we have in the United States.
For sure. We got Jack Shanahan on the start line. He's ready to come down for his second run. Jack Shanahan got a 93 on his first run, and here we go. Look at this
big. Same score as his brother. Let's see if they can do the same thing again. Let's see if they can actually improve on where they were before. Again, borrowed cars from their mechanics, lower horsepower than they're used to, and they're having the time of their lives.
But it's a little Shanahan battle right now, both on 93s. Let's see if either can improve. Jack throwing that car to the wall.
The rivalry with the brothers, you got to one-up your brother. Like,
Absolutely.
there's just no other. And when you tie, it's like, oh, come on. Really?
Jack Shanahan, big 360 after the finish line. Great job as he hand out the window, still drifting around the corner. He is a national hero here in Ireland, representing Irish drifting across the globe.
An absolute unit of a driver.
Oh, and I'll tell you one thing. He has very, very little he's afraid of behind the wheel of a car.
No.
These guys were raised doing some sketchy stuff. They've learned it in a way that most haven't. And the Shanahan brothers, they've won it all. You know, UK champions, Irish champions, edging towards European champions.
It's another thing. It's like there's not a whole lot of siblings in drifting.
No, it's true. And these two guys, you know, Connor comes along and he's quite a different style of driver. Connor a little bit more technical, a little bit more calculated. Jack a little bit more wild and flamboyant.
Is a wild card.
So they're not carbon copies of each other. They've got their own personalities.
That's drifting.
Yeah, that's the way it is.
In a nutshell, that is drifting.
89.6 for Jack Shanahan, so he does not improve from his 93. And Connor Shanahan now can see if he improves from his 93. He's driving the old SR20 here.
Little bro can come slip in, get a better score, and
I'm
then
not sure
rub it in his face.
I'm not sure he's ever driven an SR20 in competition before. I don't think he has, actually.
I think that he should do it.
I think he's doing pretty good. Let's see how it goes. Into the first corner, can he beat his brother's Jack's score? Can he get up toward Dwayne the keeper with a 96.3? Let's see.
And we all know that SR20s are podium-capable cars because we had one last time. I'd like to see another one this time, so we'll see what he can do. All he needs to do right now is try to beat his brother's score. Don't know if he's going to do it, but this is a pretty solid run so far. He is putting that thing in all the right places, scraping that wall, losing the back bumper, bringing it all the way home, scraping it again. He's going to have to go to his mechanic and say, you know what? I didn't mean to do that, and I apologize in advance. Here's a new bumper for you.
He's probably going to go, it's fine. A couple of cable ties, zip ties, it's fine.
And there it
Don't
is,
worry
right
about
in front of the judges' tower.
Connor Shanahan doing a great job. Fans absolutely loving it in the grandstands. And we're only warming up today. We're only qualifying, guys. The battle's later today, 3:30. If you're in attendance, make sure you're in your seats, ready to go. You got a little drink, you got your food, you got everything sorted. You've gone to the bathroom. You said, like, I'm ready for that top 16. Half 3, half 5 is today's top 16. Then we got the main event tomorrow. If you're watching on and you're in Ireland or anywhere close, this is the place to be. It said it was right.
Look at that.
93.3, so he beats his brother by 0.3, and Connor Shanahan jumps up the order. And you know, it said it was going to rain all day today. I'm not jinxing it. I'm just saying you don't know what's going to happen at these events. And if you're at home and you want to come down, we still have some seats available. We still have some standing room available. Just about.
Things are heating up here. This is the exciting stuff is yet to come.
And here we go. Here he is, the main man.
Speaking of exciting stuff,
we have got Hurt.
Machine Gun Hurt.
In the Verosa. Untested before this weekend. It seems to be loud, brash, and ready to party like Hurt himself.
Brash and very orange.
Exactly. So here we go. Hurt coming over the hill in the four-door Verosa.
Down the hill. Listen to that entry. He's on limiter. As soon as he gets up over that hill, going deep into that zone.
This is a nice line. Oh, the gear change.
Loses it a little bit. We had another conversation, Hurt and I, about should I stay in second gear or not, and he probably should.
Yeah. The gear change being a little tricky when you're only driving these cars for the first time, but he did good everywhere else.
And drive, maybe he went for the shift with the wrong hand. Who knows what happened, but Hurt's still loving it. Hurt's still going to put on a show. Glad he's here.
You know what?
Absolute gem of a human.
Yeah, and just loving everything about this event, hanging out with the fans, checking out the cars in the car show. I saw him this morning admiring some 86s and some old school Corollas. We've tons of those in Ireland. He was having a blast, chatting away to all the owners.
If anybody's going to be in the car show, it's going to be Hurt out there checking it out.
Oh, he was
all of his cars are a car show.
He is a car show. His whole place is a car. And we're pretty similar in our styling. And we were just walking around going, you just got to go out into the pub, into the area there, and there's just so much good stuff behind the scenes in Ireland. You turn a corner in Mondello Park right now, and you got another 10 amazing cars in the paddock. So everyone's going to get a chance to check them out. Amazing stuff.
Now, how many cars do you think showed up for the car show?
So 57 from Hurt, so he didn't improve. He did it was a worse lap. That gear change really knocked him off the scoring. Good parts of the run, but couldn't tie him together in the middle. There was a bit of an error there. So Hurt is the third last driver to go in qualifying, and two big ones left to go, and one outside the top 13. And look what he's doing. He's making sure he gets into the top 13 because James Dean has jumped back into his S14 to do what he tried to do what he did last year, which was get the 100-point run. He has had 3 in different competitions this particular venue. So we could see it again here today. He's in the S14. Here we go.
Again, more Formula D on Formula D action. It's Chelsea judging another Formula D driver and putting on an absolute heater. A little more confident in this than the 4-rotor RX-7. But is it going to be enough to up his score? Can he get a 100-point run? That is up to the judges to tell us. So far, it's looking very, very good. Yeah. Obviously, a little bit confident in that car.
You know what? He's a future star, James. I think he's going to do okay.
He's on the up.
He's figuring it out. He's figuring it out.
Yeah.
He's figuring it out.
He's got a bright future ahead of him.
Smoke show from James Dean in front of the grandstand. The cloud cam straight away knew it was coming. They were ready with the button. Cloud cam.
Should have just turned it on for the whole run.
Exactly. James Dean puts in an absolute clinic of a run in Mondello Park and raises the grandstand. The most successful driver ever to come from Ireland, maybe from Europe, and we'll have the argument over the world. Yeah. James Dean said, the RX-7 is fun, but I'd like to do the thing where I don't have to drive later on and get into the main show, and I think he might have done that thing. So
that was a really good run.
But it's not top, but it is good. It's a 94 for James Dean. 94. It's not top, but he didn't do any practice really in this car before that run, so that's impressive stuff. Well, I mean, he's done quite a few laps, I would imagine, but it's cool to see him jump between the two cars, and they're so different, like, you know, totally different machines to drive, and he's the machine that can wrangle them both together.
You were not joking about that.
But here's a man under pressure. It's the last run of qualifying. He's in an A86 Corolla with a 1JZ. He's had a stormer of a practice session, but he over-rotated a little bit in his first qualifying run. It's Mr. LZ, and he's sitting in the 40s. Last run of qualifying in the dry. Can Adam LZ...
For the sake of the event.
This is pressure. This is pressure right now. Let's see if he can get it done. Adam LZ comes off the line, 520 horsepower, turned up right now in this 86.
Absolute monster coming down that hill. And this is so far looking much better than his first run. Let's see if he can actually finish it off. This is where he struggled a little bit and actually lost drift, had to do the rolling burnout all the way across. Not doing that this time. He wants to prove I'm okay. Everything's fine. I like this 8.6. I am going to put on a hellacious run.
That is a monster of a run in that car. So we bought this car, I tested this car, and I'm not even sure how capable this car was of doing this.
It's very capable.
We came here with no expectations of just having fun, and now it looks like one of the quickest cars around the track on 15-inch 205 street radials. It just flew through that track. An 86 in Ireland. What will the score be? It looks like it's going to be a good one.
I think it is. He had a lot to improve on from the last run, obviously.
So, we have scores in. Will he make the top 13 to go through to the main event tomorrow? He does, into 11th position with a 93 for Adam LZ in the 86 Corolla. What a finish to qualifying. And if you're here watching it or you're watching at home, you are watching history in the making. We had Audi Quattros, 4 rotors, 3 rotors, 86s, Driftmasters, Formula D, the whole bunch thrown into one qualifying session.
Amalgamation of amazingness.
Incredible. And we are back at 3:30 local time for our last chance top 16. And who's going to be in that? Well, I'll tell you who's not going to be in it is the top 13 drivers. They will automatically move into the Sunday main event, including Dwayne McKeever, Sebastian Fonten, Connor Falvey, Kevin Quinn, Chris Brady, James Dean, Martin Richards, Connor Shannon, Jack Shannon, Bagsy, LZ, Darren McNamara. And the screen moving too fast for me to even see where they are. But the rest of them that you see here are all going to be in the battles later on today, starting at Sultan Al-Qasimi, just creeping in.
Oh, he made it.
Dean Carney, Luke Fink, and Phil Morrison. Oh, there is a stacked grid for later on.
I am excited for the battles.
And only 3 will make it through. So of all those, only 3, all those names you see on your screen, only 3 are going to make it through to the main event tomorrow. So we are back 3:30 local time. We hope you guys are having a wonderful time watching it. But you know what? We're going to give you a little teaser of what's coming up later on. So look at this. We got Dean Carney taking on Tessa Willick. We got Hurt against Eric O'Sullivan. Jimmy Oakes against Dan Moorhead. Axel Hildebrand against Chris Rudnick. Luke Fink versus Danny Neville.
Oh, boy.
Where would this ever happen? Nate Hamilton against Grant Anderson. Phil Morrison against Archie Hammer in the Datsun. Two uncontrollable vehicles being thrown together. And Jason Ferrin against Becky Evans. You will never see any of this happen.
This is a bracket.
Anywhere.
And this is day one.
This is
isn't
just the
even
warm-up,
finals.
guys. We've just done the warm-up. Tomorrow is the main event, and the brackets you can see here, those are where they're slotting in those top 13 guys, and we don't know who's going to be going up against them, but you will see Dwayne McKeever first in action in the top 16 tomorrow. So we're back 3:30 local time, guys, and we're going to take a look around the car show when we're here in attendance. You guys at home, stay with us. We're back soon with all the action from the top 16. It's been a wild start to the LZ World Tour in Ireland. It's going to get even wilder from here. Join us soon for the madness of the Last Chance Top 16.
Amen.
If you've clicked this video wondering why a bunch of Irish car guys built a street in Dublin, we'll get to that in a minute. The truth is, for me, I feel this place has been over 30 years in the making. When I was a kid, I was obsessed with collecting Hot Wheels. Nothing made me happier than lining them up and playing with every model. I've been doing that pretty much the same way my whole adult life. As we take 3 of our favorite Silvias to our new home, I can't help but think back to where this all began. When I was 7, my dad built me a toy garage out of wood. Now, we didn't have the money to buy a big fancy main brand one, so he used his skill and creativity to make me one even better. And that always stuck with me. 6 months ago, we stepped into an abandoned meat processing factory in Dublin City and made a pretty simple plan to turn it into our new HQ. You guys would probably have thought it was pretty nice. Nice, but not that interesting. You see, my inner 7-year-old started shaking his head when we started using words like practical, affordable, and cost-effective. That all just sounded a bit boring. So for better or worse, we let that inner 7-year-old design everything, and you're about to see the results 6 months later to the day. But this place isn't just for us. It's a place for everyone who loves cars. Built for people like us, by people like us. For those that refuse to grow up. Welcome to our new home. For 6 months, you thought we were building a garage. Turns out, we actually built a street. All right, guys, here it is. We've been keeping this place. It's been tough because it's been a secret for over 6 months now, and we have just been trying our very best to finish it in time for this video. And to be honest, while you're seeing this video, this is actually the first time we're seeing the place completed as well. It's only come together in the last couple of hours, and it's a little bit emotional because this is just a pipe dream that we ridiculously decided to do. We believed in it, and we've been kind of doing that for almost 10 years in the car game, and it's just a crazy place. Like, if you look around, this is our new home. This is ours. Well, technically, it's all of ours because you guys watching the videos, our sponsors, our friends, our families, people who've come on board with this project. Yeah, I can't even believe it's really done. But I'm going to have to give you guys a tour. It's kind of my first tour as well when it's all finished, completed, and ready. So let's start down here. All right, so as you guys can see, there was a lot of different concepts with this whole place. So one of the things we wanted to do, we obviously wanted to build it as a garage, as a showroom, as a content creation studio, but we also wanted to do something no one else has done, and that's where this whole street came into. So we decided to build our own street on the second floor of a building in Dublin City, which is not easy to do. So as you can see, we've actually themed one side of the whole building. So we've got a carcade, we'll get to that in a minute. We've got our merch shop. Here we've got Starbucks coffee. We all love Starbucks, don't sue us. But this is just a little play on making it look like a real street. So we put real sign writing on there. And then we have a bar, because you gotta have a bar if it's an Irish garage, and it's O'Connor's bar. So Adam O'Connor, who works for us, he just loves pints, loves them. So we said, if there's one man that has to represent an Irish bar, it's gotta be O'Connor's bar. It's not really a bar, you'll see that in a second. We'll go in a clockwise around the place. So you guys might remember this from some of the vlogs a long time ago. This is our Volkswagen camper that we've converted into our BC Racing Drift Games podcast studio. A lot of people have been asking for the podcast to come back. It just wasn't easy for us with all the moving around to set up all the microphones, get everything ready the way we wanted it. So what we decided to do was have one space where we can just turn on all the switches, do a podcast. It's super quick, super easy, and there's not a ton of setup. However, so this van we bought for like maybe €1,000 or €1,500. It completely rusted out, but it is now, thanks to BC Racing, our podcast studio. So the boys did a great job, as you can see, of completely renovating the inside. It's got all the microphones, got all the lights, got all the LEDs, and we can sit in there and record our podcast, and it's all good soundproofing in there for good quality. Then we moved to another garage, which is themed by one of our partners, Mobile One. So they've been a huge supporter of us. Tom Burke Lubricants have been on our side for many years, many years. So we wanted to rep them massively, and this is their front display. We got all their oils on display, and this is a garage, but I'm going to show you what's inside the garage, because remember, this is a street, so these are not fake fronts. These are all different rooms inside this whole place. Hello and welcome to the Mobile One Garage, which is actually our storage room. So the storage room is for behind the scenes. So we're going to have, as you can see, there's a ton of stuff we haven't found any homes for yet. There's camera equipment, there's ladders, there's all this crap. We're going to clean all this up. And then all of our excess merchandising is in these shelves on this side. This is also a dual purpose room because this shutter leads to the ramp, because I mentioned before, this is on the second floor of a building. So all the cars come up a ramp, come through here, and then we decided to make it look super cool, like everyone should, by putting tough tile flooring down. We did a little bit of a Miami blue mix in there just to give it a bit of color, and then we put the hex lights from Tough Light on the roof, which makes the whole room really bright. So even though this is a storage room and it's behind the scenes, it still looks really cool thanks to Tough Light and Tough Tile. Simply because we can still hide cars here. So if we want to put a car that we're not quite sure we want to reveal on the channel yet, we've got a garage door to close it down so it can't be seen. Funny story about this garage door is that we wanted to just put a really cheap garage door in because we just wanted to like manually lift it up and down because it's not a real garage, but we couldn't get one in time, so we actually had to put in a fully electronic garage door. So definitely overkill for what this is. Okay, so we started with the messiest room. You know, that's how we are. We're always messy. And of course, you guys are going to wonder about all these cars in here. Why is there certain cars in here that we haven't seen before on the channel? What are they doing here? We're not going to talk about the cars on this episode. We're going to leave that till the next episode because there's a lot to talk about there, a lot of catching up to do as well. So we're just going to talk about the building first. As we move along, you can see O'Connor's pub is looking beautiful. We decided to put some little hanging baskets, a little seating area, got ourselves a good old barrel outside. And of course, you're probably wondering, business hours for O'Connor's pub. Well, Monday we've pints, Tuesday more pints, Wednesday a few pints, Thursday a few less pints. Friday, lots of pints, pints galore. Saturday, obviously pints, and then Sunday, just settle yourself down with some pints. If you're looking for Adam, he'll be in and around O'Connor's pub. And then this is our new office, which I'm super happy with. So again, kind of ridiculous putting a full glass sliding door on the inside of a building, but I think it gives the look. And as we come through, this is our new office. So where do we start? Well, we've got a lot of memorabilia in here. We've got a lot of different photos and different things that mean a lot to us over the last 10 years, lanyards from different events. Got the back of my Corvette up on the wall, S15 headlights, they all have a story. One of the cool things is we've got some original prints from Status Era from Gianni, he sent them over. So obviously we're big Status Era fans, and he sent us through a ton of kind of memorabilia from his brand, which we really appreciate. Blaine bought a plant, because he's going to try and keep this alive. This is sort of a stepping stone to a dog, I believe. You have to see if you can keep a plant alive. It's got a little little Arashta, little orange there growing. You guys might remember this. This is Heroes for the Weekend. This is the first project, big project that Josh and I worked on. We have the original poster, even though it wasn't in a cinema, it was just online, but we did a poster for it, and I really love this because my name and Josh's name are every single person at the bottom of this. So we didn't have enough people working on it to actually make a proper credits list, so we just credited ourselves over and over again. And then it moves over, so we've got the office, this is where everybody will be working, and then this is the lounge area. We've got some more memorabilia and stuff like that, and we're going to go into that on a deep dive on the members page on YouTube, so we're going to go through all of the memorabilia in here. Some of you guys might be interested, but if you're a member on the channel, we're going to basically go through all of this in detail, so you guys will know what all these little trinkets and all these little, I suppose, historic pieces to us mean and where they came from. As you can see, we got our big TV on the wall. We've got our Chesterfield couch. Got to have the Chesterfield couch. We got a borrowed motorcycle from Franklin Motorcycles, who are downstairs in this building. We'll show you the rest of the building in the next video. But they donated us a motorbike to look cool. Persian rug. We got some Blitz 03s on the walls, some skateboards. We got our Monster Energy fridge. We got all of our Hot Wheels, which we're hoping to collect a little bit more on. This is just to remind us that life isn't always so good. We pray every night to the SR20 that it will stay going. These are quite cool. Some of these are number plates, famous number plates. Can you guess what these number plates are from? So this one might be a bit more obvious. What are all these number plates from? So they're all from famous cars. So let us know in the comments if you can figure out what they're from. So behind the office, we got our merch room, packing station, all that stuff in there. That's not too interesting. This is just kind of behind the scenes, but it's super neat and tidy, and it's right beside where we work, so we can grab some stuff. If you guys are grabbing some merch, we can throw it out to you. So I don't know, these are just chairs and benches. We've got a big clock. Clock seemed like it would be on a street. So that's Carbucks. I think it's like a really cool view when you look through here, that you can see everything, but also we can see back out to the main area, which is super chill, and this is just one of my favorite features on the whole place. As we were saying, talking about the merch room, this is our new public merch shop. So we have the Datsun sitting in the middle of it. We absolutely love it. We got this huge backdrop that's LED lit. That was Precision Tinting Graphics, and the guys did an amazing job on hooking us up with this. So it's all backlit. We designed this, well, we took a picture, we recolored it in blue and pink, which we thought would really suit this area. And then this is like a fabric, so there's LED lights behind it shining through the fabric, so it gives this very cool look. The same with our reception desk. Got some nice little houndstooth chair in there. A little bit of greenery, all fake obviously, because we're away so much everything would just die. And then we've got our brand new merch range, and right now as you're watching this video, we have just relaunched the Drift Games online shop. It's been offline for a while. We've been working on a ton of new designs. I'm going to show you guys through them. Our All Aboard the Crack Wagon t-shirt, which has our Verosa on the front. Absolutely love this with the skeletons. This is kind of how we look after 2 days of the bash, to be honest. So that one's on sale. This is brand new. This is our DG23 team hoodie. So it's got the tandem soft vehicles. I think it looks really cool. And on the back, we've got Drift Games Racing Division with all of our partners on the back. That's a really slick item. It's just been released. We got limited quantities, so get on it. So we've had the same snapbacks for like 5-6 years. We got brand new ones now. So this is the brand new logo, and we got on the back as well, you can see driftgames.life. These are really super high quality. We've had the same snapbacks for so long. We now got fresh ones. We only have limited stock of all this stuff, so if you want to grab it on the shop right now, I'm not sure how much we have left. We got our beanies in blue, gray, and black. They're super nice. We spend a lot of time sourcing all of these things because we want to give you guys really good products, and we don't want to give you cheap merch stuff. We want stuff that wears really well. We got a ton of new stuff as well. This is in limited. We've got the new yellow hoodie. Summertime, you got to go bright, with the new Drift Games Projects Department design on the back. Love that. This is one that's one of our favorites. We've done this in like a Miami Heat style, DG23 in white with the 3D effect logo. Adam designed this. It's really, really cool. I absolutely love this one. And we've got the gray, the black, and we got a range of t-shirts as well. This one's really, really cool. So this one has both of our PS13s on the back as well. That one really came out really, really cool. Real JDM style. All that stuff, amongst many other accessories, which are now on display, are on our shop. So if you guys want to go over to the brand new look shop, check it out. Keen and the boys have spent a long time redesigning it, making it look super cool to match all this. So it is live right now. So we're now going to head into what we're calling the carcade. So this is going to be a full arcade, and because an arcade is full of electronics, we are theming it with our friends at Link ECU. They are one of the best partners we've ever had on the channel and the brand. They believe so much in things like this and crazy stuff that we couldn't do without them. And Link ECU obviously have amazing products. Most of the cars here run their electronic systems. So we decided we would do something special for them. Now this room we are going to do on the channel. This is not finished. So as you can see, there is nothing in here. So this is a big room. It does have an RGB hex light from Tough Light on the wall, which looks really cool. We have some of our arcade machines, there's like 4 or 5 to go in here. We're going to do pool tables, we're going to do chill out areas. What we really want to do on the channel is expand our gaming side. So whether it's Assetto Corsa or the new Forza Motorsport or Gran Turismo, we're going to do a lot more of that stuff where we get to play online with you guys, or you guys get to come here and play games with us, win prizes. That's kind of the idea for this room, but at the moment we haven't finished it because, well, we kind of want to take some inspiration from you guys and let us know if you're into gaming, what would you suggest to do with this room? What's the setups? We're going to let you guys lead the way. But as a thank you to Link ECU for all their support, we decided to do something very, very special. A massive mural. So local artist in Dublin and graffiti artist Brian Mills did an amazing job on this. So we wanted a huge Link ECU logo, but we wanted to incorporate a bunch of drift stuff in there as well. Now, while it looks like random graffiti, you can see that it says like drift games, line, angle, style. There's a bunch of stuff here like clipping points. You got smoke, like it's all done really, really like subtly, but I think it's just, I'm amazed by graffiti artists. Watching Brian do this, it's just so cool. And he did the whole Link logo by hand, which I think is definitely a first. But thank you, Link ECU. The rest of this room will be on the channel over the next couple of weeks. All right, so I'm sorry guys, but I'm still reeling from the transformation because 6 months ago, this place was a meat processing plant, which had like, I don't know, the place was just torn asunder. There was rubble everywhere, there was half walls, there was a lot of stuff that was really, really difficult to, I don't know, really, really difficult to see the end product. And the one amazing thing about this place, as I look at it now, is that this is a car place built by car people. So everybody who's worked on this is a car enthusiast. And I'm going to start by talking about the man that made most of it possible, which is Darren Coleman. So you guys will know Craig, who works with us. It's his dad, and he's a builder, carpenter, kind of does it all. Most of my crazy ideas went into his phone. He figured it out, and we worked together to make it happen. Him and his team did the floor. They did all of the building. They did all of the cladding. They did all of the carpentry. They did everything you see around you. Even the craziest stuff that we came up with, they found a solution. And this place was just an empty workspace. It's very hard for anybody, I would say a normal contractor, to understand our vision of building a street, building a road, all that stuff. But he got it all the way, and a huge thank you to him. Also, our buddy Gary Dunn, who's a big drifter in Ireland. So he runs an electrical company, and he did all of our wiring. So we tore every single wire out of this place because it was all old and crusty. Every single light you see, every single socket, everything from the Tough Lights to everything else that's working in here, he had to wire, and his team from scratch. An amazing job. And yeah, also could see our vision with the spotlights, could see our vision with everything else. One of the biggest jobs that we did was actually paint the entire building satin black. So the roof, the walls, everything was white and red. The floor was red. So everything had to be painted. So instead of just renovating, we had to literally spray the entire building, which took a huge amount of time and effort. But as you can see, the results are amazing. So thank you to Darren Coleman, thank you to Gary Dunn. They have just been incredible. And there's one more person I want to thank, but I'm going to thank them in a little bit. Over here, this is our garage space. Now, as you guys know, we are the best mechanics in the world. If you're new to the channel, you'll know that is a lie. But we wanted our own garage area, and we wanted this place to be quite bright. So we went with the Tough Lights on the top. We've got the full Strom wheel collection. So these are all the Strom wheels that are currently on sale. We got the big boys over here, the OS1, the SR3, and like these are all the kind of bigger wheels, and these are all the 18s. This is the new DS35 that we're running on some of our cars, but this is the DS05, which we helped design with Strom. So I think it was really cool that even for me now, like just looking at a wheel that we designed for a company and it's on some of our cars here, is it's just wild, it's crazy. And these are all of our partners, we put them all on the wall. And there's so much to get through, guys. It's just, I'm still trying to reel in everything. But anyway, this is like a dream come true. So we've obviously had small toolboxes. We've always worked with whatever tools we had around us and whatever was cheap and cheerful. But with this place, we wanted to have a proper setup. And the guys from SB Tools Ireland, Brendan and all the crew, came on board, saw the vision, and gave us this incredible tool. I mean, this is even too nice for us. This thing, the quality, just the way it fit and finish, everything's so clever. We got all the power tools here, which are all just incredible. We've got so much more we can mess up in the future and not keep as clean as this, but it looks really cool. It's got its own light, it's got its own, you can close it up if you want to make it like super minimal down here for photos or videos, or you can bang it back up again so you can see everything. I mean, check this out. Look at this. We have absolutely everything we could ever want from a tool set. So the projects we're going to be able to do with this setup is just so much higher in a level than what we did before. And yeah, I think this might be one of my favorite bits in the whole workshop because yeah, it's like just a gangster tool set. And these guys are going to take over the game. So if you don't know who SP Tools are, go check out their stuff. This is like the new thing, believe me. So guys, we're walking down the street, I guess, in the middle of the Drift Game studios. And yeah, it's just kind of wild to take it all in. It's definitely more than I expected. It turned out better. And so many people have worked so hard on this. Oh yeah, by the way, in the next couple of videos, we are going to release, eventually, Josh's MX-5 NC. This car has been 3 years, it's been fighting us, but it is fixed and working. It hasn't been tested yet, but you're going to see all that. We also haven't revealed the livery yet. That was done by Precision Tinted Graphics, designed by Square Design. The car looks amazing, but you're going to see that in a future episode. We'll get back to that. As I mentioned, not talking about the cars in here at the minute. That's going to be in the next episode. So as I mentioned before, speaking of Precision Tinted Graphics, Jay, Ronan, Mark, all the boys at Precision Tinted Graphics, I mean, if you want an example of how good they are at what they do, in this one room, they have wrapped full drift cars. My Supra down there is satin black because they completely wrapped a performance car. All of the graphics you see in here, from the signage, all on the buildings, to everything that has a sticker on it, or even simple things like the backdrops that we didn't know anything about. They have such good knowledge of how to make stuff amazing. They even did all the frosting on all the glass. So they do everything to do with print and cars and wrapping. And also Jay is a touring car racer himself. So we have everybody in the car game who understands what we're trying to build here on our side. And if you guys are interested in, and you're in the car game, they're the people to talk to because they know exactly what you want before you even know it half the time, which is what happened here. This is one last little piece I want to show you guys. We got our little BC Racing lounge here as well, but this is our photo box. So we wanted to put a little place together where we could take really cool, interesting photos of the cars. As you can see, the Corvette is there at the minute. This is all LED backlit. Darren Coleman and his team did a full build on the back of this, and we can change the colors. It's all remote controlled. We can put lights up, lights down. So the idea with this place is that if we have cars and coffee here, if we have meets, even if someone in Ireland wants to reveal a really cool car, we can come, we can feature it here, we can take gangster shots, we can do cool B-rolls. So it's kind of like a nice reveal spot for new cars in Ireland if someone wants to reveal something like a drift car, road car, street car, whatever, cool project. That's what this place is all about. So you're probably wondering right now, okay, cool, you built a really cool spot, it looks really cool, what's the point of it? That we haven't decided exactly yet. We knew we needed somewhere that represented our brand more, gave us the ability to make cooler content more regularly, more efficiently, and more entertaining for you guys. But we also wanted somewhere that was out of the elements because Ireland, it rains all the time. So in here during the winter, if it's cold, we can still rock on with projects. We can still have people come, chat, meet, hang out, and it's not just in a car park in the rain or whatever. And the biggest thing we wanted to do with this place is give some element of ourselves back to the community. We wanted to be able to say to people that if you want to come and hang out, I know a lot of people struggle, with mental health and making new friends. And I know it sounds, a lot of people don't talk about it, but the car community can be an amazing place to have the chats, feel involved, discuss projects. That's some of the, to be honest, bar the mechanics, bar all the cool cars here, chatting to people, getting to know people, having a good conversation, having a good laugh. I think that's really what the car community is about. And that's what we want to do with this place, is bring people here, hang out, have fun in a safe environment where you're not looking over your shoulder for the cops, that you can come and actually have a good time. And that's why we want to have so many entertaining things. We want to reveal cars. We want to bring new cars in, new projects, have people swing by. It's not open every single day because obviously we're not here every single day, but we will be announcing dates where we're doing certain events, maybe watch parties. We might even have some school stuff. We might even have people who are welders, who are detailers come down and teach people how to do things. Just a kind of a hangout and a space that everybody can enjoy alongside us and in sort of a more collaborative fashion. That's kind of what we want to do. The big risk here is we built it without really knowing what we're doing with it. And that's kind of what we've been doing for a long time, is just having an idea, going for it, somehow borrowing the money to get it done, and then hoping it all works out. So with your guys' support, whether it's the merch, whether it's our sponsors who are amazing, or whether it's you want to come and hang out, or you want to be a member of the YouTube channel, where we're going to have our first public opening to our members on our YouTube channel. We've been slacking a little bit on the videos lately, but you guys on the members channel are going to get full videos of all of our new podcasts. You're going to extra behind the scenes. We're going to drop one maybe tonight, an extra behind the scenes video, and you're also going to we're going to tell you guys when you can come and actually hang out, and that's kind of a thank you to you guys who support us there, because without you guys, none of this would be possible. That's kind of, I don't really know what to say, because we've been trying to build this for 6 months, for like every day, late nights, weekends, And we've been trying to make the other content along the way. So we've been kind of living 2 lives. It's almost like we've been having an affair with this place, because during the day we're trying to do our normal work, whether it's LZ World Tour, whether it's Drift Masters, whether it's Drift Games content or whatever. And then outside of that, we've been building all of this. So the whole team has put some hours in. I can't thank everybody enough, and I can't thank everyone who's helped. Like, this is not a one-man band. This was my idea, but I can't do any of this on my own. This is all down to the people that have helped us. And we hope you guys are going to enjoy the content from here on in. We hope you guys are going to enjoy seeing what happens. As I said, there's going to be a lot of question marks over cars that are in here. We're going to get to that in the next video. But thank you guys for watching. We hope it's given you a little opening of what this place is all about. In the next episodes, we'll show you the expanded engine block. There are 7 businesses in this one building that have all transformed similarly to this. We're going to show you through all of those. We're going to show you how we get our cars in. We're going to show you what all these cars are about. We're going to show you tons more stuff. So if you haven't subscribed to the channel and this is your first time watching Drift Games, please hit the subscribe button. And if you want to push this video out and make all of our late nights and our work worth it, hit the comment button, hit the subscribe button, or hit the comment. I'm very tired. It's been a very long 6 months. Hit the comments and let us know what you think, and hit like, and that'll push the video out, and hopefully people will like it, because we don't know, because we're the only ones that have seen it. But now you've seen it, let us know. All right, guys, thank you to everybody involved. I just keep saying thank you, because yeah, this is a dream come true for me. All the boys, like, we just couldn't believe we started off, you know, a couple of years ago building a little tin shed, and here we are. So what happens next? Well, you're gonna have to find out in the channel. So we'll see you guys on the next episode.
Mashed potatoes.
Welcome to Ireland. We landed about 30 minutes ago. First stop was this little cafe, and we got meat potatoes and mashed balls. I didn't sleep very much. Look, come look at this. They asked me in the rental place, do I want a stick shift? I said, of course, but they were in limited availability. So he goes, do you want a Ford Cuda? And I'm like, what? And I'm picturing like a Barracuda, which isn't a Ford. No, I don't think it is. I think it's a Plymouth Barracuda. Yeah. Anyway, this is what a Ford, oh, it's a Kuga.
Yes.
I thought it was Cuda.
Kuga.
Yeah, it's awful. I love Ford, but Mustangs are better than this for sure.
Yeah.
You should drive my croissant.
You did. You get a Nissan Croissant, and I got a Ford Kuga. We're heading over to Drift Games. I got a new space that looks absolutely unbelievable. They have a full video tour of it, but I've intentionally not watched it because I want to see it in person for the first time. Made some poor financial decisions on the plane, but you guys will find out about that in a few months.
Is that a tweak or a wing?
I don't know.
That looks familiar.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Bro, that trucker was laughing his ass off at you. He's like, this dude does not know what he's doing.
I didn't know what to do. I was like, I stopped, did they stop? I don't know what these signs mean.
Hey, is that Officer Dan?
Okay, we're at the right spot.
Hey, what are you doing here?
I thought that was it.
We're in the wrong goddamn side of the road. He just
That
was.
James. It was bad. He almost got offed by a few trucks.
Rookies.
How do you like my Ford Kuga?
It's old and attractive.
I knew that was a pond shooter. I didn't know you were recording.
Big Ford guy. What's up, dude? How you doing? How are you? Good to see you.
Hey,
Hello. How are you?
Good.
Tired?
Yes.
Hello, Mike.
What's up?
How are you?
Snap!
Hello.
See him.
No, he was stealth mode back there.
Nice.
Any driving with Adam and Colette, man, but get me out of the car with James. This guy, there almost 14 accidents already about to happen, man.
Well, the one was pretty bad.
Yeah.
We found out there's a used car sale lot at
there's
Drift
not.
Games.
No,
Yes, there is.
No, there's not.
Yes, there is.
They lied to him.
And there's
They're
cool
not-
stuff.
None of them are for sale.
What is this?
That's a Maserati.
All right, Kian, tell me.
Okay, so this
Tell me.
is the engine block.
All right.
Welcome. So this is our new home, but it's got like 5 or 6 different businesses. So it's centered around Dean Motors, which is here. So they sell like performance cars, classic cars, unique things. So basically they've got a showroom here and a lot of extra cars outside, as you've seen already. And then that's their showroom, that's their workshop. So as you can see, working on a random variety of things, from Subaru to Rolls-Royce. We're up here in our Drift Game studios. You've got a place that does wheel refurbs over here. Bike shop. So you've got a detailer behind there, and then there's a place that fixes motorbikes behind here.
So this is Car Central.
Loads of stuff going on. There is so much going on here.
If any of you guys are from the Connecticut area, and you know, I think it's called like maybe Industrial Plains Road. There's like one road in Wallingford where everybody's shops are, and it's like probably like a quarter mile. This is basically Wallingford in a parking lot.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Yeah. There's so much going on here, and even we're still getting used to it because it's only open the last few weeks.
Yeah.
So it's only really operational now, and still getting used to like the variety of what's around, from like Alpina to AMG to 911, Bentley, whatever. Who knows? Who knows?
I love the variety.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Adam's wallet does not love the variety.
Yeah. Well, thankfully, I made a poor decision on the plane, so I can't make one here.
Nice.
Look at how small the wheels are.
Those are sticky too.
Yeah.
I didn't notice yesterday.
These are 10s.
I love that. There are 3 lugs. Imagine. It's crazy that full-size seats fit in here.
Mm-hmm.
Are they touching?
There's actually a bit of space between.
No. Wow.
I've seen these wheels probably like 24 times, but I've never seen an actual car.
Mm.
Yeah, the front looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
I do like 3 videos a year.
The
And
car
this ain't
itself
one
is
of them.
sick.
How are you? What does something like this like typically go for?
Here, probably 15, 16,000 euro. Like a really early good one is 40, 50,000 euro now.
Wow.
Yeah. They're hard to get original ones. They've all been touched. Like there's no such thing as a completely unmolested one nowadays. They were just cheap cars. Everyone just thought it's an old Mini, put wheels on it, put a cage on it, change the engine. You could get engines
I love
really
that
cheap.
cages in the bonds are so slow.
Yeah, I've never had one without a cage. in it.
M4 don't need a cage.
But like,
Mini.
you don't want to crash it. I understand. So, every single one I've had has had a cage.
Hey Dave.
Hello, Adam.
I don't think we've said hello on video yet.
We've been running around. It's good to have everybody here. So we're in Simon Dean's classic and prestige car showroom.
Yeah.
This is something I don't think anyone in America has ever seen before. So this is an MG Metro underneath, which is the most boring, cheapest car you could buy ever. Rubbish. And for some reason they said, hey, we're going to go Group B rallying in the 80s. And they put the engine in the back, put a ridiculous wide body on it. And this is a complete replica of one that's road legal. So
I was going to ask, is this road legal?
The rally car is not road legal, but this guy built it specifically just so he could drive it on the road. And now it's for sale.
cool.
This is like the most obnoxious front splitter I think from the group.
It looks like a 99 spec FD wing,
just turned upside down.
Yeah.
Yeah, this car made no. Even for the brand, it made no sense because they were the most boring, dull, old man's brand, and they just said, "Group B rally, let's go." So they built one of these things. It's a 2-liter turbo in the back. Yeah, some guy in Northern Ireland just said, I want one of those, but I want to put a plate on it and drive it around to car shows, and he just built it literally from the ground up with a lot of the original parts from the rally car.
My kind of lad.
My kind of lad.
Yeah. Hit the diff and go have some fun. You know?
Lad.
Before we go check out the amazing new Drift Game studio, I wanted to remind you that the FD RX-7 giveaway is still live, where every $5 you spend on LZMFG or Drift HQ is going to get you entered for a chance to win. The merch is great. We got other stuff on LZMFG, and I also wanted to add, in addition to everything on the Drift HQ website, if you're getting a custom quote or placing an order with our amazing sales team, that will still be eligible for giveaway entries. So if you got a complicated build and you want help speccing out some turbo, engine stuff, body parts, whatever, we got you covered. It's an amazing car, and you're sleeping if you don't have it. legit.
Pretty different. This is a bit of a level up from the shed last year.
I wish we got the shot of the car coming up on the ramp. Call it the ramp.
Yeah.
That's so epic.
It's so epic to everyone until you're doing it 14 times in a row, and it's really slow.
Is that Sultan's car?
No, that is one of our friends' cars.
Oh, his looks so similar.
Same, same kit.
Really? Yeah. What does the car start off as?
That's a 996.
And his is a 996 as well?
His is a 997. So the reason people do it is because the 996 is the ugliest Porsche. They changed it to that so it looks better. Then Sultan just bought 997 anyway and changed it. So like the 4th or 5th kit made, I think. And it's that's father and son. So Craig, who works with us, that's his car and that's his dad's car. And his dad, who owns the Porsche, built all this.
Wow.
He was the builder for this. So our builder was car guy, our electrician. Jimmy Oakes is driving his car at the weekend. Everybody who built it, because obviously you can't just go to a normal person and say I want to build a town in a warehouse on the 2nd floor in Dublin.
It's really. I almost feel like you would go to someone that like builds theme parks, right?
This is what. Do you know what? This actually is from your invitational, because we did a whole crazy event, and then Jess, my wife, and I went to Universal Studios for one day as a break in your Mustang, and I was standing in the middle of the Fast and the Furious ride, saying, this is weird because it looks like it's a little town, a little garage, but it's not a garage. And I was like, that's mad. It must be cheap to build buildings inside because you don't need to do insulation, you don't do anything. Thus creating. Also, to be honest, it rains every day in Ireland. And we kind of said if we could make the outside inside and not have any rain, that would be ideal for the winter here. So June 15th, we decided to take the lease. And at that point, we didn't even know we were doing this. And then 2 weeks ago, we finished it.
That's crazy. have you discussed a cost on video? Is that something you share? Or
we had a budget. We took a loan, because we always do. That's our favorite thing to do. And a €100,000 cost, and we got in at 101.
Wow.
So it's really close.
Yeah. I feel like for what this place is, like to build something similar in the States, I think would be more than that, much more.
I'll put it this way, a lot of mates rates involved in this.
Yeah.
So basically the boys were so enthusiastic about actually building it that they just sent more people and more stuff, and they're like, no, we'll do that. No, what if we did this?
Yeah.
No. So they were pumped on it too. The day we painted the whole place inside black was like, that was the day I thought we ruined the place, because it was, the floor was black, the roof was black, everything was black, it just looked like a black hole. But then when we started putting stuff in, it came together pretty good. But in Dublin, rents are so high that 2nd floor is obviously useless for a garage for somebody trying to bring cars in every day. And also we don't have the pillars like they have downstairs, so we have much more space. And because this was actually a meat processing plant where they used to literally grind meat here, they actually had all these drains which were for blood originally, which is a bit disgusting. But it's really good for washing cars, because you can wash your car inside and it all just flows outside.
Do you do that?
Yeah.
No way.
You can wash it, every single part of it on a slant.
So do you have a hose?
Really?
We don't have it in here now, but we can do it, yeah. So you can literally power hose the whole place and it just flows down. Everything's on a slant.
Even the finish of like the ceiling, as like stupid of a detail as that is, like it looks so good.
Yeah, satin black, everything, painted all the wiring.
You know, it's not like there's like a bunch of speckles or whatever, like it's very smooth. And
it's not finished yet, but I'm
A
really
cool atmosphere will make a cool car 10 times better.
Well, we had all these cars, but they all looked rubbish because they were just crushed into a corner with boxes on the roof. Now they're all kind of have their own space. And it also allows control, where I have to sell a car to buy a car now to have a space. That's my new So we're like, well, we could squeeze a few more in. But we've still got a lot to finish. We're building this carcade, which is like a full arcade. So it's going to be all modern simulators built into like 2000s units.
Sick.
So it looks like an old arcade, but it's all like newest stuff, Fanatec, Accelero Corsa, all that stuff. Trying to do like an 8-link so everyone can sit down and race together. Because online stuff is cool, but I want to go back to the old school where your buddies come around and play like in your house. We want to do that with just a little bit of flair on that. And then, and a workshop, we've done very little work here because it's all too clean. We're at that point now where we're like, you know when you
Is that the workshop?
This will be the workshop. We still have
your Corvette looks so crazy.
It's a bit different than it looked last year.
It looks like, I don't even know, it looks like a Mad Max type looking thing.
Yeah. Now, the heartbreaking part was when I bought all the HGK carbon, which you guys sell in Drift HQ, and then Darren McNamara cuts 40% of it off on the floor instantaneously. But the idea was that basically we wanted to make a Corvette that didn't look like anyone else's Corvette, because when I built this car, it was like the third or fourth maybe like Drift build Pro Corvette, and then obviously since then everyone's building Corvettes and it's very hard to be unique. So I sent it to Darren. I never saw the design, never knew anything about it, and every time he would ring me, he's like, I think I've gone too far now. And then he would say, oh, I've gone a bit more far, and he said, no, I just ran away with myself. So you know what he's like.
Yep.
So he's made a lot of funky bits and pieces. The fender is being very controversial, but he likes the fact that it's a McPherson strut, like a single-seater race car.
Yeah.
So he was like, I like the idea, and he's even cut this angle so that when the car is on full lock, it's perfectly in line with the car, so you can see the suspension working and everything. So, because we're obviously sponsored by BC and FDF, so for the first time ever, you can see it no matter where. He did a lot of work. I think it's always with his design. It's like he started by wanting to do barge boards like an F1 car, and then he was like, oh, but now they look stupid with this, and then it just gradually became all of that. And then we thought it looked a bit like a jet fighter, so we themed it like that.
I really want him to do something on my FC. The wing is my favorite.
Yeah. And then because the wing was so heavy, he had to refabricate the whole back of the car to support the weight. So all the fabrication is brand new again.
This is what Colette is going to be driving at Mondello. What's the deal with this thing?
This car, pain in the ass, was a 3-year build. So this is a Mazda Miata, or you guys, right? MX-5 for us. NC, so it's a 2000. Interesting story about this car was it's a pre-production car from Mazda that went as a hot lap car in Mondello Park. So it only had 4,000 kilometers on the shell, and it never saw like salt on the road for rust because it would never on the road. So we bought it when Mazda had finished their deal or whatever, put an SR20 in it, blew up, put an SR20 in it, blew up, and then we figured out that the sump and stuff was wrong with it. We then put a very fancy SR in it. So this is the man that built the engine on this car. It's the same that built the one in your S15 last year.
Oh, really?
DY engines in the UK, Dave Yanda. So she's a really fancy car. Super clean because it's done no full events, but now it is all good to go. Nearly 500 horsepower, 6-speed sequential, RX-8 suspension. It's good to go.
There's a lot with this car to unpack. Colette will be covering it more on her channel since she'll be driving it through the weekend. But I know this is a big moment for Josh to be able to...
3 years he's been building it, and he's almost happier to be looking at it from the outside than the inside because he just wants to see the thing drift.
Kind of like you with your car when she was driving it last year. That's what you kept saying.
I would say Colette's the easiest person to give a car to because she looks after them and she drives them hard. She does all the stress testing.
So this is my first time seeing this car, and also today I learned that not only am I going to be competing in this car this weekend, but Dave's actually going to be competing in the same car afterwards.
Yep.
So that's pretty cool.
Well, we're lucky we're the same height because
Yeah.
that was the biggest misery for the last week. Was the guy who built the car was quite short and had an unusual setup. So we got on to Ryan, who's our buddy, who actually did all the fab on the Corvette and the MX-5. And I said, I got like 5 days to make this thing work. So all that's been changed. So the cage had to be redone because your head would hit. So when you went to put the seat back, the harness bar wouldn't fit, so we had to redo the harness bar. Then the cage would hit here, so they refabbed the cage.
I want to sit in it.
Let's hope all of that was worth it, because if it wasn't, I'm going to be very, very, very tired for the next
I've never even sat in this car in person yet.
No.
So this is a lot to take in. Oh, there's plenty of headroom.
Yep.
That's great.
So we lowered the floor and the seat in the floor.
So there's like a pedestal for the feet.
Yes.
Can I? Oh wow. I've never had floor mounted pedals.
Yeah, they're a little bit to get used to.
Yeah, you almost gotta like rest your heel on this, huh?
Yes. So what's strange about this car is it has the electronic power steering on the column, which is really close to where the brake and the clutch were. So
I see what you're saying.
just to let you know how much of a rabbit hole this car went through for the last week, I said, can you just lower the seat? So unfortunately the water pipes for the rear rad went under the seat, so they all had to be completely rerouted. Then when he went to lower the seat, he realized the head would hit the cage, so we redid the cage there, and the harness bar, and then the electric power steering was hitting his feet, so he lowered the floor and put the pedals in there, had to put a new floor on the car, the handbrake was moved, and the handbrake itself wasn't working properly. And then when we pulled the handbrake, we had to realize it wasn't locking properly, so there were dual calipers on the back. And after all that, we now have on, not today, but when he gets to the track on Friday, a full carbon fiber dashboard for the car as well.
Jesus.
So you gotta have those onboard shots looking good, right?
This thing has
now, as much
so
as that sounds like I'm being very generous to Adam,
Yeah.
I'm driving the car afterwards. So obviously
Right.
I'm like, as long as he gets through the weekend, has a good time in it, he'll do all the stress testing for me. He'll give me some feedback on it, see how it goes. I used to compete in a Corolla, and they're so much fun to drive, especially when you almost have too much power for the grip, I think. This thing is going to be wild. Like, we have low boost on it at the moment at 460 and high is 540. But oh, and also from the update from the last video, Mike, because everyone will be saying, why are you running reps on the car, Adam? We now have from Japan 3-day shipping, works 0-1s all around.
I didn't even get to look at them. And we're running the reps as spares.
Approved.
We're running the reps as spared. Well, actually, it's funny. We couldn't find as good an offset in the real wheel as it was in the reps.
Right,
but,
that's funny.
Which is really funny. But they are proper jobs. So the reps are the spares.
Yeah.
Because buying 10 of them would have been
no.
pretty tough going. But yeah, we can adjusting. The only thing we're going to try and look at adjusting is the steering wheel.
So I think everything is pretty much perfect for me. I just need to, if I can move the seat closer somehow, I don't know how much of a pain in the ass that'll be. I'm like, if I'm sitting in the seat, I'm like...
You're stretching.
Full extension. Yeah. So if I could be just a little bit closer to the wheel, which like I could technically achieve with cushions. But
basically at the moment, there's two options we have. One is we can put a further spacer on the steering wheel to bring it closer, but I think the pedal is the problem then.
Well, it's both.
So basically, I think Ryan could be a little bit taller. So I basically said, Ryan, make it fit you because he's similar height to us. He's got long legs. So I think we can just push it a little bit forward and it'll probably solve the problem.
Can we start it?
In here, you can, but the fumes can get... We haven't got the extractor fan in here yet.
Can we start it for like 2 seconds?
Of course you can.
How do you do that?
No idea.
Let's
I've never
figure it
driven
out.
this car. I think that's it.
No idea.
No idea at all.
That's the first bit, yep. And then is it on the roof? No.
This might be a kill switch.
That's the kill switch, I'd say, which I think should be on. And then...
You are in the line of fire.
This button maybe has to pop out?
Figuratively and literally.
For the brakes.
Oh yeah.
There we go, we're on the roof. Officially.
You found it?
It's on the roof. Where else would it be but on the roof?
Remember, it dumps out here.
Ready?
Yeah.
It makes big flames out the side too. Like 4-foot flames out the side of the car.
Does ALS need anti-lag?
Yes.
What does that do? Does it work?
Yeah.
Would you use it when you're drifting?
Yep.
And it just like keeps it in boost?
Keeps it in boost. And it just goes bang, 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 bang.
Cheater.
Cheater? You got an SR20, that's the God's motor.
That also has anti-lag as well.
Not a cheater. Totally fine now.
Yeah, this thing spits like 4-foot flames when it's hot out the side. Like,
Really?
It's really cool.
Is it super loud like in your face or it's not too bad?
The flames?
Yeah.
It's only when the anti-lag's on.
Got it.
So it's obviously dumping every time you let off the throttle, but if you don't put the anti-lag on, I don't think there's as much lag in it anyway, but again, we're both learning together, Adam, because I've never really driven it either, so
Yeah.
I'm watching it going, I don't know.
The door shut?
Be careful with
Should
that
do.
window, bro.
I guess
Something.
You just gotta give it a good slam.
I'm not home. As you guys know, the event is Saturday and Sunday. That'll be the first time that I'm driving this thing. I'm super excited. I know that it's cool and it's going to be a lot of fun. And there are a lot of cars that are literally being built just for this event.
That's never happened before here, because usually we're like borrowing this and that, but the fact that we're actually putting cars together to fit the personalities of the people, we still have more to reveal. I think like Colette's car, your car really fit your whole vibe, and also just to see you in a Corolla in Ireland, because this chassis built the whole drift scene in Ireland. So even though we've come so far with Drift Masters and FDE to come all the way back again to the start of what, and then see how your reaction to, I don't know, just you driving a Corolla over the hill in Mondello just feels like we're in 2008 again. So it's cool. Like, and I think everyone's going to be pumped to see it. And because you don't know how you're going to do, I think it's like an unknown as well. We all know you can drive S-bodies, we all know you can drive like Mustangs and all that stuff, but this is totally like blank slate for you, so it's going to be a challenge. Like we have, for the first time ever in competition in Europe in about 10 years, 5 86s on the grid out of 29 drivers.
Because Luke's driving one too, right?
Yeah, and we got Sultan's one in there as well. We got a couple of them in there. It's going to be fun.
And then we didn't announce what Hert's driving yet, did we?
We can say it though. Hert's driving our Verosa, so he's driving a big body, and we're building it as a bit of a replica of his car in the US. But nobody's seen it yet. Even I haven't seen it. It's currently being wrapped at the moment by Precision Graphics, same guys that did this. So a lot of panic, and everybody's rolling in. It's getting exciting.
There's a lot more to unpack and show in this video, but I'm excited to finally get to see this thing first. The wrap came out amazing. I'm glad that we kind of moved away from the yellow in the front, kept it orange. Believe it or not, this car was designed after the t-shirt that was made before the car was even wrapped.
Yep.
So Josh, who does all our art, we basically tasked him with making the event merch that was based around this car and what we thought it was going to look like. So when we came to wrap it, we were going through trying to make it look like the car on the t-shirt, which is kind of where...
Yeah, it went backwards to the t-shirt. From originally it was just going to be yellow to red, but I think the orange was the look. I think it came out really, really nice.
Saved us color and print too.
Yep. I was about to say, well, it's easier to change one wrap than a lot of t-shirts, so there's a better way of doing it. It's rain.
That's normal here.
Doesn't bother us.
Sounds like the compound.
Yeah.
You know, the worst thing is I got to take your livery off, and I think it just suits the car so well. I'm like, how do I top that? It's very cool. I love the two-tone.
Yeah, no, it's
like the old school look of the two-tone with the new school kind of.
Yeah, I was worried if we went full body like color, which we'll put a photo of on the screen. It almost looks like two drift boy, two like stance boy, drift boy.
I would say
the black makes it feel.
I think it would
a bit more
still
old
look
school.
good, and I was maybe leaning more that way. But then you went with this, and I actually agree now that I see it that it's perfect.
A little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, and she's a good little car. Like it's gonna be, I think it's gonna be fun, and it sounds sick, and it's got flames, and it pops and bangs, and like it's a proper like little rocket ship.
I'm gonna be giggling like a schoolgirl when I drive this. I'm still on like 3-4 hours of sleep, so my facial expressions don't let that misjudge my excitement for this thing.
Well, I think on Friday, like you're gonna be woken up pretty quickly.
Do we get to test it on Friday?
Yeah.
Ah, sweet.
So when you throw it sideways at 75 miles an hour, then I think you'll be pretty woken
I'm
up.
going in at 95. 75, those are rookie numbers.
It'll do
Move
it.
the start line back.
I don't know, 15-inch tires and 500 horsepower. It's gonna be fun.
So do you think I'm going to be at a disadvantage because my wheels are smaller, or do you think the weight will offset that? Like, what's the tread width on this compared to like what other people will be running?
So you're running a 205, and they're running 255 or 265. But I don't think it's going to make any difference on that layout because that's a momentum layout. There's no hard pulls, so it's all firing into a first corner. Lightweight generally in that track works best because you can go faster through the first corner without washing off the track. So I think it's going to be the 205s. What do you run on your E36?
I heard Luke's on 265s and his
He is,
86.
but Corollas don't work on 265s. I'm just put it out there. They don't. A lot of people have tried. You've also got Driftworks 86, which is also on 18s, but I think this
265s.
Yeah, I think it'll still be faster.
I'm wondering. So, do we already have tires ordered? Yeah.
Yeah.
Are the reps less wide, or are they the same width?
More wide.
Gotcha. And do you think we'll roll into the sidewall, or do you think we'll be aired up enough to where that won't matter?
It's fine. Both are fine. We checked both. It's actually better stance with the reps.
Really?
Yeah, because actually they don't make these 3-hour ones really as wide as they do. But either way, it's fine. And to be honest with you, I think you're going to find on the first couple of laps that we have a video of this car chasing your S15 from last year in Mondello, and your old car is on semi-slicks and this car is on road tires, and it's staying with it the whole way. So I think the weight is the big difference. In that track it is.
I have a muffler on my fender exit.
Mm-hmm.
That's the coolest thing I've ever seen. I was worried it was going to blow my ears out. I didn't even know
Well, they had a couple of goes at it obviously because they went here at one point.
And they're like, oh,
And then
too
they went,
loud.
Nah, it's too loud, let's go that way.
I like it though. It's neat. It seems like a simple car.
Yeah, it's not overkill in any shape or form. It's got the great combination of Toyota, Nissan, BMW and Volvo in the one car. There's some stuff on this because we're still digging in because we didn't build it. We're going like, it all works, so let's not change too much.
Right.
But then we're going, let's investigate as we go along what any of this is doing.
Maybe we can make this better or that better.
It's going to be a work in progress for us. But the one thing is that the guy who drove this came to our last few events, and all we did was sit on the pit wall going, that is a cool car. And it ran all weekend, no problems. So we were like, it's obviously a good car to drive. So I was like, it's a good starting point. And he put a lot of love and effort into the car. And the amazing thing is this car was built for Formula D. I was telling you that earlier off camera. So originally it was going to go to Formula D years and years ago. And it got abandoned as a shell, completely fabricated, and then it was picked up and finished. So the guy that's coming back drifting this weekend, Eric O'Sullivan, who was in FD, hasn't drifted in 10 years, and that was his car, and he's back at this event.
And now he gets to compete
He gets
against
to compete
it?
against the car that he was building for FD this weekend. So there's a lot of little stories going on.
Yeah.
That's cool. I just noticed it has fire suppression too. That's cool.
Yep, that's legal here. You have to have a plug in.
I feel like the biggest thing is that it's rear radiator. That's not like, I feel like common for an 8.6, at least over in the States. Most people just try to cram it in the front and then have overheating issues.
I think when they put the 1JZ in, they went, well, that's the space gone there, so we'll have to put it somewhere else.
Pretty heavy, what do you call this, a boot?
Yeah, this is a booter, we call these Corollas.
Really?
You guys call them a Corolla. But we have to call them, distinguish them, because we got the coupe as the standard UK version, and we don't call it a coupe, we just call that an 86, and then we refer to these as a booter because they have a boot.
Not much of a boot, but...
Not much of a boot. And these are actually rarer here
Really?
than the coupes, yeah.
What are you talking about?
Talking a boot and the coupe. We don't say coupe in Ireland either, for some reason. We're not posh enough to say coupe.
I love the brake light.
Yeah, in the inside of the car for some reason.
When I use the brakes, it says, brakes, you mean the coward pedal? I love that. Man, everyone's gonna know when I'm left foot braking and before transitions, making people hit me.
Drive the car. I'm just gonna kind of wrap up the video here. I feel like there's so much to cover, but we're all super tired and jet lagged. We basically like left at night, didn't sleep that much, and then it started a new morning here. I'm stoked that we get to see this thing in person. Way more stoked to drive it, but this is an amazing place, and I'm glad we were able to share a bit of it with you. Let me know what else you want to see on our Ireland adventure. We have the world tour this weekend at Mondello Park. Looking forward to seeing you all there. All the homies flying tomorrow, so it's gonna be hectic, but it's gonna be a good time.
Mashed potatoes.
Bro, that trucker was laughing his ass off at you. He's like, this dude does not know what he's doing.
I didn't know what to do. I was like, I stopped and they stopped. I don't know what these signs mean. Any driving with Adam and Colette, man, but get me out of the car with James. This guy, there almost 14 accidents already about to happen, man.
I promise.
Thank you.
That's literally the fastest that will go.
Okay, so we've just seen that Hurt has just arrived outside, so, well, he can't come in without seeing his car, so to reveal it to him now. Well, Hurt, how you doing? Woo! Just arrived?
Just got here, literally fresh off the plane. Let's get it.
Right, so you know we've done something with a car for you in the same style.
I heard a little something. Dave was like, come back for LZ World Tour and we'll make the car stupid like yours. Those were his words. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Can I just enjoy the place? I haven't even got to see this place yet. But these cars are so... Oh, would you look at that?
Well, we've got the flake, we've got the colour.
Yo, this is crazy. Yo, I love it. Oh my God. I can't wait.
If you think of it like an ugly GS300.
I like these cars. I think they're a little underrated. Plus, they're still kind of cheap too. You know, 1Js by themselves are more expensive than the car, which is crazy.
That is pretty much the
case.
Well, we always say it's the face only a mother could love.
Yeah, I love it though. This is so cool. Oh my God.
Yeah, hopefully you approve of the styling.
Oh no, I'm with it, baby. Let's go. Drift Games. Can I see under? Can I see under the hood?
Yeah. It's got a bigger turbo.
Yes. Yes. Oh my goodness. We're gonna have some fun. All these guys come over with race cars. We're gonna have to show them. All right. We're gonna have to show them the big boy four doors and the big boys in general can do it. All right.
You can't just bash into people here.
I read the rule books, and it's not in there. It does not say you can't bash into people. So you might want to go back and rewrite the books.
Yeah.
I mean, am I wrong? Yeah, this is fantastic. Thank you so much.
I'm on the sound, hoodie season, back around, no more summer bounce, little squeeze out, squeeze. Keep that indoors when we're throwing down. Oversized jumping with our underwear out. I'm on the sound, hoodie season, back around, no more summer bounce, wear underwear out.
So more and more of our guests are arriving, and we decided to throw a little bit of a, well, what looks like a kids party. Well, Jimmy, it's your birthday on Saturday, so I'd say...
It's Larry's birthday on Saturday too.
Like when you're younger, you have a twin party.
Exactly.
We've got the colourful paint on the wall, the arcade machines, foldable seats. It's got some pop. It's got all the ingredients. What?
I'm waiting for my presents.
Oh, you'll get it on Saturday. So yeah, everyone coming over. 50% of the people are here, everyone's arriving through the night and everything. So we're just going to stay here, chill for a few hours and wait for everybody to arrive.
You gotta just get there and see.
I'm literally just taking everything in right now. People that I know left and right. I didn't even get a chance to actually soak in how cool this spot is. I've been seeing this car for years, and to see this in person and seeing the fitment, I can appreciate Dave's style with all his cars. It's amazing to be here. I love Ireland already.
This
Insane.
place is nuts.
Yeah?
It's absolutely nuts. You guys killed it.
Brilliant. Inspiration. It's giving me inspiration.
This is the craziest studio garage street that I think I've ever seen. I think I need to stop slacking and renovate my shop now.
I can't fit in my car anymore. Here we go, guys. We are in Mondello Park. This is going to be our home for the next 3 days.
Filming out there, buddy?
Yeah, how are you?
Or up there, I should say.
Yeah, very much up here. Crazy to think that around 20,000 people are going to be passing the Mondello grounds, which is crazy to think because it's just so calm now. Until Craig starts his car, and it is the loudest car of all time. Overnight, we've got our cars all down here that are going to be on display all weekend. Obviously not in position, but looking clean nonetheless. And if you're not a member and didn't see the members video of Old School New School, you will know that Adam O'Connor won one of the top 20 of the show. So I think he's one of the first Drift Games members to actually win something as a car show. Jesus! Stop, you God damn it, Trev. I was just coming over to compliment you on your cleaning, but yeah.
That's a first.
Trev, you are responsible for cleaning all the cars down here, and we are forever grateful. Supreme Reflections, go check them out. What do you want to say to promote yourself?
I'm better than Josh.
That's not exactly tough, is it? So this is Friday. This is the practice day for the guys. This is a non-public day. A lot of the guys are in cars that they've never drove before, so it's only right to give them a day of practice before the main show on Saturday and Sunday of the main competition. So along with the guests in many different cars, it's especially scary, I'd say, for us this weekend.
Yeah, so we have 4 of our drift cars on the track, all borrowed. And here's the amazing thing. Josh's car in its current setup, never tested before. Colette's driving that for the first time. The Verosa now is 150 horsepower more. Nobody's tested that. We have got the Corolla. I've never even driven the Corolla properly, so Adam's testing that. And then your NA, I think, is the only one that we can say is the same as it was.
Yeah, but that's quite kind of scary going in because that is the most tested. all the others will be fine, then watch that one drop now.
Yeah, but look, the fun thing is that we get to watch it from the outside. We get our friends to drive them. They get obviously a load of publicity on the cars, which is the reason we do this. And there are going to be smiles on faces. This is the calm before the storm today. So as long as today goes okay, I don't want you to do that 5 minutes later thing. Don't do that. As long as today goes...
There's not going to be a 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, Hirt's already pushing the car.
Just pushing it, it's fine, it still starts. So we're going to do today, just to get a feel, get a familiarization with the car, just a test day before the big weekend. So I'm going to go to the tower. I'll be nervous, but hopefully everyone has a good time.
So Danny,
What's up, my G?
you've come in a familiar car, haven't
Yes,
you?
sir.
Look at this, for anyone that remembers, this was...
First ever drift car, 2014. Bought this car from Vaughn Gibson Jr.
And then we purchased it off you.
Yes, 2016 I want to say. They've bought it in 2016.
2016.
Yeah, and then he raffled it off, or he gave it to somebody that raffled it off, and the car just disappeared off the grid. So we found the guy's number, hit him up, and we're like, can we do this? Within 24 hours. I actually asked Dave to buy it a year prior to me getting the car, and me and Dave went back and forth, and it just didn't work out because, like, whatever, it just didn't work out. And then I ended up getting it for a bit cheaper. So it's you know, it's a win-win for everybody. Let's just say that. But yeah,
It's looking good, dude.
yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited.
Hope you enjoy it and have a good time over the weekend.
Yes, sir. Don't be looking at my ankles.
You got any drift game socks I could
What's going on, dude? First off, thank you for letting me rip the car. I'm super excited. I do want you to come for a ride. Hopefully I don't kill you. But
Well, that would be a great plan.
new race suit, new boots, we're ready to go.
Ready to go. All right, I'll let you set up the car and everything like that, and then I come find you and we go for a spin.
Perfect, let's
See
do
you
it.
there. So, because there's someone now driving the 350, which was supposed to be the backup car, I don't know how Dave convinced Wayne of this, but that is the backup car for any of the guests that break the car. I don't know, maybe Wayne was in a good mood when he got asked. Actually, he's never in a good mood, is he? I wasn't going up for him to rev then. That is obnoxiously loud. This is Axel's three-rotor turbo. We have the, oh my god, the roof! Just listen to the Lamborghini owner revving. Are you
dragged it out of the bushes?
In Mexico last night, giving a bit of a test?
Yeah, we had a quick detour over to England. English cops can't do anything around here. Yeah, we just brought it out. We couldn't get a dyno last night when we got the car finished because it was so late. So it's pretty road legal, honestly. It's got like turn signals and everything. And we just done some light tuning on the street last night.
You know what? How long have you known about this event for? And how does it get done in the last 12 hours?
Well, we had FD. I only got back from FD 4 days ago. So,
you know what? You have a better excuse than most people, to be fair. You're not even in the country.
So we just worked for the last 3 days straight. Got it here. It's probably going to break my heart for the whole weekend, but at least we got here, right?
Well, good luck, dude. She's pretty.
Let's go, baby. I'm excited. It's good to see it out in the sun. Well, kind of the sun.
This is the Irish sun.
Yeah, clouds.
Do you guys dub it the Air Stallion? Is that what, or how do you say that?
It's the Air Stallion.
Air Stallion.
Keep it looking pretty.
Oh, hey. Hey, no. Hey. I promise.
You promise?
I promise.
You know what, Pinky?
People will be disappointed if you don't break it a little.
Hey, I don't break things on purpose, all right?
Just naturally.
Go away. Go.
If you saw the previous video on this is what we mean by the dumbbells. They are the weights to counterweight the car. The face of confusion. All the guys warming up their vehicles.
Jimmy, you're in a big boy car.
Yeah.
Sequential, 1J.
Wise have everything, quick change.
The thing about a car like this is
They're expensive to break.
Actually, two things. Expensive, and you lose a lot of excuses.
True. Now, if I suck, it's because I suck.
That's the position I'm always in now.
Yeah. You have a good car now. Your car's sick.
Just a bad pilot behind it, so hopefully that's not the case with you. Hopefully,
you're a good driver, Josh.
You're just trying to be nice to me, so I'd be nice to you.
No, that's true. So, all right, let's go out for practice and have some fun.
Could have done with a little more limit to it, I'd say. So the guys are up to grips with the cars now. They've all had a few laps, so I'm going to start putting a few cameras in just to get you guys a bit of an inside perspective of the car with an onboard camera. How's it going?
It's good, man. First couple laps in this thing, like second lap, I feel like I could qualify, so that's a good start.
That's a great start.
I'm about to go do one of my first chases. I'm excited.
Dude, we're 3 laps in.
I'm ready, dude.
Yeah, good. That is Eric O'Sullivan. He runs all of our Drift Bash days. The bit on track, he keeps all you guys safe, keeps it fun. He's probably one of the first professional Irish drifters, and he went off to America and everything like that. And now he's back on the grid with, how would you say it? All the new school drifters, which is pretty cool. Am I gonna jump in for a lap?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm not doing so high. I need some guidance. I lost your bumper.
Ah, that bumper's in shit anyways.
My first one, I didn't go hard enough. The second one, I flicked in, and I flicked too hard, and I like skidded across the barriers. Not the barriers, the rumble strip. Say what? The rumble strip.
Guys, don't try clutch kicking yet. Just go straight line handbrake. Just get used to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you got to go fast and go hard.
I know I said I was gonna try to tear it, but I'm being very timid.
No. You've got to abuse this thing. It likes it. Right, here we go.
I should have kept on.
That's lesson number 2 of the track.
Huh?
Never panic and let off.
I know. Dude, that was it too, because I was like, I don't have the hydro here. If I just floor it, I'm gonna be perfect. And then I'm like, wait a minute, I take it back. I don't want to do this no more. And then we died. Dang it, I'm such a pussy. Darn it. Time we come here, he takes another body panel off every time.
I'm not sure how the headlight came off that time. Here we go. Middle, fourth, go, whichever it is. Go. Transition, big split. Kinda did it.
Transition's challenging.
You kind of did something there.
I don't know what I did exactly. It was like understeering and it caught itself.
I mean, you kind of did. By no means was that clean.
No, it was not clean, but we continued drifting.
Yeah.
It's frustrating because when Dave was talking about it, he's like, yeah, everyone messes up on the shifting. And I'm like, it ain't that bad. I don't know what he's
Not this guy.
It ain't that bad. And then I'm over here, I'm like, oh, it's so bad. It's terrible. And we're the only guys that are missing body parts so far, but hey, that means we're really trying here.
No one else is trying hard enough. We're nailing that part of it. All right, here we go. This is lap. I can feel it.
My first 3 laps, I'm like, dude, I'm just gonna say I'm sick tomorrow or something. Like, I can't make it. Sorry, dude. All good though, all good. You helped me a lot. Like,
that's on camera. I didn't ask him to say that.
No, dude, I was a wreck before you got in here. And I'm really happy we had our little talks.
Good.
So, thank you, dude. I appreciate it.
I just assessed the damage.
Are we good?
So we've got Larry Chen over for the weekend shooting this event. He's actually tomorrow. This video is going out Friday, so if some of you guys are interested, he's actually doing a photo training experience sort of thing for the event, which is like super cool. Yeah, you're doing tracking car stuff. So we're gonna jump in and see how it goes. You good, Larry? How you doing?
Good. So
I think you're a bit of a madman piloting this car around this track with these drivers.
I mean, I guess there's a level of trust. So Bagsy, that was his first run when I was just following him right now.
His first run, you went and chased him?
Yeah, and he cut the entry pretty short, so we'll see how it goes now. So roll on this and let's see how it goes.
I'm gonna be quiet and not distracted. Dude, that took balls going into that corner at that speed.
If you notice, that's literally the fastest that will go. First, second, all the way to third. Whenever he initiates, I basically can set myself to make sure I get a good frame of him going into the first corner. So I'm literally going as fast as I can.
Can I just ask, because I do a bit of tracking car stuff myself, do you, obviously, you can see the screen in front of there, do you ever catch eye to frame up there or see where you are to pull back or get closer?
So what I do, I always try to keep a certain distance. I always let off to let him transition, otherwise it'll take the nose of the front of the car off.
Yeah.
But what I do is I check quickly the edge of the frame for the back of the car.
Yeah.
So sometimes if I'm following too close in the corner, if I'm about to hit their door, then I cut the back of the car off, then it's not a very good shot. I basically want to follow at their speed. You know, like, no question about it. They should try to go as fast as they can, and then I'm gonna do the same.
That's cool that you do that, because sometimes when I do it, I tell the drivers to kind of take the widest and left foot brake to go a bit slower and smoother and stuff like that, but like, you went in on that. Like, the first corner, like, you let him do his thing and you just chased it. Like,
yeah,
big respect.
Well,
to
this
that.
is the fun part of it, you know?
I can't wait to see some of the footage that you get from here, because this track I don't really think's really been shot in video at this for this layout at this speed. So like, I think you're the first person to take this on.
Well,
I tried it on a 350 once and it didn't work at all.
I obviously could use more power. If I had 600, 650 horsepower, then it would feel a lot better. I would have a little more leeway, because as you see right now, I'm ringing it out as fast as this will go.
Keep on doing what you're doing, because you're doing a great job. Let's get to a shot of how it looks from the outside. talking traditional Irish weather, in the space of a few minutes, it has gone miserable like yourself. Can it not just stay dry for the next 3 days? That's all we're asking.
No. Mr. LZ himself has to be the first one to test the super wet track.
Chris, I'm going inside. Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know whose van this is, but I'm in it now.
Well, it's now just me in the van. You'll see why in a minute. You forget something. You forget something.
It just ruins your day, doesn't it?
Well, not mine. Maybe yours.
So unfortunately, it's still raining.
Wet end to the day, but everybody seemed to get on pretty good. All the cars still work, no major incidents. Mondello tricky in the wet, and everybody's finding that out. We were saying a Drift Master is even tricky in the wet. We got something special that arrived. There are two special cars that arrived just at the end of the day, but we're going to show you that in the next episode. One is Becky's new Peaches S15, which looks absolutely sick. And the second was the one you've all been waiting for, the 4-rotor by James Dean. It has arrived. It's yet to do some laps, but tomorrow it will be. Look at the face of Mike. This is how much effort has gone into this car to be here.
I'm after aging.
He was 21 when he started this build, and now he's 68. So tomorrow we go to the first of our last chance top 16s after qualifying. It's going to be a wet one, I think. Sunday's looking a lot drier. It's looking a lot clearer. Usual Mondello, one wet day, one dry day. It's going to be a wild weekend.
Welcome back to the LZ World Tour. You're in for a treat. We have a very unique top 16 where our top 3 from that top 16 are going to progress to tomorrow's main event. So if you walk with me, we'll see if any of our drivers are ready to have a little chat before they go out. In fact, Hurt's just having a photo taken. We'll see if we can jump in there and be the next one in the line. Hurt, can I nick you for a moment, please, dude? We're live on the stream, so how are you getting on out there, man? How's it been today? And you've got a battle very soon, so we won't keep him too long. But how are you feeling going into this?
I feel great. I'm just going to send it, so whatever happens, happens. I'm sorry for the person who has to chase me. No, we're having a great time out here. I love drift games. LZ World Tour is amazing. Mondello Park is fantastic. This is my second time here, and I love 4 doors and I love orange, so you know I'm doing good.
I see you've got a very appropriate hat on. I've seen. Have you been breaking anything yet today?
I was born this way.
What's been broken on the car? Because I did see there was a bit of chaos going on at lunchtime.
Yeah, so you know throughout the day, you know going this direction right, the fender's kind of been grabbing the wheel, and I just kind of assumed I'm a heavy guy, so that side's just leaning really hard. But I think the knuckle just split.
Oh, okay.
So I think it might have been kind of buckling over time, because that first transition is really hard, and this is a really heavy car, so it's a lot of weight on that side.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it looks all fixed. So go break some more stuff, dude. Have fun out there.
My pleasure.
Right. Let's carry on walking. I appreciate you, Hurt. Thank you, my friend. So next to Hurt is Pitts. We're going to see if Mr. LZ's in there because he was the last one out in the qualifying, and he absolutely nailed it. Adam, can we borrow you for a minute again, man? Awesome. We've got the man himself coming over. Well done on your last run, dude. It was absolutely amazing, dude.
I didn't crash, so I'm stoked.
How did it feel getting it was a 93, right? How did it feel grabbing that score right at the very end there?
It's a double-edged sword, right? Because I was really looking forward to driving more today, so I almost wanted to do bad, but then I wanted to do good, so then I could make sure I can make it to the show tomorrow. So I'm happy. I'm just having fun.
So I've seen who you're up against. Have you seen who you're up against tomorrow?
Yep, I'm going up against good old James again.
So the last time you battled him, it kind of went very well for yourself. Are we going to see that again here on his home turf?
I mean, that's the plan, but it's going to be a good battle.
I'm really excited, man. Good luck. Enjoy the rest of the day, dude, and what an amazing show you're putting on. So we're going to head up to the boys in the tower for the main event of today.
Thank you, Adam, and welcome everybody to the tower here at Mondello Park. I got a very special guest with me, Mr. Chelsea Denofa is here. Chelsea, your first time in Ireland this weekend. You've been judging alongside Kieran and Kevin. How's that been going?
Oh, it's been going fantastic. The driving's been really good. We've been pretty lucky with similar track throughout the day. I'll keep the word out of the equation here, but yeah, it's been really good. Driving's been fun. The judges are awesome, and the way they do the judging itself is actually pretty neat with the process involved.
So is it very, very different than what you're used to back home? Is it something that you can adapt to this weekend? Do you think there's good points, bad points?
Yeah, I think it's really good. They use a system that basically deducts points by pressing buttons throughout the run, and then it calculates your score. So it's kind of nice. You could just do that, focus on the run, and then at the end of the run, you can say, hey, I really, really enjoyed that. He deserves an extra few points. Or, hey, it wasn't as clean, and reduce a few points. So it's actually pretty nice.
And what are you thinking about the cars, right? Because obviously we've got a ton of cars that are very unusual for competition in the modern day. And we had an Audi Quattro, S1 drift car. We had 4-rotor, 3-rotor Corvette. We've had a bunch of 86s. It's fun, right? When we come from, say, like us, the older school of drifting, this was normal at one time, and now it's kind of gone away. So it's nice to kind of feel those chassis still have a purpose in front of a big crowd, right?
Yeah, obviously with competition, there's a recipe that works, right? And then with this, it's competition, but it gives a little bit of freestyle in the fact that you're not running semi-slicks. You're not running a car that's trying to kill you the entire time. So it's neat to see those different cars, especially like 3-rotor Corvette, the 4-rotor RX-7, and then even some of the other older, more vintage cars, and then 8.6s as well. I think this is the most 8.6s I've seen in an event since like 10 years ago.
We were talking about the 8.6 being, the old 8.6, and then a guy comes out in a 1970s Datsun. So like we have a bit of a mix of everything going into it. Today is all about the last chance top 16. So 16 drivers, the drivers that didn't qualify in the top 13, and it was a very stacked qualifying session. But what we noticed from it, and maybe you noticed, well, the guys that have competed here before on the pro level, obviously having the advantage over the guys that are new to cars and new to the track.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I could definitely see there's some home field advantage here. And then a lot of the guys even coming from the States are driving right-hand drive competition for the first time. And in cars they don't know. And they're still putting it together and putting some really good runs. So I think you'll see those people elevate more and more as the weekend goes on if they have a chance to be able to do that.
I think that what's interesting is when we go now into this last chance top 16. So these are the guys qualifying from 14th to 29th. They get to do some battles and they start to get more of a feel for the car. So whoever gets to the podium from this bracket today is going to have a lot more seat time and a lot more battles than anybody else going into tomorrow. So it could turn from a bad morning to a good morning tomorrow morning of having that little bit extra time behind the wheel.
Yeah, I think there's a strategy to that too, for sure. And watching everybody run, the cutoff between the top 13 that got to stay and the people that are battling for this now was really tight. So it's going to be some really, really good battles in this top 16.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. We're going to show you guys the track layout on the screen right now, and the banks are starting to fill up here in Mondello Park, and this is the battle format. Each driver will take a turn at lead and chase. The lead driver must run the qualifying line and aim to be run as close to a 100-point run as possible for the judges. The chase driver must mirror the lead driver and try and gain as much proximity as possible. Our judges will determine who is the better driver over the 2 runs combined and determine the winner. If the scoring results in a draw, we will have one more time battle to determine the winner. 3 go through to the main event tomorrow. The big names are in there, but who's going to be joining them? Well, there's some big names sitting in this 16 as well, including Formula Drift drivers who have got to battle their way to the next. And this is the track they're going against. Full throttle initiation, clutch kick or weight transfer scores higher, but the conditions will change as we go through this top 16 from dry to wet probably. Big fast 1, 2, and 3 on the clips. That's all about full speed. And the clipping zone 3, that's what you want to watch in the lead position. Did they get in there? Because it gives the chase car all the opportunity. Then it's a snappy transition without too much serious decel into zone 4, all the way around there, leaving that corner early to get this whip down to zone 6, in against the wall. Then you're checking out the second wall, then you try to take breath as you go past the finish line. It's the only place on the track you can't hurt yourself. It's just going across the finish line. And we've got our first 2 drivers lined up. So Chelsea, thanks so much for joining me.
No worries.
You're going to join Kevin and Kieran in the judging tower, and I'm going to invite back my good friend Dan Brockett, who we're going to talk you through all the action for the top 16 last chance today to see which 3 drivers will get out of this 16 and get to the main event tomorrow morning. And it's going to be a big battle from home and abroad here in Ireland to kick us off. Two guys who met each other last year at the LZ Festival. Jimmy Oakes in Gary Dunn's S14, 1JZ powered, 600 horsepower sequential. He goes up against a very US setup, LS3 V8 from Dan Moorhead. So we've got the American with the Japanese engine and the Irish guy with the American engine, and we're going to send two S14s that are very different into the first battle of our top 16 last chance. So remember, only 3 people get through. Dan, a last minute choice when we had a car breakdown, so he's jump in the car and go. This was the car Grant was originally driving, but now Grant driving the Drift Games 350Z. Jimmy Oakes in the lead, and Dan, Jimmy's been looking pretty strong. I think he's got even more pace in this one, but Dan knows this track like the back of his hand. This is going to be an interesting game of chess in our first battle.
Very excited about this one. Jimmy absolutely been ripping all weekend in a borrowed car, so this should be exciting. This is our first battle of this last chance qualifier top 16, and Jimmy Oakes coming in with all the pace. Dan doing everything he can to keep up. Transition timing's a little bit wonky there. I think both drivers going off the backside of the track. There is chaos happening right now in our first battle of this top 16. Not sure what to think of that. We're gonna have to swap these guys and find out.
Well, it looked to me like Dan Moorhead losing some ground on that first corner. Dan, he had to try and do a huge transition with very little slowing down. And at that point, Jimmy was sort of edging towards the edge of the track as well. So that's what happens when one person goes too fast and one goes too slow at the same time. We get that little moment.
Yep.
But they both got through it. Both cars survived and both cars finished the run. Well, this is going to be a very interesting. Well, sorry about that. People in attendance hearing us double up. We're pretty good to listen to, but listening to us twice at the same time is a little bit more.
Don't need to do it.
Don't need to do it. So first run, it looked to me like Jimmy did a really good run, except for that just little drop on the outside of the outer zone 4. And then Dan coming in hot, probably a little too hot. Didn't expect Jimmy to be slowing up, but it looks to me like they both made errors there, and it's going to be an interesting one for the judges to decipher.
And now they got to turn around and do it again. Let's get a clean run this time.
Yeah, so it looks to me like both guys doing a good job, but it just didn't. It was, you know what? It was like there was 2 independent runs happening there, Dan. It wasn't like a
lot going on.
Look, smiles all around. They're having a blast in those cars, and why wouldn't you? in that first entry, if you see it from their perspective, and I've driven this track so many times, you are looking at the very top of the grandstand. That's all you can see when you're coming into the first corner. You go up over a crest, and then you pull the handbrake, and you hope.
But you're pointed in the right direction.
And all you can see. So when you're looking at that corner, you think they can see everything, the opposite from inside the car. Here we go through the gears into the first corner. Dan Moorhead leading in Jimmy Oakes. Jimmy Oakes getting aggressive here on the entry.
Oh, dirt dropping right off the get-go. This time coming in with a little bit more speed. Jimmy's following his line pretty well, even going through that off-road section. Not what the judges are looking for, but just a deduction. And here we go around the last outer, up on those walls. Jimmy not being where he needs to be towards the back of the car. They don't want to be up in the front of the car. You want to see them tandeming towards the back of the car. A better run, though. It's nice to see them actually complete a lap.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. It looked to me like there was Dan went way too hot into that first corner.
He was
washed off, and it kind of chewed up the angle on Jimmy. And Jimmy, I think, for me, over the 2 runs, looking a little bit more consistent. Dan making some mistakes on both the lead and the chase. Jimmy only making a slight error on his lead. So let's see which way the judges are going to go at the end of this one. But before we get both of these guys out of the car, we might do something a little bit more before we get a decision from our judges. And they're having a little deliberation. Dan, we have some special news for everybody here in the audience.
And what is that?
It is a very special person's birthday and another special person's birthday this weekend.
Twin birthdays.
Jimmy Oakes. It's his birthday today, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a big round of applause.
Jimmy Oakes. Happy birthday, bud.
And where is Larry Chen out here? Have we got Larry Chen out on track? Well, Larry Chen's birthday also. We want to bring him down in front of the grandstand. So we got Larry and we got Jimmy. Well, Larry's probably just teaching some people some car. Dan, do you think you want to lead us in a little happy birthday
Guys,
to Jimmy Oakes?
I'd love to. Everybody in this place, Mondello, let's sing these 2 very special people happy birthday. On the count of 3, you guys ready? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jimmy and Larry. Happy birthday to you. Round of applause, everybody.
And now we'll see if it's a happy birthday or not, because there's still a judging decision to be had here. This could, so we'll see which way it goes. We are going to go over to our judges. We're going to go to our Kieran Hines. You're going to give us the name of the winner, or if it's a one more time. Who have the judges gone with?
Jimmy Oakes.
And Jimmy Oakes gets the win. Jimmy
on.
Oakes gets the win, moves on to the top 8 in the last chance top 16. Dan Moorhead bows out. And I'm going to throw back to you, Kevin. Give us a little chat on that one. Some big errors from some S14s, but we got through it in the end.
Yeah, definitely some big errors from both drivers there, but overall Jimmy definitely Dan making the more severe errors, both on his lead and his chase. Unfortunately, Dan didn't give a very good lead line for Jimmy to chase, but he still attacked the whole way throughout. And then on the first run in, you could see that both drivers made independent mistakes in the second corner. So overall, Jimmy the cleaner driver and taking the win.
Thanks, Kev. We'll be checking in with Chelsea, Kevin, and Kieran throughout the competition, getting their opinions.
And that's what we want to hear. The people need to know directly from the judges' mouths.
And if you want some opinions, then you're going to get it from those guys.
Oh, yeah.
Those guys have full stock of opinions.
Their job.
Yeah, their job is to have an opinion. So we're going to go over to them and find that opinion every now and again.
Yeah.
And they might be varied opinions. We're going to move on to our next battle. It is going to be Chris Rudnick, it looks like to me, lining up against Axel Hildebrand. Now, this is a very common battle in drifting these days. 3-rotor Corvette against 1.6 MX-5 turbo. You see this all the time. It's nothing unusual.
It's so common.
Like, we're just so bored of seeing Kevlar rotary Corvettes go up against MX-5s that have 1.6 turbos. It just, you can't move for it.
It's like seeing a BMW out here. Maybe a 350Z in the
so
United
you
States.
try and look at the notes and go what way this one's going to go. Who knows? Axel Hildebrand from the UK in the Kevlar Corvette. It's Chris Rudnick in the MX-5 chasing him in, and they look pretty even so far.
That Mazda is an absolute ripper, being able to keep up with that much horsepower and that much Kevlar. Chris dipping it deep, losing a little bit of his Ricer Miata. As that 3-rotor Corvette comes blasting through, Rudnick definitely wasn't able to keep up with him, went a little too deep into the paint, dipped some tires off, lost his bumper. But I bet he's having a good time.
He's having a fantastic time. I'll tell you what happened there. He came in pretty quick, Axel, and Rudnick caught a little understeer. Now, it happens quite a bit on that corner when you're trying to keep the car off throttle to keep as much wheel momentum as you can. And what happens very simply is the front wheels start to push because you're not actually spinning the rears enough. Watch this. He goes on very little angle and very little throttle. So all of a sudden, the front wheels go, and then he did a really good job to stop that going right through the grass. He got back into it, but at that stage, he lost those couple of car lengths. And Axel, who's been growing into the event a little bit, I'd say is the right way of putting it. It's a tough car to drive, very short power band. It's a completely unique car. There's no one in the paddock that Axel can go up to and go, you know, when you have your triple rotor
setup?
Yeah, what's your setup for your triple rotor Corvette? Well, everyone's like, I don't even know. What is that a thing? So he has to figure this one out himself, and he said even the weight balance of the car is so different than a regular Corvette with the LS in there and stuff. So they're, you know, it's so cool to see these builds that are almost like dream builds out there. You know, what you've got here is your track day hero in the 1.6 turbo MX-5. This one's quite tuned up. It's got a lot going on, and then you've got a car that's quite difficult to drive with more power. So we have now Rudnick in the lead and the Corvette in the chase with Axel. So it's not going to be straightforward here. Axel's going to have to adapt.
No, and Rudnick's been an absolute rocket ship, but let's see how well the Corvette can actually keep up with him as Rudnick is going to enter into the first turn. Corvette matching him pretty well, doing everything he can to keep up. Dipping a tire again as Rudnick with a little bit of understeer and goes all the way off the track, exits stage right. And the carbon fiber 3-rotor Corvette coming through to probably cinch that.
Well, we got to give credit where credit's due, Dan. A lot of these mistakes you're going to see on that first transition coming from a lot of people not used to driving right-hand drive. So it's that downshift from third to second or fourth to third that's causing the issue for these guys. Because at that time, you're transitioning and you're handbraking and you're trying to brake and you're trying to downshift.
And now there's a car there where there hasn't been a car there before. And you're on a totally different line than he was on, because I know Rudnick has not been on that Corvette's line, so that's a tough thing to follow when you haven't been doing that.
For sure. And I think Rudnick there just maybe having an issue with the gear change, probably misshifted, and then obviously, you know, you've no drive, you're going forward, right? That's how it works. So we got a decision dropping in. It's another spot in the top 8 of the last chance top 16. Up for grabs. Will it be Axel Hildebrand? Will it be Chris Rudnick? I have a feeling it might be more obvious than the first call.
And I think Rudnick may have had an issue with the car and just limped it off the track.
Yeah.
I think he understands what has transpired here today.
Okay, so let's go over to our judges. Kevin, who's getting the call from the judges?
Yeah, and Axel gets the win.
Axel Hildebrand gets the win. Axel Hildebrand gets the win and goes through to our top 8 of the last chance, and I think that's a pretty obvious one. Chris in the 4 wheels off in the gravel there, not going to do it. And to be fair for Axel, this is the first battle Axel's ever won in his 3-rotor Corvette. So
there he goes. That's a winning car.
That is now an undefeated car in battles right now for a very short period of time. We go back to the start line, and it is going to be Luke Fink, all the way from Australia in the Corolla, going up against
another
Corolla. So Danny Neville's Mustang breaking down. He's jumped into Sultan's Corolla. We now have 2 A86s battling it out in the top 16, one with an SR20 with Luke Fink, and the other with a big old V8 piloted by Danny Neville. This is going to be incredible.
And when's the last time you saw 2 86s battling? In the last 10 years.
1987.
Oh,
so,
that's
so here we go into the first corner. We have got Luke Fink to lead him in now. No practice whatsoever for Danny Neville in this car.
On 8-6 action. Definitely Danny with the struggles in the follow there. Luke doing a pretty good job of putting on a good lead run. It's just, unfortunately, learning a new car in a tandem battle is not the best way to go about it. But it's better than driving a car that you can't drive at all. So he's out here putting it all on the line in a borrowed car.
Well, here's the thing. Danny Neville has never driven that car. He's never driven an 86 in his life.
Oh.
And you're up against Luke Fink on one of the most difficult tracks in Europe. So that's a pretty big step up.
That's a tall order.
So he said, I just don't want to bow out, you know, with a mechanical. So Sultan said he's into tomorrow. So Sultan getting a 90-something in qualifying. So he's into tomorrow's main event in that Corolla. So his teammate, Lunatics by Nature teammate from Dubai, Danny Neville said, can I just take your car just for this battle? And then, you know, and he's learning as he goes.
And he said, sure, you know what? Here, borrow my really expensive 8.6 with all these cool parts on it. This crazy one-off arrow.
Yeah, and I used to own this 86. Many years ago, this used to be my competition car. I think only the windscreen remains from when I have it. Everything else has been completely changed. And it's a cool car. This car has been in competition in Ireland for a very long time, but never looking as cool or going as well as this.
No, that is insane.
But Luke Fink, he has bolted some 18-inch wheels and 265s onto a little Corolla with an SR, and he's piloting it. Now, he said he's made some changes to it over the weekend, but he looks pretty comfy right now, Dan, and he is now going to be in the lead, or the chase position, with Danny looking a little sketchy in that. There's going to be some bits of Corollas all over the track, I feel, at the end of this one.
I hope not.
I really hope not.
Two really good-looking cars, so we don't want to see that happen, but they do have one more battle to go through here.
Well, remember, neither of the people driving in this own these cars.
No.
So maybe they don't see it the way we see it. And they're like, this is the tool I will use to get forward in the battle. So here we go. It's going to be Danny Neville from the UAE. Superstar DJ going up against Superstar Drifter Luke Fink from Australia in the chase position up over the hill in Mondello Park. Look at this, Luke Fink getting up close and personal, but a wobble from Danny Neville.
And this, woof, my goodness, and Luke is actually making things happen. It's crazy too, because Luke is now having to learn while Danny is learning it at the exact same time, because Danny is not on the line that you're supposed to be on, making it difficult for Luke to actually chase him. But Luke doing a pretty fantastic job of putting that car where it needs to be.
Well, that's a phenomenal chase from Luke Fink against someone kind of struggling with the angle. 286s in Mondello Park. It feels like we're in 2010 or 12 again. It's crazy. And they're having fun. There's smiles all around. Danny giving a fighting chance to stay in the competition.
They're going to slap doors.
That was a lot of fun. The Irish people, I'm trying to explain this to all of you guys who come over. We love these 86s.
Yes, you
and
do.
It's amazing to see them out here still competing. And one guy from the UAE and another guy from Australia competing in 86s. I mean, it's happening right here.
Borrowed cars.
Incredible. Well, we got to go to our judges for a decision as the drivers get out of their cars. And we're going to go over to you, Chelsea. Who's getting the win?
Luke Fink gets the win.
So Luke Fink gets the win and goes through to our top 8. He's battling from the back today. We would have expected him in that top 13, Dan. And he's got a little bit more work to do. Pretty obvious when Danny's struggling with the car. And you can see Luke doing a great job of adapting to what wasn't a great lead line. But again, you can excuse Danny for that simply because he's never driven the car before.
Also, so it's.
I mean, I struggle getting a rental car from the airport sometimes. Never mind coming in over the hill at 70 miles an hour. So Danny Neville will hand back the car to Sultan Al-Qasimi, his teammate, and who they will come back out tomorrow for battle action. Luke Fink moves on to the top 8.
Yeah, Luke Fink was telling me he had an issue with his TPS sensor. That's what happened out on the line earlier, which is why he couldn't complete his second run. He was hoping to not have to drive in this top 16 competition, but Luke is Luke, and he always wants to put on a show no matter what.
There you go. Now, if you're a fan of sailing, you want to see some boats. this is what we got next for you. We got an R33 versus a JZX. It's almost like the marina down here. And we had
sail.
Set and sail. We got some big old cars ready to head. Now, Tess has had clutch problems. They said they've sellotaped the car back together for this. It may or may not work. Dean Carney doing pretty good in this 500 horsepower JZX Mark II. Mean in the black, right?
Yeah, it's a good looking car.
And a very bright car. Very dark car. So
Yes.
And obviously got a very bright Tessa Whittick, who always smiles, and our female competitors were willing them on here, but Tessa's had car trouble all weekend, and when she didn't, she was nailing this circuit. So let's see if the car holds together. Let's see if we have a good battle here in our top 16 in the last chance. Remember, the top 3 from today going forward to the main event tomorrow. And Dean Carney will be in the lead position. This is where you get it. You get one of the top female drifters from the UK going up against a Formula Drift pro. Where else would it happen? Here in Ireland, in Mondello Park, of all places. Here we go. Carney to lead him in.
Carney taking off. Here we go. You can see those wipers coming on, so it looks like it may be getting a little bit wet out there, and it definitely is. It's more slippery than we've seen. This is not how you want to start off your first battle, by sliding off the racetrack. Unfortunately, that's not going to be good for her. Rounding out the last outer zone, even though he technically doesn't need to, is going to be Dean Carney.
Yeah, so we score on the first 0. So basically, the first 0 scored ends the run because this is a loop track. You can't drift past someone who's spun out. So basically, that will be a full 10-0 advantage to Dean Carney. And again, I'm going to put it out there. There's a man in Dean Carney who's been around this track in every weather condition. The wipers came on, and Dean said, I know that first corner is going to be like ice, and I'm going to back off a little bit.
He did, too. That was one of his slower entries, but it was a very calculated move.
He knew this is what happens every time. You'll see so many people spin on that first corner because the car goes light. Watch a little bump here. It goes a little bump just before the entry. The back end gets light, and if you go in too heavy like Tessa did, you get that understeer, and all of a sudden, once you get to the grass, well, that's all she wrote.
Game over.
It's even. The grass makes you go faster when you get into it.
It looks like it.
So we will have a reset, and we'll go to the second half of the run, but very much at this point in time, Tessa's sitting with a big disadvantage. But remember, it's in the rain. Anything can happen. We've seen so many battles at Mondello Park.
Happen to him.
Yeah, we've seen this switch around so many times here where you think that's all in the bag, and then all of a sudden you're back doing it one more time. So Dean Carney, he has all the experience on this track. He's thrown this car together during the week to get back up here, and he said he's had some trouble. They did a turbo on this car yesterday to get it back working again. Looks like it's working pretty good now.
Really
I
well.
think we have a pretty damp track right now. It's not a lot of tire smoke. It's the rain just dropping a little bit of moisture there. It's going to make it very greasy and slippery.
Very slippery. This is not the conditions you want to be doing your battles in, but they are going to make it happen, rain or shine. And here we go. Tess actually getting all the way out there. Dean playing it safe, hanging back just a little bit, just enough, applying pressure when needed, where needed, making sure that everything's going okay with Tessa. So as you can see, those wiper blades just going back and forth. Here we go through the outer zone. Dean making a pretty decent sized mistake there in the follow. Not sure what happened. Don't know if he saw something that we didn't. I don't know what happened.
You know what? On another day I tell you I don't know, but I know what's happened. So this is the weirdest thing about this track. So there is new tarmac in the middle. And when you come off the old asphalt into the new tarmac in the wet, it feels like you're going into glue. So I think what's happened there is Tessa's just stalled up on that a little bit, and Dean, I think, might have had to back off a little bit. We'll watch it again. Watch the rear wheels of Tessa Whittick's car as she comes past the first wall and then into that new tarmac. It looks to me like she's slowed a small bit from there. And we'll see what happens. Watch Tessa. This is on the old tarmac as she comes through, and the new tarmac starts. No, I think it was Dean actually was the one that got caught out by it. It wasn't Tessa at all. So it looks like Dean got caught a little bit on the new tarmac. And of course, not doing a whole lot of laps in the wet yet, Dean. So, you know, he's like when he drifted here years ago, there was no tarmac there. So we'll allow that little discrepancy. But I think he's still done enough from the first run. We'll go to our judges. Kieran, who's going through to the top 8?
And we're going with Dean Carney.
Dean Carney gets the win. Dean Carney goes through to our top 8. Tessa Whittick eliminated from the competition, and a pretty obvious one there. Tessa unfortunately going off the track on her first run. Regardless of the second, once they both got around, that was the biggest mistake, Dan, and they're not coming back from that.
That's unfortunate. It's really cool to see women in competition in general, let alone we had a few in this one by itself. So this is a really cool showcase. women can be into drifting just as much as the men can. They can build really cool cars and come out here and shred with the best of the best.
And Tessa, one of the best of the best. So it's unfortunate to see her go home at this stage, but maybe we'll see her back out for the fantasy battles tomorrow. Remember, we can make whatever we want happen tomorrow.
Yes, we can.
We've got the freedom.
That's what fantasies are for.
So here we go. Another ridiculous battle has just lined up on the line. We've got Eric O'Sullivan, hasn't competed in 10 years, coming back in a Solstice, and then we've got Hurt in the Verosa. So this is a little and large battle right here, Dan.
I'm pretty excited about this one too. Again, it looks like a Miata sitting there.
These are two of the worst designed front end cars in the history of time. Competing.
It's a lot of grill. It's a lot of grill.
They actually look quite similar. Here we go. Hurt's in the lead position. He's going to try go into that first corner.
Whoa! Hurt coming in quick.
He's safe. He's safe.
He's safe. I was like, that tire wall's coming up real fast, Hurt. Hopefully you can get some binders on that thing, and he did. Obviously, conditions are not optimal right now.
No, it's
Hurt giving those angry revs, bouncing off the limiter.
It's a very tough corner, that first corner. We see so many top professional drivers make those mistakes. And Hurt absolutely sending the shotgun noise around Mondello Park. As Eric O'Sullivan in the little Solstice, he's got the experience on this track, doing a pretty good job. And you can see how patchy that track is. We're getting tire smoke in some areas. We're getting no grip in some areas. So I think a lot of these are. You can see Hurt hits the curb. That's the one thing you don't want to do in Mondello.
Super slippery.
But it's also directional for the other way around the track.
Oh.
So once you hit it, it bounces the wheels. So you have no grip whatsoever. So this track, we're actually running it in reverse for this layout. So once you hit that curb in the wet, you are not only on wet curb, but you're also bouncing the rear end and it just sends it around.
That's what you want for grip.
Absolutely the opposite.
Slippery.
So that is what happened. I think if Hurt hadn't hit that curb, things would have been a lot better because he was ripping in the rain in this thing.
He was. And that's a pretty good car to drive in the rain. It's nice and heavy. It's nice and stable. It's long wheelbase. It's hard to spin out. So when he came rotating around, that's a lot of mass.
Yeah, there was a lot moving there. And it was a lot to slow down as well, which is the other side of it.
I was a little terrified, but he pulled it off.
So Eric O'Sullivan will go into the lead position. And Eric O'Sullivan, to me, looking very strong in this little car that he hasn't driven in 10
his hands up.
Hurt's like, I just kind of just went out of the control and lost it. You know what? He's still smiling. Yeah. That's the best thing about Hurt.
He's like, I was chopping wood, but I'm having a good time.
He's like, it was pretty scary for a moment there. I was going backwards towards the wall. But here we are. We're back, and he's in the chase position. They've learned the track now. Stay away from the curbs. Here we go. It's Eric O'Sullivan in the Solstice, leading in Hurt in the Verosa.
And here we go. Let's see what happens. It's a very, very slippery entry, and Eric doing a fantastic job of keeping it on the racetrack. Hurt doing the same, leaving a little bit of proximity on the table, but trying to do his best to catch up. Eric O'Sullivan driving through the grass. What has happened?
So did Hurt back off with Eric's mistake there? Was the first zero Eric O'Sullivan's? This is going to be a question for the judges.
May have saved his bacon.
Because Eric came in, and that looked to me like he completely went the wrong way. And he knows his way around here. He's been.
I think so.
But he hasn't competed in 10 years, so you got. He said today, "I just don't want to embarrass myself. I think I remember how to do this."
It drives up into the grass.
So the judges are going to have a look at this. So at this point in time, we now know Hurt has a zero from the first run, right? So that's obvious. The next thing we're looking at here is Eric over-rotating. It is an over-rotation for me. And then he straightens up and goes again. And Hurt backs off. Does Hurt back off because Eric's in the way? Is that Eric's fault? The judges will decide that, and maybe Hurt gets a chance at it one more time. Or is Eric going to get away with it? Because either way, it's not a clean battle, right, Dan?
Yeah, that'd be a tough decision. I don't envy the judges right now. But I'd like to see some clean runs. I know the crowd wants to see some clean runs. We don't want to see people spin out and drive through the grass. We want to see tandem battles.
What people want right now is the front grille of a Solstice or a Verosa in their screens, big wide screens all here around the beauty of these cars, the way they were designed. I mean, this is Italian design. It must be.
That's where you're going to go.
Can you guys make a decision quicker? Because we're still looking at this Verosa, and it's not a pleasant thing to look at. Anyway, guys. Kevin, what are we going with?
We have a decision, and it's going to be one more time.
We're going one more time. Eric O'Sullivan and Hurt are going one more time. And, yeah, Kevin, just obviously Eric making a big error on his run. Hurt going backwards into the grass. Let's just have it go one more time and see what happens, right?
Absolutely, Dave, yeah.
So basically, you can spin a small car or a big car the same in Mondello Park. It doesn't make any difference. You should do a Solstice front end on a Verosa.
My goodness gracious.
No one would even know. No one would even notice.
I don't think I'd know how to feel. at that point.
I think we should do a front swap of these two cars and just really offend automotive.
Everybody.
Yeah, automotive design.
People would get out of cars, I think, if that were to be done.
I just want to know. I mean, Toyota went with like the JZX90, then they did the 100. They were on a roll. Then the 110, then the Mark II, and then like at Friday, at maybe 5:45, like 5:45, someone said, "We have no design. Just put a G35 light and a Jaguar grill, and it just." And then they went, "Yeah, well, we'll make that." And then again, the Verosa also, I always like to use a fact, ended the JZX.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate fizzle
instead of. They made this car, and then they went, "Well, no point anymore."
Yeah, look at that. That is a face that not even a mother could love.
We even smoked the headlights and the grill to hide
Didn't help.
all of the chrome, and it just doesn't make any odds.
Did not help.
No.
Hurts in there, just spin to win, baby. Spin to win.
We sometimes like to park it face in, and it looks okay then if you don't see the front. But
yeah, the back is actually pretty decent.
And the same with the Solstice. The back isn't so bad, but again, the front
not so good.
Not so good.
Not so good at all. So two of the uglier cars on the
but ugly but cool.
Grid.
Ugly
cool
but cool.
cars.
You can still have ugly but cool.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what's happening right now. We have Hurt on the start line. I think they're dropping pressures again before the second run, so that is allowed. And they can drop some pressures down just to make sure that they've got a little bit more grip. Now it is almost full wet out there, and they have this little bit of time because they're going straight back up to there one more time. They don't need to change tires, so we're going to see them run pretty quick. I think both drivers are going to learn a lot from that.
They did. That was their sight lap. They're just going to count that as the sight lap, an accidental sight lap. But now they know.
But both of these guys know that the track is, one, very slippery on entry, and Eric O'Sullivan, I think, is going to learn that he can't snap his car like he did in the dry because it just went the opposite direction. Do you know what I love, though? These two guys, even though they're very different worlds apart, are so influential for the drift scene.
They really are.
Both in the USA and both in Europe, because Eric was the first professional driver really
to make it over.
To make it over to the US, and also just to inspire people that it could be a career. You could do this as a thing. You know, it wasn't just a hobby. And then Hurt showing that you can bring your personality and your lifestyle to it, and it still works the same. So what I love about it is they're so influential at different generations and different ways. And now they're battling, which would be a battle you would pull out of the sky. You just put it in. You could never imagine these things would happen.
I hadn't heard Eric's name in a very long time, and I really liked that car that he drove in Formula D. Subaru.
Yes,
definitely.
Well, this is man for odd cars.
Yes,
Let's see how this is an odd car battle. Verosa in the lead. It's going to be and a Solstice in the chase, and a little bit more cautious from both drivers here, right?
All right, Hurt actually getting it chucked in where it needs to be. Hurt bringing it out to that first zone, bringing it inside Eric, attacking where he needs to attack, putting that pressure on Hurt. He's like, this is not going to be easy, bud. I'm not going to let you do this to me. I want a battle. I want a fair battle. I don't care how many gunshots you throw my way. And there he goes, Eric, putting that pressure on right at the very end. Woo, tucking right under the bumper.
There you go. That's what we wanted to see from the first runs. That was clean, and I think the conditions definitely catching the guys out. It was nice to see it one more time because it would have been very unfair on the first time.
I think so. I think they're happy with it too.
Absolutely. And then I'm sure Eric's spotter is like, just get to the door. And he's like, which door? Which door should I get to? The front door, the back door? I don't know.
I've got 3 feet of bumper, 4 more feet of door, 2 more feet of door, and then 4 more feet of bumper.
My car is the same length as this quarter panel. I'm trying my best. That was a good chase from Eric O'Sullivan. Getting back in the groove this weekend, looking really good, representing Club Loose Ireland. And as you can see, this little transition, giving him plenty of room and then kind of turning the screw to try and get back into the battle. Hurt doing a good job. Not right all the way out to the edge of the track, but no major errors either.
That was a good enough lead run in the wet.
Gave him a lot to work with, and again, you don't want to overcommit in the wet here when it's damp. And again, it's like kind of a misty drizzle here. You can't tell if the track's fully dry, fully wet. We're seeing tire smoke in some areas. Some areas are like glass. It is not a pleasant thing to drift this track in these conditions.
No, and you can absolutely see how much they're actually sliding because the entry is so slow, but they're still making it all the way there. In the dry, they're coming in with maybe 15 to 24 miles an hour, and they just don't have that same pace.
For sure. We're turning them around as Eric O'Sullivan will now lead in. Hurt as they come down the straight. Wipers on in both cars. Rain's starting to come down.
Yeah, it's coming in a little thicker. Hurt giving up some distance there. Don't know exactly what happened. I don't know if Hurt just couldn't get traction down the front straight. Eric kind of pulling away from Hurt. Hurt trying to do everything he can to reel him back in. Chucking in a little bit of angle. Hurt's trying to follow where he's going. It is absolutely banana slippery out there.
You know what? They come back very close across the line, and they made it work towards the end. Yeah, look to me like The lighter car through that first corner definitely hurt having to do a little bit more slowing down the hill than the little Solstice did.
Yes,
But then the
it did.
Solstice has its own problems in the transitions where it gets a little, if you watch Eric, he's struggling a little bit with weight transfer in that car because it's such short wheelbase.
Yeah, that's got to be a difficult car to drive in the rain in general. Like I said, the bigger cars, the bigger wheelbase, easier to drive, less chances of spinning out. Shorter car, more twitchy. Your mistakes really show.
Look, watch Eric in the lead in the rain. Very twitchy little transitions, hurt looking smoother, but he just can't have the pace. So, you know, it's not perfect, but I think we've got 2 clean runs. Nobody's in the gravel, the grass, or spinning around. We had a good battle here in the top 16, and now the judges are going to make a decision. We've both guys in front of the grandstand. We're going to go over to you, Kevin. Kevin, who's going through to the top 8?
Eric O'Sullivan.
So Eric O'Sullivan in the Solstice gets the win, beats Hurt in the top 16, but Hurt went out swinging. He went out, and he's going to come back tomorrow for some more rips in the Verosa for the fantasy battles. I'm sure of that. I want to see the Verosa go up against maybe Dean Carney's 4-door. Like
there you go.
8-door battle?
Yes.
That'd be pretty good.
All the doors. Every door possible.
Yeah, let us know if you're watching on, if you want to see some of that. And you can see the Verosa heading back to the pit lane to get some fresh tires for tomorrow. We'll see Hurt back in action tomorrow. Not in the top 16, but in the fantasy battles. And now here is an incredibly strange battle, because you have Grant Anderson in a completely stock 350Z with an FDF angle kit. You've got Nate Hamilton, who's driving a 1 Series BMW with a 1UZ turbo, the exact opposite side of the car than he's used to driving in America. Both of these guys driving the opposite side in very unusual machines. But we're going to roll the dice on this one. Nobody knows.
And both of them have driven together multiple times throughout their careers in the United States. And here we go. Our winner of last time, sending it in backwards. Grant's just like, you know what? Now's my time to shine. I'm going to take this stock 350Z all the way to the podium. He's going to be the Davy and Goliath. He is the hero story. Let's see what we can do with Grant. This is where this car now has 800 horsepower.
Oh, this car has just put a supercharger on it when the rain comes down, and it's got loads of power, and it's got, I mean, the 350Zs handle so well anyway. They just need that little bit of horsepower. Well, the horsepower comes from the sky here in Ireland, and that's how it works. I'll tell you one thing. If you watch the replay of this, I'll tell you what happened. Watch Nate's rear wheels. Guess where he was, Dan?
On those rumble strips.
Was he on the rumble strips? Have a look. Yes, he was.
He got in there.
Yeah, lost the back end of the car. It's just somewhere you can't be on this track. The back end starts hopping. You lose all the traction, and he went straight backwards over the course.
Of course, save though, because he really did some traveling there. And
it was a sketchy moment, and he was pretty close to those tire bales. But he got away with it. But it's knife edge on that entry. If you get the entry wrong, there is no rest of the track. So you saw it happen to Hurt. You saw it happen to Nate Hamilton, and because Grant was in the chase position, he's on the inner side of the track. He's not going to worry about those rumble strips. But now he's in the lead. Does he know? Stay away from them. Don't push too wide. We don't know.
Yeah, and you did mention that in the driver's meeting, that you do need to stay off thermal strips regardless because they were backwards.
Yeah, they're like sharp edges all the way along. It starts to hop the car. And look, I've been backwards 50 times into that corner, and I've done it 100 times myself. So I'm not saying it's very easy to do in the wet, because trying to weight transfer and predict where the exit of the corner, or where the corners when you're going down the hill. Sometimes you naturally don't want to go there, but you end up there. So let's see what happens. Stock 350Z. Let's see if Nate Hamilton can start getting back into this one.
And here we go. Grant coming in hot. That was a great entry from Grant, keeping up that pace. And Nate Hamilton doing some struggling. Sometimes having a super high horsepower car in conditions like these is not going to do you any favors, and that kind of looks like what's happening with Nate Hamilton here, as Grant absolutely loving what's going on right now. That horsepower in a bottle is just doing him all of the favors, and a super solid lead run. You can see Nate's actually making a little bit of smoke. If the track dries back up.
Yeah, if the track dries back up, Grant's not going to have much to work with. But while it's a little wet, it's working. It's working for him. And I mean, this guy's going to do the whole event probably on one set of tires and half a tank of fuel. And I'm just saying, it's a cheap way to get into the sport. 350Zs are the future.
No, that is the way. Basic angle kit. Don't need a hydro. Don't need really much of anything other than the car itself.
There you have it. So it's going to be the boys setting up for another decision. We're going to go over to you, Chelsea. Who's getting the win and going through to the top 8?
Grant gets the win.
Grant Anderson gets the win and goes through.
The 350Z that could. Wasn't even supposed to be in this event. Here it is, moving on.
Can I tell you a secret, Dan?
What you got?
I sold that car last Wednesday. So that That car I own is
the
now.
new owner?
He's in the paddock having a look at this situation, and he's all smiles ear to ear. He actually was in there changing wheels on the car.
Oh, that's amazing.
Because he's picking it up tomorrow evening. So he said, let him go. Let him have some fun.
Stand-up gentleman.
Yeah, so I mean, it might be a cheaper price for him on Sunday. I don't know if the car is still going to be one. We'll discuss it. Here we go. This is a really common battle as well. You got 1970s Datsun SR20 against the LSX V8 powered Corolla. You're just your average run-of-the-mill same.
Just like the Corvette.
Yeah. If you want to build a car that probably shouldn't work, will terrify you, and both drivers look incredibly unconfident in the wet, you have that right now on your screens. Phil Morrison in the Driftworks 86, leading in Auto Finesse's Archie Hammer in this SR20 Datsun. This is going to be interesting.
This should be very interesting, and a big flick on entry. Oh my goodness gracious, the drift works. 8.6 with those 18s. Like I said, a little bit more of that smoke puffing out. You can definitely see that the track is so patchy right now, but these guys are doing a fantastic job of navigating the danger zones, it looks like, putting those cars in the right places and actually putting down a great run. That is the best driving I think we've seen from both of those guys so far, and it's in the worst conditions.
In the most terrifying cars. I'm going to let you know, Phil Morrison hasn't drifted a car in a year. Since this event last year, hasn't drifted any cars, and Archie was supposed to be doing a demo tomorrow. He wasn't even supposed to be in the competition. So this is two guys that are, let's just say, not very well prepared in these cars to do what they're doing.
They're seasoned, but they're not in these cars all the time or driving all the time.
Archie Hammer is, he's like 17, 18 years of age. He's a Pro-Am driver. He has very little experience. He's driving one of the most difficult cars on the grid for Auto Finesse. They just got him on board and said, hey, just go do some donuts. It's a cool car. People want to see some donuts. And then here he is drifting against the godfather of UK drifting. And he is the new wave of UK drifting in the most unlikely machines you've ever seen.
Both of them.
They just don't make any sense. So this is what I love about this. It's not only the stories. I mean, if they were in S13s, I could still give you a good story. The fact they're in a Datsun and a Driftworks 86 is even more ridiculous.
It's a pretty famous car just in general.
One car has been around and famous for about 8 years. The other's been around for about 8 days. It's been finished like 2 weeks ago. So this is an interesting one. It is Driftworks versus Auto Finesse. Phil Morrison versus Archie Hammer. UK versus UK. Terrifying car versus terrifying car. Let's see what happens.
Uncontrollable death missiles about to barrel down this hill. Here we go. Archie's chucking it in. Oh my goodness, Phil Morrison coming in super backwards, 360. And just banging that rev limiter. Archie's like, I don't know where he went, but I hope he gets out of the way by the time I get over there. And there goes Phil. Not stoked with that, I'm assuming, but here we go, the little Datsun that could. So far, some upsets, Dave. I don't think that this is what anybody expected.
Not at all. This is what this event is all about. The weather brings in that unpredictability. Phil Morrison has podiumed at this track before, but the conditions very treacherous. You can see how easy the back end went on Phil's. He went too close, and the car just snapped him around. And you can see on the Datsun, he didn't even go on much angle, but it's actually saved him. He was on very little angle. It's the right way to do that first corner. Phil, in fury, decides to do some tire destroying.
Burnouts,
yeah, and I love the fact we mention all the time that the rear trunk on the Datsun opens with the temperature of the fans inside to get more air in. Crazy. So Archie Hammer, the youngster from the UK, he has no idea what's going on right now. He's like, is that what? Phil Morrison? We need... So we're getting an entry replay. So the judges having a little look at this because they want to see what happens. So we got some donuts being done. We have... Phil Morrison. Did Phil Morrison go back into the pits?
Now they're both back, and nobody knows who actually.
Yeah,
they didn't make a decision, but both guys are now gone.
They've made their own decision, but it doesn't matter because we've got the judges' decision still to come. So judges having a look at the replay, and we're going to go over to you, Kevin. Who gets the win?
Archie Hammer gets the win.
So Archie Hammer, in the car that wasn't designed to be a drift car, just a demo car, is now going into the top 8.
Well, that's weird and fantastic.
Sorry, Dan, I'm just tearing up my notes over here. Tearing them up, going, doesn't make any difference, doesn't make any sense. Let's keep going. Who's back on the line now? I'm sure it's another lunatic battle ready to go.
Something that also doesn't make sense.
Who have we got down here? Looks like, do we have a Becky Evans and a Jason Ferrin? So we've got Jason Ferrin all the way from Australia driving a borrowed car from Falvey Motorsport, Team Falvey. Check him out on all your socials, father and son team. We've got Connor Falvey, who qualified high. The youngster is into tomorrow.
Another young guy.
That's
two young guys in a row.
It's a young man's game, Dan, as we say over here. So we're over here with Jason Ferrin, and he's ready to rock in the Keep It Read S15 as well. So these are two very similar cars, a little bit more horsepower in Jason's, but Becky a little bit more used to the chassis. So this is going to be interesting. 2 S15s. Love to see it.
We don't get to see that often either in the U.S., but here we are. What? They both JZ powered.
No, SR20 powered in Becky's, so it's like a
right.
450 horsepower SR20. So SR20 God's engine versus God's second engine, the 2 JZ. So here we go.
Coming down the hill.
Yeah, Jason Farron entering pretty early. Becky doing a good job of staying with him, though. Oh,
Becky
and missing.
with a big straighten out there, unfortunately. He is keeping it reet. Going around the back side of the outer zone. She is tucking in now, but it may be too little too late for her, unfortunately. That car just looked like it had way too much grip in all the wrong places at all the wrong times.
To me, it looks like it's maybe even a gearing issue, Dan. It looks like the car just doesn't have, it's too long a gear to spin up the wheels. So it looked to me like there was an issue on entry, just not getting the car to start spinning wheels. You can see the car straight lining a little bit for Becky. Now again, she's had no practice in this car, and it's just not thrown together certainly because it's James Dean build. But what I'm saying is it's something they haven't had time to really do much with, and
now the conditions have changed.
Exactly. So now it's like everyone thinks it's wet, and she probably came off the throttle thinking it's a little bit wet. Oh no, it's full dry. And Jason, a little bit more experienced in competition, just being able to adapt a little bit easier to the car. And as you can see, doing a good job there. And again, that tarmac change there is like, when you're in the car, it feels like you've just gone into glue. It feels like you've drifted on asphalt into sandpaper, and you're just like, oh my God, everything's slowed down. So it does catch every driver here
off guard. And it just did. And it's crazy to me how the track surface is changing so quickly. Like it goes from 0 to 100.
Yeah.
And then back.
And for those of you guys watching, and you wonder why people like James Dean go to FD and do quite well and stuff, it's because of this weather changing so much in an event.
They're good at everything.
They just have to be thinking constantly rather than setting it up for a certain condition. They're just ready.
You drive through it as a driver, not through a setup.
Exactly. The driver has to adapt, not the car. So here we go. Becky's in the lead. It's going to be Jason Farron in the chase. Becky coming in pretty early. Jason Farron coming in pretty early in the chase as well. Jason giving a little bit of room here. Becky, look at this run from Becky, though, out to the outside zone. Jason Farron.
She knew what she needs to do.
Yeah, Jason Farron getting a little caught by the pace there, Dan.
Yeah, he wasn't ready. I think she surprised herself as well and came in real hot. He had to do everything he could to keep up, and now he's doing everything he can to try to get some tandems in. He was not expecting that, and she gave it everything.
That was
right
a
there.
cracking lead run from Becky Evans there, and it shows that if she had done similar in her chase, this would have been maybe a different story.
This could have been a very different story.
Every run she gets better, right? That's how it was working.
That's learning.
But we'll see Becky tomorrow, I'm sure, at the Fantasy Battles, and I am assuming.
I want to see some fantasy battles. I want to see some female fantasy battles.
I want to see some crazy. We should do some couple battles. That's what we should do.
Couple battles.
Couple
would
battles.
Be fantastic.
You get Tess versus Martin. You get Adam versus Colette. You get James versus Becky. And then you walk away when it just goes, all its arguments. You just go. It wasn't my idea.
Coupled.
Yeah.
Oh
so let's see. Becky goes over. Like, that's a great lead run. Excellent. And Jason, I think, was playing a little safe there, but there was a big error from Becky on the first one. Judges, have we a decision? Chelsea, who's going through?
Jason Farron gets the win.
So Jason from Keep It Reek gets the win all the way from Australia. Jason Farron getting the win. And Becky Evans, unfortunately, that mistake in her chase, that straighten up, just cost her the battle. But we'll see her later tomorrow in the competition. The car looks so cool, Dan.
It does.
Love
it.
Good
looking car. It's such a simple livery, such simple design, but very well executed. And that's a rare thing. A lot of drift cars you see, just slap as many stickers on there as you can. You put some flames on, and you call it a day. It's crowded. Sometimes it doesn't look good. Sometimes it does. But her car is a work of art.
Exactly. So that means that we are at the end of our top 16
already,
and we are flying through this. It's good old. The rain sometimes can make it a little bit dull with the smoke, but it makes it fast because you don't have to change the tires and change everything.
That's very true.
So we have got a stacked grid going into our top 8. Remember, of these 8 drivers, only 3, the top 3, will go through to the main event tomorrow. And I'll tell you one thing, we've got a very interesting one to kick us off, which is 2 old-school Irish heroes that both left the Green Isle to the Formula D at one point. One of them came back, and the other just stayed over there. And we've got Dean Carney and Eric O'Sullivan. They have battled against each other probably since the dawn of time here in Ireland. And they would never imagine that at any time in the future they would be back in a battle again. It's hilarious.
And here we are.
And here we are. It's making the dreams happen.
And neither of them are in their actual cars that they drove. Which is also fantastic.
Exactly. Well, you drive a Viper in FD, you drive a Mark II in Ireland. There's no translation there.
No, that doesn't.
And then Eric drove a Corolla and a Subaru, but now he's in a Solstice.
Yes.
It doesn't have to make sense.
Nothing makes sense.
But I love the fact that we're looking at these matchups already going, you've got Grant Anderson going up against Luke Fink.
Well, that's going to be an exciting
That's going to be an interesting one.
Stock Z versus SR20?
SR20 Corolla, yeah.
yeah.
And we have got Axel against Jimmy. That's going to be an interesting one. Axel in the 3-rotor Corvette going up against Jimmy Oakes. We've got a few.
That'll be real
I'm
good.
looking forward to this one. Archie Hammer, the Datsun, against Jason Ferrin in the S15.
Huh.
Those some big old battles in this top 8. I'm looking forward to it. Or we are waiting on cars down at the start line. I'm excited. So what we're going to do is take a small break for our partners, just to take a breather, Dan, because I'll tell you one thing that we have been exhausted because it's getting very hot and heavy here in Mondello Park. Despite the weather. We got Carney and Eric in a few moments. Let's go to the partners. Let's go for a short break, and we'll see you soon.
Eliante pulling up, feeling like Harry Belafonte. Look at my racks, feel like Serena went hit from the back. Swing, pull like Jim, waves on swim, and a rock Tim's with the tap.
Hey guys, Jeff Jones here.
I'm Dylan Hughes.
I'm Travis Reeder.
I'm Ken Gucci.
I'm Matt Field. I drive Link. They are the most reliable ECU around, and they always deliver. Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it. Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want. They stand behind their products and support their customers.
They're always innovating and delivering great new products and performance features.
I drive
Link.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
Welcome back to Mondello Park. It's stop 2 of the LZ World Tour.
We're in Ireland.
Well, I'm always in Ireland.
you
Sometimes I'm
have no
not,
choice,
but you're never here.
I'm never here. I haven't seen a leprechaun yet. No Lucky Charms.
You're going to keep looking.
Shillelaghs. Where's the shillelaghs?
All stereotypes. They don't exist here. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to talk you guys through all the action. My name is Dave from Drift Games. This is Officer Dan.
Hello.
And we are getting towards our top 8 in the last chance battles on the top 16, which means we've got 8 drivers left. Only 3 of them will go through to tomorrow's main event to join the likes of Adam LZ, James Dean, the Shanahans,
legends.
Sultan Al-Qasimi, some big names in there tomorrow. But there is a couple of guys scrapping for those last couple of positions here today. We have got some interesting battles, some interesting stories, and we're going to talk you through it all as we go up to the start line for our first battle, which we'll see 2 Irish legends.
I love
Dean
this.
Carney and Eric O'Sullivan. Eric O'Sullivan starting way back in the day in an 86 Corolla, which is still actually competing at the moment. This car has been around for a long time, but not with
here.
Eric.
Not
here. And then he went to the US, competed with Foreman Drift with Rockstar, and then Dean Carney, of course, still competing with Foreman Drift.
I saw that he still has his Rockstar driving suit.
He does. He said,
and
he said the dust that came off that. He hasn't worn the suit in 10 years. And Carney, well, he's been drifting all the way through those 10 years.
Yes, he has.
He's still been competing. So it's an old rivalry that you guys, whether you're in attendance, you might even be too young for it.
Yeah,
but this one
probably.
has a lot of grudge behind it. These guys will want to go out there and put on a show in 2 of the most opposite machines again. Eric O'Sullivan is basically like, why is every car giant that I battle? Every car is a 4-door Toyota. So he beat her to the giant 4-door Toyota. Now he's up against Carney. This is going to be an interesting one, Dan. I'm looking forward to this. As a little bit of rain sprinkles down, we don't know whether it's wet, whether it's dry. We'll let the driving and the wipers tell us. Looks to me like there's no rain right now. Wipers off. Track will start to dry. How much grip is out there? Well, both of these guys know this place like the back of their hand.
They should be experienced, and we're about to find out right now what happens. Look at that difference in entries. I don't know what happened to Eric. I don't know if he was sleeping off the line or if Kearney jumped. We don't know what happened, but there is a large gap that now needs to be filled by Mr. O'Sullivan. Dean Kearney just putting it where it needs to be, making smoke. Now O'Sullivan's got to drive through that to find where he was, and it just not a good follow run. Not what we wanted to see battle-wise. That is an unfortunate thing for Mr. O'Sullivan.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to take a little assumption here because I've been doing this commentary thing for a while, Dan.
A little bit.
And I think assumptions are always good. I think coming off the line, I think the Solstice just couldn't put the grip down. I think that the heavier car in the Chaser just got the grip down. And then all of a sudden, he's spinning wheels on the way up. No weight in the rear end of that car, and you guys know very. So he comes through the course, but at that point, Carney is gone. And Carney's hit that course as if it's full dry. Like he's gone through the course, big smoke, full angle. He took a risk. Because a lot of people are kind of, easing their way into the first corner, really cautious. He went in absolutely full guns blazing, but then again, as I said, he's a guy that's done a lot of driving in this course before. He'll have had a little spin in the burnout box and gone, you know what, I think I can do this.
Yeah, this is dry. This is enough.
Yeah, I think I can do this full send. So
this is enough. And he did. It was a fantastic lead
It
run.
was, and it could have also ended in the grass. So it's always the knife edge here when you come over the hill. And it's not as severe a hill on camera or even in person. But when you're driving it, it is frighteningly downhill through that first corner. It's scary. It's scary to drive.
It looks fun. It looks like a roller coaster a little bit.
It is a roller
coaster. You get the
coaster.
feeling, and you're literally full throttle from the moment you initiate until you get almost halfway through the straightaway.
Absolutely. And here we go again. It's going to be Eric O'Sullivan in the lead position. Now this is going to be interesting. Eric looking like he's got less pace. Carney looking like he's got much more pace. But how does he handle that little twitchy Solstice in front? This is going to be interesting.
And now they know the track surfaces. The track surfaces should be drier than they thought they were going to be. And Eric O'Sullivan actually kicking it in. This time, that's what he should have done the first time. Unfortunately, he did not. And he is dipping deep into that zone, allowing Kearney to do some catching up. But a little bit of an awkward tandem there where Kearney got stuck behind Mr. O'Sullivan. I don't know exactly what happened, but that's going to be an interesting one to judge. Was the mistake enough? Was Kearney aggressive enough?
To me, it looked also like Eric just having trouble with those transitions. The car just looks like it's really hard to go from left to right. Watch the Solstice in the lead. He tries to weight transfer. It doesn't really weight transfer. And as he comes through here, you think, oh, he's got all of the, he's got all of the speed. He's flying. But trying to slow down here. Watch the transition. Just kind of looks a little labored.
Slow here.
Yeah, very slow coming out through. Carney's got to check up. But watch the transition from O'Sullivan here. Like it's almost like the car will not go to the other side of the track. It's very
yeah, that was
shallow on its transition. And again, this is a car that he uses for practice days. This is not a competition car. This is a car he just kept because he thought it was a bit cool. And he never thought he would ever use it in competition.
And here he is.
And here he is. He said, I'm just so happy to be involved. I think it's going to be an obvious decision. Though, Kieran, who's going through to the final four?
Dean Carney gets the win.
So Dean Carney gets the win. I think that's a pretty obvious one. Eric making some errors in the lead in the chase. Carney looking pretty strong on that JZX, to be honest.
Yeah, that thing is a weapon right now, and he's a fantastic driver. He's real fun to watch in Formula D. Something is always going to happen when he's on the racetrack.
Oh, and he's a guy that is always in the middle, in the mix of it.
Yes, he is.
So here we have, another cracker of a battle here. Jimmy Oakes in the 1JZ powered sequential gearboxed S14, borrowed from Gary Dunn. He's going up against Axel Hildebrand, 3-rotor Corvette carbon Kevlar. Jimmy's got the more conventional car here, but Axel's growing into every run. He looked very strong in his top 16 battle. Both of these guys are going to be a very tough battle. Two very different machines, as we've seen the whole way through the top 16. You just couldn't picture what's going to have an advantage in any situation because we don't know what these Corvettes can do. And Axel probably on his second ever battle in this car, so he's growing as he goes.
And if he wins this battle, it will be undefeated.
Still undefeated. So here we go. It's going to be Jimmy Oakes to lead in. Axel Hildebrand into the first corner. Jimmy getting off those curves, nice, and a little second down, but he gets through it. Now Axel's starting to turn the screw and getting into the pocket as they transition back. Wild transition from Axel. He's going to hold on to this one.
No.
That's a tough one. Axel absolutely kamikazed into the chase position there. As Jimmy Oakes taking the more sensible approach here and staying to the outer zone. A good lead run from Jimmy Oakes by the looks of things.
I think that's what happens a lot when you're in a new chassis and you're learning to tandem with people. You overcommit, you scare yourself, and you let off everything, and that's kind of what it looks like to me happened here.
Yeah, he sort of...
because he was coming in hot. He was ready to get in there.
Right here, he just lets God take the wheel. He just said, here we go. Jesus, take the wheel. I am absolutely flying through. And then he does well to not over-rotate, but it puts him on the wrong line. To be fair, it looks almost like a full straight to me. I think that's going to be a 0 there. He didn't even continue much of the run. So Jimmy with the 10-0 advantage from where I'm sitting. That's what I'm thinking. The judges probably will have their own opinion, but I think it looked to me like Axel just threw caution to the wind and didn't work out.
And it was a pretty good run.
It could have
good lead run.
It's one of those ones where you'd say it could have been cool.
Could have been cool.
Could have been cool.
Could have been cooler.
Yeah. I could if he pulled it off and he went a reverse entry
into the chase position.
I would have been like, well, there's
Yeah,
some stuff.
well, that was special.
Yeah, but it didn't quite go that way. So we're going to give an advantage there to Jimmy Oakes as he now takes his S14 into the chase position. But Dan, from where I'm sitting right now, I think he is going to be in. He's just got to be safe. He's just got to go out there and put a safe run in.
Saw the wipers come on again, so it could be.
Oh no, a little bit of rain. A little bit of rain coming through.
It's not what you want to see.
No, so
midway through a run when the conditions change, that's even worse.
But first, Jimmy's been doing a lot of driving lately in a lot of different tracks, so he's got to use that experience. Axel Hildebrand
blasting down the hill, the carbon Kevlar 3-rotor turbo Corvette coming around. Jimmy Oakes putting in a solid chase run. Just want to take a moment to appreciate the fact that that Corvette has blitzes on it before I move forward with the rest of this run. And here we go, Jimmy Oakes with a little bit of a stumble in the back. Alex doing a fantastic job of a lead run there. That was much better than his lead run.
I think that's one of those runs, and you'll see this happen a lot in drifting, Dan, and you know from so many years. When you've completely messed up your run, you go out and then put in the most unbelievable run. And it's so loud, that car.
I couldn't hear anything you just said.
My mouth was moving, but
Yeah.
Dan could not hear me.
I'm trying to read lips here, and then
I was
there's just
saying
3 rotors.
that sometimes when you are at a zero deficit, you go out and you put the best run of your life in the lead position because the pressure's almost off. You know you've kind of lost already.
So you just send it.
So you send it and it works. And that's exactly, Axel would probably have scored 90-something plus if he was in qualifying with that run.
That was a good lead.
But Jimmy didn't have to do a whole lot more. We're going to go over to our judges and we're going to go to Kevin. Kevin, who's going through to the final 4?
It's Jimmy Oakes going through.
Jimmy Oakes gets the win and goes through to the final 4.
favorite.
He is one more battle away from saving himself into that main event. Axel goes out in our top 8.
And with the way Jimmy's been driving all weekend, I'd absolutely love to see him make it all the way down into that last chance qualifier. I want to see him battle some of the big boys. I want to see him battle some pros. I just think that car is really loud. That is an amazingly loud car.
Now that's a thing.
Now it's a thing.
Axel can't see where he's going. He nearly just ran into the ambulance on the way out of the track. And the irony of running into the ambulance on the way out would have been quite special, I think.
I would have liked it.
Well, he was just, because, sorry guys, I just ran into you. I'll just sit in the back, will I?
Yeah, do you want me to just get in?
I'll get in now and save you the hassle.
Yeah, I'll just get myself checked out.
Jimmy Oakes goes through, and here comes an interesting one. 2 guys that are talking a lot of smack this weekend. Luke Fink and Grant Anderson. Luke Fink in an SR Corolla. Grant in the standard 350Z, but just enough rain on the track to probably have enough power here. Here we go.
It's like the weather is just playing to Grant's advantage right now. It's like, you know what? He's going to be back on track. I'm going to go ahead and wet down just enough to make it super slippery for Luke and allow Grant to do some catching up, which is exactly what he's doing right now. He is reeling Luke in a stock car. It is slippery again. It was grippy last lap, and now it is slippery already. And here we go, rounding out the last turn. Grant doing everything he can to keep up, putting the pressure on Luke right up in his business.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to remind you that is a stock. That's a DE, not a HR, a DE 350Z. 200 and probably 50 horsepower.
On a good day.
On a day when, and the hill is involved.
Yeah, when you're going down the hill, there's a tailwind.
And you get a good bit of petrol that's like a little bit spicier than the other. But Grant's doing a great job. The rain playing into his advantage here. And Luke had a little bit of understeer and a wash to the first corner.
So we'll see how this goes. I mean, there could be an upset here. Grant is out for blood right now in a stock 350Z. But Luke doesn't go quietly into the night.
Luke's not going to go, you know what, buddy, I tried my best.
Yeah, that's not Luke.
I'm just going to back off now. And, I'm chasing now, so I'm not going to get too close. I'm just going to relax on this one.
You were driving real well. I'm going to let you have this one.
What Luke has now is if I get beaten by Grant Anderson in the stock 350Z, this will never be ever forgotten in the history of time. So he is going to come in here with the most incredible chase run you've ever seen. And the stock 350Z guys all over the world going, it's our day. We're doing things. We're making an impact. So it's going to be Grant Anderson now is the lead. This is just a hilarious situation to be in. And Luke Fink right now is going to say, I cannot look at this from Luke Fink right from the off.
Getting on his business. Luke Fink loops it out. Grant Anderson. Luke Fink with the backwards entry, totally on accident. Did not see that coming. Overdid it on the limiter. He knows he's messed up this day. Grant Anderson just needs to finish the lap. Grant Anderson giving the poppin' revs at the judging booth. He knows what just happened.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. James Dean turned up here in a 4-rotor. I'm going to go down and tell him. I'm telling you, the future, stock 350Z.
Stock 350Z.
That's the future. The future is stock 350Z. We keep building high horsepower cars in Ireland, and it rains all the time. These are the guys. This is a big moment where you see a stock powered 250 horsepower 350Z, and Luke Fink is not happy. I'd say is an understatement. But a lot of fun on track.
Upsetting. But a hero story.
This is
for
a
Mr.
big
Grant
story.
Anderson. Insta Grant doing things today.
Wow. So we got to go to our judges to make it official. Chelsea, who's going through to the final 4?
Grant gets the win.
Grant Anderson gets the win and goes through to the final 4. Don't do donuts, Grant. It's not going to make any smoke. There's going to be no burnouts here.
There's none.
So
and
there
there's an ambulance currently over there that you probably don't want to run into.
You know what? If you watch Top Gear when they have that car lurking in the background, that's the ambulance here. It's been prepped and ready all day going, we're going to be needed here.
It will be my time.
We
don't want to see him do anything. We'd like to have him hang out back there.
Absolutely. So here we have it. An incredible achievement for Grant Anderson to take a stock 350Z to the top 4 of the last chance top 16. Remember, of the top 4, only 3 will go through to tomorrow. So that 3rd and 4th place battle being the most important battle, maybe.
Very much so.
And then the final, just for pride, right? So that's how it works. So we are now moving it along to our next battle, which we'll see a classic Nissan from old and Nissan from new. Not even a Nissan, a Datsun. So a Datsun with an SR20 going up against a Nissan, which should have an SR20, but it has a 2JZ. A little bit of confusion on the start line there. Chase car leaving about a week and a half before the lead car there.
Yeah.
So just resetting them going, come on now, Archie, calm down. You got a little too early.
He's rearing at the bit. He just wants to drive. He's having a good time.
And
he's in a unique car.
Rain's starting to fall a little bit on the track now, Dan, so it's going to get greasy.
It's going to help him, too.
It's going to help the Datsun, probably not help the S15.
Yes. No, and does he have the experience of driving in the rain? I know you said he does some pro-am stuff.
He has done very little driving in general in this car.
Perfect.
This car was finished a couple of weeks ago, and it was supposed to just do donuts and be like a cool thing to put on this. It's a show car. It was on their stand earlier today as a show car.
It is a show car. It's a
show car. It was not. It was designed
car.
to be a cool-looking car that could do some drifting, but it's not a competition car.
It is now.
Now, what is a competition car? Stock 350Z. If a stock 350Z
if these guys end
and
up
a
against
stock
each other.
S or Datsun get to the top 4 today, I'm just going to say we've started the whole thing over again. Nobody knows anything about drifting.
Drifting is reset.
Yeah, we're back to where we started, guys. Let's go back to 2006 and go again.
Yeah, we're starting over here today.
So Jason Farron on the start line, ready to go from Australia. Keep it read. They got a great giveaway on the JZX this weekend. Check it out on their page. They're
trying to get the jump on him right there. He was rearing to go. He's just like, yeah, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Gets the jump on him. He's going to do everything he can to put the pressure on. He is going to, oh my goodness, a little bit of a bobble in the back there. But making it work. You can tell it is slippery, very slippery out there. The drifting has slowed down, which may be an advantage to Archie. Jason doing a fantastic job of doing a smooth lead run. Archie kind of gets stuck in the back there. That's kind of not where he wants to be, and a big straight and right at the end as Jason rounds it across the finish line.
Yeah, it looks to me like Archie had an issue at the end. I'll tell you what the issue was. He was trying to keep the car moving, but he doesn't have enough power, so it just straightened up completely in the chase position. So he was trying to keep moving with very little wheel speed, but then it caught up on him when it got a little grippy towards the end of the run. And it looked like to me Jason Farron taking the advantage on that one, but Jason having some moments as well of his own.
Yeah, he was a little bit offline, but he was fantastic angle through that first turn. Like I said, in the wet, you get to drive a little bit different, and they have to relearn the track every single time they get on it.
It looks to me like Archie transitioning very early, and then watch this. As he comes through, the car does not want to drift. He's not up the boost here in that very unpowerful SR20. He drops out of the boost, and all of a sudden that is much stickier there, the tarmac in the middle of the track, so I think it caught him out a little bit in the rain.
It did.
And Jason Farron, a little bit more experience, and you think in Australia that they just have sun all the time, but I went to Jason's home track in Calder Park,
just rain.
and I got sunburnt one day, and then I got completely drenched the next day, and I was like, this is kind of like Ireland. I can see why Irish people go to Australia, because it's like an extreme of both. But Jason having a lot of fun this weekend. He's got the whole Keep It Reet crew out here from Australia. We are going to Australia later in the year.
Yes, we are.
To the Keep It Reet boys, and I can't wait to go back over. It's such a fun place, and they've got such a great scene in Australia, which I absolutely love, and I can't wait to see the fans there and how they react to everything. It looks like Archie having some issues with the car, maybe something, the clutch or something. It looked to me something.
Same thing that maybe happened earlier happened again, where something popped out and he can't get it back in. We thought it was transmission, but we don't actually know what it was.
Yeah, we were talking about the SR20 box, and then we were like, it couldn't be that. They're the most reliable gearbox in the world.
It's basically a dog box.
Yes, I mean, people are taking out full sequentials to put back in SR20 boxes.
That's what I would do.
Because we're obviously drifting around this weekend.
Yes.
So take out the sequential, put the SR box back in, get a stock 350Z.
Oh, yeah.
And
We're bucking the
take
system.
out the 350Z
This is all
gearbox
new.
and put the SR box in. I wonder how many I'd sell of those 350Z engine to SR box conversions. I'd be sitting on them for a while, I think.
I think we all got a couple in the back.
Yeah, so it looks to me like Archie Hammer, he's having an issue. 5-minute rule called from Archie Hammer to go and try and fix that little Datsun. And Jason Farron will sit up there on the line with an advantage. I feel probably nearly a 10-0 advantage. I'm not sure.
That was a big mistake.
There was some big errors there.
Yeah, but again, having a blast. You know he's in there. Now he's like, well, now I just get to sit in the rain and wait.
Well, that's it. So we are going to see one of the most incredible battles. You know, this Jimmy Oakes versus Dean Carney. Where do you ever see this? Like, what a scenario to be in.
And just to think that, why would that ever happen? And it happens because we're at this radical event that is a worldwide thing now.
So we're going to go down to Adam Ivel. He's in the pits with Chris Rudnick. Knocked out earlier on, Adam, but he had an absolute blast all weekend. And I feel like the party never stops for Chris Rudnick, regardless of whether he's in the car or out of the car.
You join me here with Rudnick. I want to know, first off, sir, how are you finding your first time here in Ireland?
Dude, it's been absolutely amazing. I've been hanging out with the Ireland boys. We actually closed down a bar last night, and we were going at it all night. It was a good time.
Awesome, man. I love to hear that you're having a good time. How was it out on track in front of this amazing crowd here at Mondello Park?
All I can say, dude, is what an absolute disaster that was. I'll be honest, it almost felt like I forgot how to drift. I was like, even when I was going, I was like, what the hell am I doing? You know? I was like, what is going on?
Well, from an outsider, someone in a brand new car to them, wrong side where the steering wheel is, in front of this massive crowd that we've got here, it was very impressive to watch, man. And we'll see you in some fantasy battles tomorrow, I'm sure.
Heck yeah, dude, and I do appreciate that. But I will say this, I do have the world record for most times in the gravel, so you got to give it to me there, you know what I mean?
Man, that's something. I'd be taking that too, dude. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Anytime, man. And a word from our sponsors.
Drip Eliante, pulling up, feeling like Harry Belafonte. Look at my racks, feel like Serena went hit from the back. Swing, pull like Jim, waves on swim, Anorak Timbs with the tech.
Hey guys, Jeff Jones here.
I'm Dylan Hughes.
I'm Travis Reeder.
I'm Ken Gusick.
I'm Matt Field. I drive Link. They are the most reliable ECU around, and they always deliver. Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it. Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want.
They stand behind their products and support their customers. They're always innovating and delivering great new products and performance features.
I drive
Link.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
Well, welcome back to a very rainy Mondello Park. It was fine a little while ago.
5 minutes.
5
5
minutes,
minutes
it's
ago.
all it take. And then we went to absolute washout here.
Yeah.
So we're going to finish up our top four in torrential rain, treacherous conditions, and a lot of people saying, we don't. And you know who's loving this? Grant Anderson. I'll tell you
Grant-
who's up.
he-
Grant Anderson saying that's all the horsepower
He's
I
like,
needed.
you keep going, Rain.
Keep
Everybody
Rain.
else is like, come on.
Come on. So
You've
we
got to be kidding
Dean
me.
Carney versus Jimmy Oakes. We got Grant Anderson against. We don't know if it's Archie Hammer or Jason Farron just yet, but it looks to me like Jason Farron with the big advantage, there.
advantage.
Then again, it's just been torrential. So does Jason spinning me? I'll end up in it one more time again. Who knows? Archie Hammer is on a 5-minute rule right now, so we don't know what's up with the car or whether he'll make it back on time. If he doesn't, Jason will go straight through to his battle with Grant, and then I'm throwing everything else out the window because I don't know what way it's going to go. And tomorrow, of course, guys, remember we have got our top 16 main events here at Mondello Park, all our top 13 qualifiers, and the top 3 from today going through to the main event. Show cars everywhere. There's 400 show cars.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, crazy. And of course, I've got some big news for you.
They got to wash their cars again now.
Well, it's washing it for them, really, Dan, when you think of it. So we got some very special news for you guys. We have a commemorative T-shirt for this event. It has got LZ's car on it. It's got James Dean's 4-rotor on it. Limited quantity. If you keep an eye on the LZ socials tonight,
it's going to drop.
It's going to drop, and it's going to be online order only. Ooh. And there's only a limited amount. They'll never be made again. So if you guys keep an eye on the socials tonight, then there's going to be a little bit of lead time. Obviously,
Set a reminder.
This is what we're doing, these commemorative T-shirts. In Ireland, Corolla versus RX-7 on the T-shirt. Wait till you see the design. It's incredible. And
I hope that pans out. I hope we actually get to see that battle. We can do it in the fantasy battle.
I think if we saw LZ and James, that T-shirt might be worth a lot more money. But you can get it tonight or in the next couple of days. I'm not sure exactly. They're figuring it out. But what they're going to do is put on the LZ socials, the LZ World Tour social media. If you're not following the LZ World Tour Instagram and Facebook, why aren't you?
Keep up with us.
Because
This
that's
is
where
a
we're
really
showing,
cool thing.
Yeah, we're showing you guys all the behind the scenes of what's going on. We're showing you guys everything from all the drivers that are competing. So check that out as well. So we're going to give you guys a big announcement later on about the commemorative T-shirt. It's got Ireland on it. It's got Mondello Park on it. It's all very cool. For me, it's very cool to see LZ and James on a T-shirt and their teammates in Formula Drift in 2 Mustangs, but here they are in a Corolla and RX-7 on a T-shirt.
Doesn't make sense.
And there's only a very select amount of them available. So we'll let you guys know how to pick them up, whether you're in Europe or in the US, whether you're watching online or you're here in person. We're going to let you know later on the socials. So watch out for that because they're going to be hotcakes.
They will sell.
They will sell.
They will sell.
They will be gone. So we are moving forward in our 5-minute rule, Archie Hammer. Dan, I've been having fun today. I know the weather's been coming and going.
No, this is fantastic.
But I like the unpredictable nature of it.
It's been crazy. It's just as unpredictable as the cars and the battles we've been seeing. The weather is playing into that as a character.
I feel like on Tuesday night I'll be asleep and I'll bolt upright in the bed going, did I see Hurt battling this and that? I'll be like, what happened?
You did.
I did. Did Grant Anderson in a stock 350Z beat Luke Fink?
He did.
But Luke Fink has beaten James Dean here.
He did.
Anyway, stock 350Zs, folks. They've
That's
just
the
doubled
way
in price.
and the truth. Yeah, man, let's not do that.
No,
Gotta keep
cheap.
it low.
Keep it cheap.
Keep it cheap.
We have an Archie Hammer.
Hey,
I can
there
see
he
him
is.
over the hill. So he has fixed whatever problem he's had in his SR powered Datsun, which was, again, as I said, was on display in the Auto Finesse tent in the car show. Not competing.
Has a chance to get into tomorrow's
The main
event. He has a chance.
It's a small chance.
It's a very small chance.
Because but now it's so wet on the track.
Now the conditions have changed again since they drove it last time.
Yeah. Well, let me just click my pen, Dan, because there's going to be some
should
notes being wrote here. So we've got a very murky Mondello Park, of course, tomorrow. Weather looking a little bit more promising than it was today. And today wasn't so bad. We got some smoke.
No,
we got
we
some
did.
good battles. I think we got some unpredictability because of the weather. And sometimes it's nice to have that too. We got a very wet, as advertised, Ireland. A lot of people might be tuning into Ireland for the first time. And this is what it looks like most of the time. Pretty dark. Pretty rainy.
But it is why you guys have such beautiful grass. When I'm rolling around here, and we don't have a lot of grass in New Mexico, but this looks like it would belong on a golf course.
Yeah,
all just grass.
We
in
have a lot of
general.
golf courses, but the problem is they all have to play golf in the rain. So there's swings and roundabouts to this game. And a lot of Americans come here for tourism, and I go, just bring your coat if you're coming.
Yeah,
and
just
and
bring
it's a
a coat.
beautiful country when it's not raining. When it is, you just kind of go to the pub and just relax and just wait for it to blow over.
And I think that's my favorite part about being here so far has been the pubs. It is a thing, and it is real, and the Guinness is delicious. And
Yeah.
I don't even like Guinness in the United States, but I'm a big fan of it here.
We got some things. We got drinking, we got drifting, and we got rallying. That's like our 3 things.
I love all 3 of those
And we have-
wholeheartedly.
And for some reason, maybe some musicians and actors, strangely. So that's what we have.
Okay.
Weather, not so much. That's not something we wouldn't put that in our top 10. So anyway, we're back on the start line with Archie Hammer and Jason Farron. Australia against UK in Ireland makes no sense. and the weather will be playing a factor here. Jason can be conservative. There's a 0, I think, on the board for Archie here. So if Jason doesn't make any major errors here, he'll get through. But easier said than done. It looks like he's going for a big run against the car that I think is going to be like a spinning top coming into that corner.
I hope not. I want to see an actual battle, but again, unpredictable. Let's see if he can keep it in one direction and not giving him any chances. Archie's really spooling out on front. I don't know if they're going to call that an inactive chase. He was very far behind and is not able to catch back up. Jason's doing everything he can to do that, but that little Datsun is a rocket ship in the rain for some reason. Rounding it all the way out. I don't know. I just don't know on this one. This one, was it enough? Was it enough?
You know, I'm going to tell a fun story because that Auto Finesse car is owned by James, who owns Auto Finesse. He bought this car as like a really weird buy. It was a shell. It sat for years doing nothing in its garage. January they said, let's put an SR in it. And it escalated to this. They just wanted something cool to put on a stand. And here it is, drifting around the track in Mondello Park. We'll see it back tomorrow for some demos. It's a cool little car.
It is. It is a fantastic little build.
But we need a decision from our judges. They're having a little look at the replay just to make sure that it's all good and it's all kosher. And I think they're probably just looking at Jason being pretty far behind there in the wet, in the car with the more power. So maybe being a little too cautious.
Again, that's a tough thing to do sometimes. When you got all that power, it's really hard to use it in the wet. When you don't have a lot of power, and you still use all of it regardless.
Absolutely. Both guys are out of their cars. It's going to be a spot in the Final Four. It's the last spot in our Final Four before we head to the Final Four. And let's see if we can get a decision from our judges. Kevin, have you got a call?
Yeah, we're going to go one more time.
Holy
we're going to go one more time. One more time.
Look at that. That was the most awkward handshake I think I've ever seen.
Well, it's an Australian man and a UK man. There's a history there. So let's see if Kevin O'Connell can explain to us what happened there.
Yeah, well, obviously we had an incomplete from the first run where Archie actually straightened up and had a 0 going into the second run. And we thought that he probably wouldn't be able to overturn that, but he was. What we actually deemed that second run was an inactive chase. So Jason was just way too far back, and while Archie was on that perfect lead line the whole way throughout, we deemed that he just did enough to overturn that massive mistake from the first run, and we had to see him go one more time.
There you go. So just run away. Run away as fast as you can in a small car, and you'll get back in the battle. We're learning today, Dan.
He had a chance, and that chance happened.
You said he had a slim chance.
Very slim.
But he made
I can't believe it happened.
It actually happened. What we wanted to see a clean battle. We didn't get one. We had Archie break the car in the first. We had Jason a little inactive in the chase in the second. And they're going to go back at it one more time. Looks like Archie's heading back up to the start line. Maybe Jason going into the pits, I would imagine, to get a little bit more grip out of that S15, I can imagine. Because he has a long way to go to get all of it out of that.
He does. And we'd like to see a clean battle. Now they know the track conditions. But maybe the rain is lightening up. We don't know.
Well, it looks like it's not as heavy as it was, but it's still pouring down. The fans, we want to thank everybody here at Mondello Park for sticking with us. It is it was pretty good, but it's still a little bit wet, but they're sticking it out to see who gets into these top 3 spaces before we go to tomorrow's main event. So let's have a look at our star lineup. Are we going to jump across to our next first top 4 battle? Will we see Dean Carney and Jimmy Oakes? It looks like we are going to see Jimmy Oakes against Dean Carney in the top 4. Remember, we'll go get whoever wins automatically through to tomorrow and into the final. Whoever loses has one more final battle to see if they can get there.
Oh boy.
Stressful.
Very stressful. But there are chances. 3 people moving on.
These are 2 very good drivers and battling from the back here. They're coming up through the ranks. They're now into this. They've won a couple of battles each. Jimmy Oakes, who started his competitive drift career probably a year ago or just around there. And he's going up against a guy that started his drift career probably 12 years ago. So Dean Carney on this track with more experience, definitely got more competitive battles under his belt. But Jimmy looking strong in the S14. So this may be one of the most competitive battles. And I would imagine for Jimmy Oakes' case, last year he went up against Dwayne McKeever here, and this year he's up against Dean Carney. So he's not getting an easy ride in Ireland. He's going up against some of the biggest names in the game.
Which is great. If he wants to be a competitive driver, this is the way you get better.
The way you get better is by going up against guys who are really good and you push yourself to their level rather than trying to find someone at your level. Yes. And it's always a way of stepping up. So Jimmy will know. He's up against Dean Carney. He will go into this as the underdog. Carney will go in as the favorite. But I think that'll suit Jimmy here because he's going to be able to try a little something and not feel like he has to be too cautious.
Yeah, this is exciting. I think this is going to be a fantastic battle. Two of the grayest cars here
Very
somehow
gray.
ended up.
You can turn your screens to black and white and it will make no difference in this battle. It will just be grey car versus grey car in a grey place. That's pretty much what we've got right now. But what I love about this is that we've got some very interesting setups. So Carney's car a little heavier, a little bit more weight, but a bit more power. And then both of these guys running JZs. So it's going to be interesting to see which way this one goes. And I'm excited for this one because in the wet, I think Carney though has that wet experience. He
does.
In Mondello Park, he really outsmarted Eric O'Sullivan in the battle before. So let's see what happens with Jimmy. Will he get too aggressive? Will he make an error on entry? It's knife edge, but it's ready to go. Our Starlight Marshal Joe says, "Hold on," and then we send him. And it is going to be Carney in the lead, Jimmy Oakes in the chase, in a damp, wet, treacherous Mondello. Hold your breath.
And there he goes, entering in. Nice, big, slow flick, which is exactly what you want to do. Jimmy Oakes a little bit farther behind than I think he thought was going to happen. Dean actually moved out when Jimmy wasn't able to do so. Kind of on an awkward inside line where Dean's filling that outer zone exactly how he's supposed to do. Again, in the rain, it's going to be slower. It's going to be more calculated. It's much more difficult to put the car where you want it to be and not make it move around a bunch and make mistakes. But both drivers finished the run. That was a very large gap in between them, however. That's definitely going to come into play.
Yeah, well, one thing that Dean Carney will know more than most on the grid is how to get the maximum grip out of a professional drift car, and that is an ex-Daigo Saito car, and they have definitely made that car as grippy as possible. Big gap from the off, and it looked to me like the gap was created not in drift. It was just on the run-up.
Down the straightaway, yeah.
And sometimes, and I'm going to say this because I've driven this track before, a lot of internationals will try and gun it down the straight, where the Irish will be a little cleverer to lay off the throttle, knowing you're just spinning wheels and not getting traction. Did we see a little bit of that? I think we saw a little bit of that with Jason Farron as well. I think he started to spin some wheels in the chase position. And again, if you don't stay with it on the run-up, then you're not going to be able to make the ground up in the rain on this circuit.
Again, and it's crazy, just coming in, borrowing a car, driving in the rain, driving in the dry, driving in the kind of rain, driving in that. It's such a difficult thing to do. And these guys are putting on a show not knowing what's going to be happening.
No, and they have had no baseline because the weather has never been the same for 2 runs today. So it's just see what happens.
This
when
is
I go
difficult.
There.
This is
very
really
this
difficult.
Is as hard as it gets to drift in any conditions because it's one of the worst tracks with the downhill off camber. It just makes the rain so much worse. But Jimmy Oakes is now in the lead. Look at Carney taking the staggered start here. Very clever as well. He's not going to get left behind here, Dan. He's taking a little run at him here.
And here we go. Jimmy Oakes going to be entering in almost the same point where Dean did, but Dean doing a much, much, much better job of keeping up. He knows exactly how much pressure he needs to put on. He's not a rookie. He doesn't want to apply too much pressure, make a mistake, force himself to touch the other car. Like, that's not what he wants to do. He knows exactly what he needs to do to move on, and it's going to be just enough to do so. As they come blasting by, up on that wall, through the last outer zone, Dean not making any room for errors and puts on the pressure right at the end, right when he needed to do it. That was a textbook run for a follow in the rain.
We call it Classic Carney.
Classic Carney.
He comes in at the end just with that exclamation point, and Mondello knows that the judges always see that last couple of feet, that if you're on the door there, you've
Makes
done
a
something
difference.
good. But remember, if Jimmy Oakes loses this battle, which I'm assuming maybe the way the judge is going, he still has a playoff for 3rd and 4th.
He can still make it.
So he's not out of the competition yet, but if Carney gets the win, he'll go to the final today, but he'll also be guaranteed in the main event tomorrow.
He will.
And we'll see which way the judges are going to go. We're going to go over to you, Kieran. Kieran, who's getting the call and going to the final?
Dean Carney gets the win.
So Dean Carney gets the win and goes through to the final. Jimmy Oakes comes back out for a 3rd and 4th place playoff do-or-die battle for the last place in the main event. He'll be under pressure, Dan.
He will be, but he still has a chance. And that's the beautiful thing about the way that we run these competitions is you get that last chance qualifier on top of the last chance qualifier.
Absolutely. I'm going to throw over to Chelsea for a second. Chelsea, obviously, today has been super challenging for all the drivers with the wet and dry. Are you still judging it the same, or are you allowing a little bit of leeway for how treacherous the conditions are here today? Are you impressed by anybody in particular on the track?
Yeah, the conditions definitely make it tough. I think that we're giving a little bit of leeway on the entry and a couple other things just because the drivers are going into that first turn for their first time with no sight lap or anything. But still, it's going to be the better driver wins. Yeah, I'm really impressed. Kearney was doing a good job out there, and as well as Grant. Grant's really putting it down in the Z. I'm not a fan of Z's, but he's making that the Z people pretty happy, I feel like.
The millions and millions of Z people out there are like, it's competitive. We're going to Formula Drift in a stock 350Z.
DE and Formula D.
Yep. So if it rained like at least 2 rounds out of the 8, you'd be kind of okay.
You'd be set.
But the other 6, you probably wouldn't be able to come off the start line. I think the bank in Irwindale might be just a little bit much for a stock Z.
Yeah, just a little bit.
But hey, they're making it work for sure.
Thanks, Chelsea. And we're moving along. We've one finalist in the bag. We have Dean Carney going through to the final. Remember, this is the last chance top 16, so this is just to decide the final 3 spaces. Our top 13 from qualifying, your LZs, your Dwayne McKeevers, your Shanahans, your James Deans, all those
guys with the really high scores.
The guys that have done lots of laps on this track in their own cars and have done... so we're going back to the second half of this one. It's going to be another classic battle between the old Datsun and the Nissan S50. Interesting to think that Datsun as a brand was only created because Nissan didn't want to take a chance that the Americans wouldn't like Nissans. So they made another brand, and it became some of their coolest cars. So here we go, a little tidbit for you before these two go in.
They're definitely unique, and it's unique to see them battling against each other. Here we go. He's keeping it read on entry. Let's see what we can do. The Datsun not holding the same amount of angle as Jason is. Jason on a pretty good line for how wet it is out there. Here we go with Archie doing everything he can to keep up. Putting the car where it needs to be and applying a whole bunch of pressure to Jason. Oh my goodness gracious, Archie's coming out of the woodwork. This is exactly what we wanted to see in this one more time battle as they round out this last outer zone. Let's see, he is up in his business. Show car, my friends. That was a show car. He's not treating that like a show car.
That car is, I don't even think the alignment's been done on that car today. It was literally just take it out of the stand, put it in the event, see how he gets on, and he's driving the wheels off it.
That was amazing. That was a fantastic follow. Really good lead run as well. So it's not, you have to have a good lead to have a good follow, and both of those things happened during this run.
So you're probably not too aware of who Archie Hammer is, and he's a youngster. He drives an E36 usually in competition. Not a huge spec car, but a really good, talented driver.
He is.
Putting it up against tons of different big names in the UK and Ireland. And, you know, he's been kind of waiting for that moment. Auto Finesse saw his style and said, hey, you can drive some of our demo cars. So he does some donuts in their Liberty Walk S15. And they said, I'll go do some donuts and some waves to the crowds in this. And look at this chase run from that car, which is absolutely incredible.
And in the wet. That's a difficult thing to do.
It is. And as I said before, that car is not designed to be a competition car. It's just meant to be a fast, fun road car, show car.
Super good looking. I was hoping he was not going to be too aggressive, and he kept it where it needed to be.
And usually I'm pretty good at this. I can't tell you the model right now because they told me. I've forgotten. It's because I think it's the exact same model that Adam LZ has been working on right now.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, the same old school Datsun that he's been working on now in competition. So I'm just saying, Adam, there's a little bit of orange on there.
It's capable.
So here we go. It's going to be Jason Farron in the chase, and he is not hanging around.
No,
here.
he's like, come on, man, let's go.
He didn't want to be left behind like he was on the last time coming up the straight, and it looks like Archie Hammer's got the foot down again.
Archie just putting the beans out again. It's so hard for Jason to get traction in that car. And again, horsepower can make a huge difference in the dry. Not so much when you have the great equalizer that is this rain. Archie bringing it around, maybe taking down Jason Farron. Oh my goodness gracious, just bringing it home. And Jason with a giant mistake in the back. I don't know if he's going to be able to overcome that.
If Archie wins this, he goes up against Grant Anderson in a stock 350Z.
That is going to be the battle of all time.
And that was 1,000,000 to 1 at the start of this top 16. That was 1,000,000 to 1.
Thank you, Rain. Thank you, Rain.
You know what? The rain has made this quite entertaining, but not maybe for Jason Farron, who in the dry would have probably left that car 20 car lengths away.
Yeah. There would have been a huge difference. The roles would have been reversed, but unfortunately, that's not how it played out. And sometimes the better driver just wins.
Yeah,
that's just how it is.
That's how it's going to go. We will go over to our judges. You can see the drivers out of the car. Archie Hammer making a name for himself today in that little Datsun that could. We'll go over to you, Chelsea. Who's getting the call?
Archie gets the win.
Archie gets the win and goes through to the final 4 to face off the behemoth of the stock 350Z. Can anybody take it down today? Well, if it's going to be a 300 horsepower.
It's Archie.
It's Archie in the 300 horsepower SR20 Datsun show car. That's what you want in your. That's what you want if you want to take a stock 350Z out. You got to get even more ridiculous.
You know he is absolutely pumped in that car right now. To not even be in the show and now to be in the show.
I'm going to remind, this guy was not in the show. We had a dropout, and we put him in last second from the car park, and now he's in the top 4. So this is the event we're here to see, and this is what the LZ World Tour is all about. Cool cars, cool people.
Magical moments.
Big memories, and putting a show on for the fans. I hope you guys in Mondello Park are having fun. I think the people in the roofed grandstand having more fun than anybody else right now.
I think so. A little jealous of that.
A little jealous of everyone else. Big wave to the grandstand. Everyone's having a good time?
Hey, guys.
Hey, there you go.
How's it going?
They're having a good time.
Look at that.
Are you guys on the bank with the umbrellas having a good time?
They're like, no, it's wet out here.
Wave
dude.
your umbrella up and down with the umbrellas. Yeah, there you go. They're having a good time.
Hi.
And I can see Jordan Butters, our official photographer, not having a good time down there.
He is soaked.
Yeah, he is drinking a water out of his own lenses right now down there. So, you know, it's Ireland. It comes as advertised. So what I'm saying is we're going to go into our top 4 battle. Now, this is the battle everyone... We assumed from the start we would see a car from the car park against a stock Z in the biggest event of Irish drift history.
That.
We said it at the start. Me and Dan knew. We said this is going to be straight up Grant in the 350 versus the Datsun of Archie. We knew it. And here it is.
And here it is. It's called. It was written in the heavens because the heavens are now pouring, and this is why this is happening in the first place.
Yeah, and I really don't want to start thinking God's motor could be a VQ because it's not a religion I want to get involved in.
That's not a thing.
No,
that's not a thing.
Yeah, so it is going to be Grant warming up his tires, and this is the car we just use for the bashes. It's not like this is just
It's the beater car.
This is the car we had Rome Charpentier drive this, and we've had Hurt drive this. We've had a few people drive it as guest drivers just for fun in Mondello Park. Simple, easy seat time car, and right now it
giving
is
him plenty of seat time.
Yeah,
he's going to come into the battles just, you know what? I'm going to dominate.
Yeah, and to be honest,
as long as it rains.
We just put some graphics on it and said, look at it playing, and now it's kind of looking pretty cool.
Actually, that thing's going to get more media than most of the cars out here.
Which is depressing for me, who spent the least amount on that car. But anyway.
Next time, everybody in 350
So right now, James from Auto Finesse and us from Drift Games are both going, none of this was meant to happen. These cars were not meant to be on the track right now. And Archie Hammer doing some donuts, getting warmed up. This is all he was meant to do, was the burnout box all weekend. Now he's doing the full track.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Here is going to be a very interesting battle. I know everyone here in Mondello is excited to see this one. I hope you guys are too at home. These guys are pumped in the cars right now. And to tell you what's also pumped is the tire pressure, because they are ready to go in the wet over the start line. Grant Anderson and Archie Hammer. The story continues today, and we're only at the warm-up of the main event. Who's going through to the final? Grant Anderson to lead him in.
Low horsepower versus low horsepower. Here we go. Grant doing what he does best, just making that 350Z go exactly where he needs it to go. Keeps it off the grass. Archie keeping up. Oh, a little bit of a mistake there by Grant, but gives Archie an opportunity to suck back in. Again, the lowest horsepower cars out here, just putting on a show, having a blast out in the rain with their friends. I hope these guys become good buddies after this, because this was an absolutely fantastic battle here at the LZ World Tour at Mondello Park. Oh my goodness.
I think we got to give some noise for this, because to be honest, this is what drifting should be. Simple, seat time, fun, and it's all about the driver here. The car, I mean, these are, let's be honest, the Auto Finesse car, very fancy car.
Yes.
But not built for this purpose.
No.
So this is a very interesting one. It looked to me like Grant had the lead, but he was making some errors. He kind of had to dial off. Watch this as he comes through. He had to sort of straighten up a little bit here. That was the gear change issue, I think. Classic Americano in Ireland gear change issue as he came in. But other than that, it was pretty sweet from Grant. It allowed Archie back into the battle, but Archie making some errors of his own, kind of straight in the chase.
Sucked right back in right at the end. And again, that's what you want to do. You want to get that last bit of action that leaves that impression on the judge's brains.
And remember, I'm just going to put this out there that, you know, the 350Z, all fiberglass. Not so much in the Datsun. All custom fenders. Custom,
is that metal body?
That's all metal body, custom fenders.
Okay.
Everything is one-off on the Datsun. There is no other parts for that car. And he is 4 inches away from another car, which I'm pretty sure I can get any of those fenders on eBay tomorrow.
Yep.
So I'm just saying, calm down, Archie. But he's not going to calm down.
He's not going to calm down.
Look
Look at that guy.
He
There's
is
no
pumped.
chill.
He's about to come through the roof. Ejectocito right now. He's that excited. So I'll tell you what, he's going to go into the lead position here. We know that Datsun's fast up the straight. Can Grant stay with it?
We know Grant's going to
He's not
going to
spin wheels anyway, because he hasn't got the power for that.
No, neither of them do. They're both just going to drive.
It's going to be a casual motorway spin. Oh, Grant left about 2 hours ago. He's gone off the line. He's ready to go.
GPS told him to go. He went. So here comes Archie blasted by. Let's see if Grant can keep up. And here we go down the hill. Both drivers a little bit shaky coming over the lump. But here we go, rocking back through. Grant needs to put a little bit more pressure on than he's doing. He's getting out into that zone, but didn't get out there like Archie did. Archie is doing a fantastic lead run right now. Grant Anderson has a lot to do. Let's see if he can put as much pressure on at the end. A little bit of a bobble from Grant. This is rounding out to be a pretty good run from these boys. I am excited to see this.
I'm just laughing at the fact that 15-inch tires look more grippy than 18-inch tires. Nothing makes sense anymore.
They're pizza cutters, and they're doing their job right now, being all seasons. They're good in the rain.
They're good in the rain. What a great battle between both of these guys. You can see Grant looking up at the judging tower. And again, remember, whoever wins or loses, the winner goes up against Carney in the final. They're automatically through to tomorrow. And then the loser will go up against Jimmy Oakes for the final spot in the main event.
This is crazy.
This is very knife edge in the rain here, and some very interesting stories.
The low horsepower champions coming through, both of them making it all the way through this top 16.
Mondello Park, give it up for Archie Hammer and Grant Anderson.
Look at him. He knows how to work the crowd already. This guy's no rookie. I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all.
Okay, so maybe he's drifted a year. But that's about it.
Yeah, that's definitely not a rookie.
But he's a rookie. He's a rookie. Both rookies, when you think about it, in competition.
He's very much a rookie. He's just not acting like a rookie.
Yeah, he's 45. He's 45, but he looks great.
Man, he's aged well.
He has fine wine. He's like Pharrell. Doesn't age. Anyway, we're going to have to get a decision. Judges have had a look at it. Kieran, go for the call. Who's getting the win?
It's one more time.
We're going one more time.
Get a chance. Let's see some more battles. Low horsepower heroes.
Straight back up to the start line they go, and we're going to go at it again.
They don't need to change tires.
I'm going to come back to you, Kevin, on this one. One more time. What an unusual battle. I mean, you're used to judging Drift Masters. This is normal stuff for you. Stock Powered Zs, Datsuns, it's all normal stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely all standard stuff, Dave. But you talked about Drift Masters there, and what it really all came down to is comparing the lead to lead and the chase to chase, just like we do. And if you look at it, Archie definitely had the cleaner lead overall, but while Grant had a little bit more proximity overall. So both drivers making a lot of mistakes. One win in the lead, one win in the chase. You just had to see him go one more time to get a clear, decisive winner on it.
Nobody's complaining, even though it's... Has the rain stopped?
I think it stopped.
Can we get a thumbs up from the far side? Has the rain stopped? Not really. Yeah, one guy said it has. I'm being very optimistic, right?
You are.
Yeah.
You're like, has it stopped?
Has it stopped? No, I can see the little...
Yeah, we got a little bit of...
The little Jurassic Park tremors in the puddles. I see them. So basically, so ponchos. That's the new style around here.
Is it?
Yeah, ponchos. Ponchos, more of it where you're from.
Yeah, the different kind, but
different kind of poncho.
We don't use them for weather because we don't have water.
You don't have rain. This is water from the sky, Dan.
Yes, we don't have
We've had it quite a while now, just like S15s.
You guys have.
We've had S15s in rain far before you have.
Yes, many, many, many moons.
Exactly. So we're going back to the start line, boys. Are ready to go again. Archie Hammer in the Datsun and Grant Anderson in the stock 350Z. I kind of just want to watch this one and not even talk.
That's what I'm saying. This is beautiful.
I am mesmerized by this heavyweight battle of... If any of these cars have 300 horsepower, I would be surprised.
That'd be a good day. That'd be a fantastic day for both of these guys. And right now they have about 800 horsepower
and they've now done more laps than anybody else.
Yes, they have.
So here we go. It's going to be Grant in the lead. It's going to be Archie in the chase. Pick your winner at home or in attendance. Who do you think is going to take this one to the final against Dean Carney? It's even ridiculous to say it. Against Dean Carney in the final. Grant leading them in.
Here we go. Archie not leaving any room for errors. He's actually like, you know what? I made a little bit of a mistake on the last one. I don't want to do that again. Grant getting all the way out there this time and makes that transition. He got the downshift, it looks like. Let's see if they can get it back around. And Archie is up in his business, coming back around this last outer. Oh my goodness gracious. He wants to, oh, this is nuts. This is absolutely insane. He is dooring him right now through the finish line. What a fantastic run from both of these guys.
James from Auto Finesse is probably crying in the corner with that beautiful car, inches from that.
Why are you doing this to me?
This was meant to be fun. We were supposed to relax this weekend. This car was not meant to be doing this.
But it's like heart attack. Yeah. Heart attack every time. The guys, really, you're doing one more time. So it's my beautiful show car.
So 2 cars that were left in the car park this morning not to be on track are now putting on the show of the day, right? This is definitely the battle of the day so far.
This is for all the marbles.
And you got to say,
this is my favorite.
Grant doing a great job in the lead. Really, really smooth, really, really clinical lead run. Archie had some proximity, but he's wobbling a little bit to get there. And he's taking that definitely shallower line with a lot less angle, and of course you have to when you have no power.
Yeah, there's no other way to get around that. You do what the car can do, and that's it sometimes.
Yeah. And there you have it. And it's and of course the boot lid flapping open on the back of the Datsun. And Chelsea will tell you, not distracting, Grant, the boot lid being open on the car whatsoever. So that's it's a good moment.
If we get a protest on that, I'm going to laugh.
It's not a strategy. I think it's fine. So every time
it's moving very slowly, so it's okay.
It's fine. Not a distraction at all. It's fine. And the two cars that arrived on the trailer, but we don't see any of them on the trailer. And as they go through, it is going to be Archie Hammer in the lead position. It's going to be Grant in the chase. Anything can happen from here.
Anything can happen, and Grant knows exactly what he needs to do. Actually initiates before Archie and is putting on the proximity. That's where he needs to be, and he knows he needs to give it his all as they come around the first outer zone. I think we saw a little bit more proximity, but Grant is doing a fantastic job. He got way deeper into the zone that time than he has before. Let's see if he can continue that as they're coming back in. Both of these cars working the pedals, working the steering wheels, coming back around, putting on, look at him surging. He's surging in a stock 350Z. That's not even a thing.
I have never heard the word surging in 350Z stock ever before.
I can't believe that just came out of my mouth.
That's incredible. And Dean Carney's going, what? How do I set up for any of these cars?
I'm not going to be able, how is he surging? What is happening?
What a
He's so pumped right
Grant
now.
Anderson, Archie Hammer having the time of their lives here
just
in the rain.
Putting on a show in the rain in Ireland.
And you know what? This is what this track is all about. It's all about having fun. And again, guys getting used to it. I think these guys are going to have, even in the underpowered cars, an advantage if they get through to tomorrow because they've done so many laps to this track now. And it is treacherous out there. Everyone was struggling with the rain yesterday. Nobody's struggling right now, getting some good runs in and going door to door. Look at Grant trying to just cut down Archie Hammer through the last corner.
They're going to have to nitpick this one because
I've seen Kevin O'Connell take less time to analyze a run in Drift Masters than he is right now because that's a very close battle.
It is. They are going to have to pick hairs, and they do have to make a decision after this one, I do
So one of these guys is going to give it up for Grant Anderson and Archie Hammer putting on a show here in Mondello Park. Love to see it. Love to see it.
I'm going to go give that man a crisp high five right after this. I know Grant, but I don't know Archie. That man deserves a bunch of high fives. So if you do see him walking around, absolutely give him a hug and a high five. Unless he doesn't want it, then don't be in his personal space.
But yeah, I think he's going to want it.
Oh, he's going to love it. What are we talking about?
So we have a winner. Chelsea, who's going through to the final?
Archie gets the win.
Archie Hammer gets the win and goes through
Oh my goodness gracious.
He's so pumped.
Look at him pumping the crowd up. He is stoked. I know Grant had an absolute blast of a time, and he still does have
Jimmy Oaks. Jimmy Oaks versus Grant Anderson for the one remaining space in the main event. It's a grudge match.
This is fantastic. This is absolutely fantastic. Archie, the hero story now. The hero story. Both of these guys still have a chance to make it in. And Archie's in.
And the beauty of the 350Z is standard fuel tank, 70 euros worth of petrol in it. It's going to go all day. He doesn't need fuel. He doesn't need tires. He can even turn the aircon on in that thing if he wants.
This is the cheapest drift day ever for that car.
In fact, of all the cars that we've loaned out this weekend, that's the only one with functioning heaters. The windscreen probably beautifully clear. The wipers aren't too bad. I think he might have the stereo on, listening to the local weather forecast just to see what's coming ahead. It's beautiful. So we're going to see Dean Carney in Daigo Saido's old Chaser, or Mark II, up against Archie Hammer in a Datsun, the smallest car versus the biggest car competing. And then we have got Jimmy Oaks against Grant Anderson in the wet for the remaining spot on the podium today. We hope you guys have enjoyed the action. It's been a lot of fun to commentate on because it's so random.
This has been insane.
It's just fun times up here in the tower.
Many things have not come out of my mouth that I would ever think that I would say, and it's magical. I absolutely love coming to announce these events.
What I love is when you have a day of an event where if you scripted it, you would say, that's too unrealistic. Let's bring that back a step.
But it just, we don't even have to.
It just happens.
It unfurls.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting two battles remaining here. So we've got Grant heading back up to the line. Jimmy Oaks warming up. We're going to go straight into this one. No tire changes, no fuel. Jimmy Oaks got the better car, but Grant's got a lot of runs in the 350Z
He does, and he knows the track surface.
Yeah, and
guess who doesn't?
And Jimmy was kind of wet and dry the last time he was out there, so it's fully slick now when they go through. Jimmy Oaks warming up those tires. He's got that 1JZ, about 500 horsepower, and Grant Anderson will take away half of that and has probably got that in the VQ. But again, in the rain, doesn't matter. It doesn't seem to.
Equalizing. It is the equalizer. Liquid horsepower.
From the sky.
From the sky.
You know, you can bottle it.
You can.
You can bottle water.
Oh, I'm telling you all the facts today. Man, I am learning so much. So it is going to be Grant Anderson in the chase position. Jimmy Oakes, the higher qualifier here, so he's going to be the lead driver. And remember, the winner of this battle will go to the main event. The loser will be eliminated. There's a lot on the line here. Carney and Archie Hammer already through to the main event. It doesn't matter who takes the win there, but it's just for pride, and we just kind of want to see what happens there. That's a nutty battle. It shouldn't be happening.
No. So here we are. Jimmy Oakes in the lead. It is Grant Anderson in the chase as they come in over the hill.
Let's see. He's going to need to pick up some pace here as we chuck it in. Jimmy Oakes. Oh my goodness, Grant had a lot of angle coming in there. I thought he was going to lose it, but he did not. He was able to pick it back up and putting tons and tons and tons of pressure on Jimmy Oakes, bringing it all the way around. Jimmy's like, why is this stock 350Z pinned to my door? I don't know what to do with my hands right now. As they come across into the last outer zone, Grant Anderson is like, I will destroy you.
Grant taking a very inside line, though, and straightening a little bit as they came to the end of that run, though. So Jimmy's lead run was very solid. Grant doing a great job of staying in it, but he's sacrificing a lot of ground to do it.
Look at him pulling that alpha male pull ahead of you after the thing.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm in a stock Z.
Jimmy gets a little washy on the entry here. You can see he's washing out beyond inner zone the inner zone on the first corner, but he gets it together. Grant allowed back into the battle as they transition back. Grant Anderson takes the inside approach to Jimmy Oakes here. This is all sweet and really, really good, and I think at this point I'd be giving the advantage to Grant if I was a judge. But just here as they transition back, you see Jimmy has a little bit of a pull here. Grant goes early on the transition and then he dives right on the inside of this corner. So watch as he hits, he goes just on the inside there. So Jimmy's on the outside, Grant's on the inside, but of course Grant has the horsepower deficit, so he's trying to stay in the battle. I love watching this. To see Grant Anderson and Jimmy Oakes in Ireland for us is just mind-blowing. Battling in weird cars that they shouldn't be doing it in.
Weird cars is an understatement.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to switch them around. It will be Grant Anderson in the lead, Jimmy Oakes in the chase. I think Jimmy's going to not underestimate the speed of that 350Z because it's not spinning wheels, it's just hooking up and going.
It's just going, and and Grant knows this, and Grant knows that could be an advantage. Can they keep up? All he has to do is keep up with them on the start. If he can keep up on the start and get the entry dialed, who knows what could happen.
Exactly.
But he is doing it so far. He understands that this is for all the marbles to get in there, and gave him a little bit of berth. I don't know if that was what he wanted to do, but Grant Anderson is just spooling on out. That big turbo 350Z out front.
Yeah. I don't know where this power he found is, but it's not in there.
Did you guys put nitrous in?
We can't even get it here. So
you can't even do nitrous. Okay, so that's out of the question.
Grant Anderson did a good job. Jimmy Oakes with a late dive here to try and get back into this one. Up onto the door he'll go. And this is
I don't know, man.
Nice finish to the run from Jimmy Oakes, but he left a lot of ground on the run-up.
That was crazy. And that's all he needed to not do was, if he had no gap during the beginning, I think he would have been absolutely fine.
And I can tell you because both of these cars run in the identical same rear tires.
Yes.
So it's definitely down. I think the higher horsepower car is suffering from the run-up with having
too much wheel spin.
Yeah, too much wheel spin and not enough traction. But this is going to be for third step on the podium in the last chance top 16, and it is going to be for the final space in the main event tomorrow. Decision dropping in from the judges. Kevin O'Connell, who's getting third place?
Grant gets the win.
Grant Anderson gets the win, gets third step.
Grant.
And he goes through to our main event. We will see Jimmy Oakes back out tomorrow for the fantasy battles, and unfortunately he will not be into the main event top 16. I'm going to go back to you, Kevin. It just goes to show when the rain comes down in Mondello, it's a big equalizer.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see there that the 350Z just having more grip overall, and Jimmy not having an answer for Grant's pace during it. Who'd have ever thought that you'd say that about a 350Z, but all came down to proximity in the end, and Grant gets the win.
Just didn't have the pace for the stock 350Z.
Yeah, that's a thing.
I think they'll make that into a t-shirt now. Didn't have the pace for a stock.
They just have a Z on the shirt. Oh my God.
A stock 350Z, you just don't have the pace. That's what they're going to say. You can't catch this. It's like John Cena. You just can't catch this.
I can't even believe that just happened.
So we are going to have one more battle remaining, and it is going to be the largest car in the competition, Dean Carney's Mark II, against the smallest car in the competition, the little Datsun from Auto Finesse with Archie Hammer behind the wheel. I think Archie Hammers have to calm down a little bit. People have to just say, settle down, Archie.
Hey, bud,
just calm down.
Take it down a notch.
That's okay. You know the way you were just cleaning the car in the car park earlier? Now you got a Formula D driver to go up against in the final. That's the thing that happened in a couple of hours.
And what happens if Archie wins?
what happens is Dean Carney
does Dean just go back to the States?
Dean Carney has to have a reevaluate and say, maybe I should just bring the Viper to the next one.
Yeah, he's going to bring the Viper to compete for a skateboard deck.
But I think Carney, he's a professional guy, but he's going to go, what preparation can I do? I don't know what. It's on 15s. It's not even a real drift car. I mean, and then Archie's going, I've watched Grant Anderson get if you have a lot of power, it's difficult. But I looked at all the cars here today, and the one car with power, with grip, was Carney. He was the one that had the power
and the experience and the skill to make it all work.
So this might be a very tall order for Archie Hammer to stay with that.
But it's going to be a hell of an experience.
Well, you know what? We're all here for it.
Yeah, that's what we're here for.
That's what we're here for. Silly things like this happening in drifting. And you know what? We all watch the top level drifters, the best in the world, Formula Drift, Drift Masters all over the world. We watch Formula Drift Japan. We watch D1. Just never see these hilarious matchups, but they are so entertaining because every battle you see at this event, it shouldn't happen, but it also throws up some very interesting, memorable moments, which I absolutely love. And again, it's an event built on fun.
It is. And look at Archie. He came from nowhere, and now the crowd knows his name. They know his car. They know his driving ability. They know. It's insane that he was just in the car park, doing nothing. Hey, man, you want to be in this competition? And here he is, battling for the win, possibly. Not even just a podium, but the win.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Archie Hammer has written the story today regardless of what happens from here on out. Dean Carney, he struggled a little bit in qualifying. It's a chassis he hasn't driven in probably, it has to be 4 years, 5 years, more even. So he's just getting back into that thing, and they're both all pumped up on the line. What a hilarious size difference in cars in the final.
He's got a lot to pick from doing tandems with this guy.
He can pick a couple of doors here, Archie. It doesn't really matter as they come off the line. It's the final of the last chance top 16. The rain starts to fall. Oh, look at Carney. Big swing into the first corner. Archie Hammer up on the door, and he's with him. Archie's with the big power Mark II here as they transition. Archie Hammer fires in, and he's there. Archie Hammer's there on the door again.
Oh my goodness gracious, this is absolutely unbelievable. He is dooring Dean Carney.
Look at this from Archie Hammer, getting up on the door and right there through the run. Well, this is just ridiculous.
If Dean is not pumped about this, we're going to have a serious conversation because that was some absolute bang-on driving.
And wow, look
Archie.
At the thumbs up from Archie Hammer to Dean Carney. And Dean Carney slapping the steering wheel in hysterics because he's saying this is the funnest thing ever.
This is the most ridiculous. He looked out his window and saw a Datsun.
And Dean Carney coming to a halt on the track, or no, he's okay. I think everything's all right. Having a little talk on the radio. Taking it pretty seriously, Dean Carney. He's having a little talk on the radio.
He's going to get on with a spotter now,
And the spotter's
what do I
like,
need to do to compete against this guy?
The spotter's like, I do not have the notes for this.
He just hangs up the phone.
He just says, you're on your own, Dean.
You're done. I quit.
We didn't plan for this.
I quit.
Look at Archie Hammer up on the door. And that chaser about 500 horsepower. He's got about 300 horsepower, I'd say, in that SR. And what a phenomenal job of staying with the more experienced driver.
Yeah, that was great. What a run. Good lead run, though. Absolutely.
Oh, and I've got some news in about Archie Hammer. This whole day, because it's a show car, he has no window wipers in that car whatsoever.
So he's just driving.
They never fitted them because it would ruin the look. Look, no window wipers on the car, and he's been driving blind through this whole top 16 in the rain. Just to add to that.
Next level difficulty in a car that shouldn't be there.
The largest window wipers on the grid because he's got the largest window. But this is the interesting thing. So Archie Hammer, no window wipers for the whole top 16.
Does anybody have
Carney's taking a run up here from
my goodness.
From 2 towns away. 2 towns away is where he started.
Spotter told him, you got to get up in there, man. You got to get that jump.
So here we go into that first corner. Carney chasing him. He's got the pace here, Dean, and he's coming in early.
Oh my goodness!
Contact. Oh! Contact on entry between the two big hits from Dean Carney to the little Datsun as they come through. But Archie staying in it and staying online as they come through. Carney desperately trying to get himself into the battle as they transition down the wall. Carney taking a late entry here, going right up onto the door. And look at Dean Carney pushing the little Datsun across the line. That's how you finish the day.
Bumper. What an absolute banger of a run.
That was a big hit on entry, Dan, and that little Datsun, it didn't shake. It just took it. Well, it's all metal, so oh, look at this on the entry. I just watched. Look at this. Hits him, and then really hits him then, and then Archie just says, just give me a sec. Okay, we're okay.
Okay,
we're fine.
We're settled.
We're going again. And Dean Carney's side skirt
Dean Carney,
falling off.
why you got to beat up the show car,
Dean,
man?
you've ruined the show car. You hit the show car, Dean. God.
No manners.
Yeah, he was trying to get a top 10 in the show tomorrow, and now he's got a dent on the door. And the judges won't. The judges will say, "Give it up for Archie Hammer and Dean Carney." What an incredible!
Look at this. Oh, they're pumped.
That was phenomenal. You know what, Mondello Park? It's the last run of the day. Everybody in the covered grandstand, up on your feet. Everybody up. We're going to give them one big cheer for Dean Carney and Archie Hammer. That was insane.
Fantastic.
That was insane.
What a cap.
So we're gonna. We got a decision from the judges. We have a decision. So we're gonna bring out third place Grant Anderson, and we're gonna hand out
stock 350Z.
in the stock 350Z behind the Pandem Suzuki
Of course it
dive
is,
truck.
because
obviously,
why wouldn't it?
Because that might have probably won the event today if the way things are going.
We could have done it.
We could have just put that Suzuki out there, and it would have been fine.
I'm into that.
So we're gonna get the podium out there for the last chance top 16. What a wild, wild time.
That was insane. What a bunch of battles that we saw. Crazy amount of cars, crazy variety of cars, all of the above. And here we are with our 3 top chance qualifiers. They've battled their way down, and they are ready to win a skateboard deck tomorrow. We'll see. These 3 guys have a chance at it. I loved all the driving we saw tonight, especially that last battle. That was
just take a look.
mind-blowing.
Just take a look at the 3 cars on the podium today. Have a quick
It's
look.
comical.
Have a quick look at what you're seeing as the conventional drift car now, and have a good think about it. This has been amazing. We're getting the podium out for our 3 drivers, and we are ready to hand them out.
There's those skateboard decks, everybody.
And we're going to park the 3 cars up now, of course.
Ah.
Yeah, Dean probably needs the most amount of parking sensors. I think the parking sensors might still be on the 350Z. I'm not even sure if we took them on. So this is going to be the podium for today's last chance. These guys are all going to make it through to the main event tomorrow. They got a lot of practice in now with all these battles.
They did.
And if you guys have had some fun, this is, oh, we're going to get some little 3-car donuts going on. What a hilarious sight to finish the first day of the LZ World Tour in Ireland.
Oh, my goodness.
It's getting sketchy.
Already.
Really sketchy.
Grant somehow ended up in the middle of all that.
That is pretty silly stuff. We've lost control of the situation right now, Dan. We've lost control of the situation.
It has escalated quickly.
So we're going to get these 3 guys. Guys, give them a big round of applause for Dean Carney, for Archie Hammer, and for Grant Anderson. What a day of entertaining driving we've seen.
It's so good.
I saw Drift Games Craig over there. He was trying to reverse the kite truck away. It was
Please don't hit
this.
Please don't hit this.
This is quite close. All right, we're going to give out the results, guys. Will you please make a huge round of applause for one of the biggest stories of the day. In third step, give it up in the stock 350Z, Grant Anderson.
Do a kickflip, Grant.
And here we go, the big decision. I don't even think this is real life.
Dean's nervous. Dean's nervous. Look at him.
In second place, will you please give it up for Dean Carnage Carney?
Oh my goodness!
Meaning your winner of the last chance top 16 is in the Auto Finesse Datsun, Archie Hammer!
Look at this kid. Oh my gosh, what a hero story.
Unbelievable finish to the day. I think we've completed drifting today. The credits are about to roll.
I can't even.
Unbelievable. We're going to shoot down to Adam Ivel, who's down on the track. Adam's with the drivers. What a crazy day, Adam.
Crazy indeed, Dave. Can you hear me? Anyone? Can you hear me? So, Grant, we're going to start with you. Brand new car to start the day. Ended up on the podium. How are you feeling?
Just glad it rained.
So you're going to be in the main show tomorrow. Where do you think you might end up in that little beast?
Just hoping for more rain.
Well, maybe the Irish rain gods will be on your side. Dean, we'll come over to you. Fresh out from America, how are you feeling back in one of your old cars?
What a blast to be back in front of the Mondello crowd. It's just amazing. And typical Irish weather, so I feel right at home here.
Well, we definitely got an exciting find from yourself there. But young Archie, number 1, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good considering we didn't even know if we was going to be in the main competition, and then got an opportunity and I just can't believe it. Just can't believe it.
Well, you've done absolutely amazing, dude. And like we said, we didn't even know you were going to be competing, and you're on the first place on the podium. Dave, thank you very much, and we're shooting back over to you.
Yeah, well, that's I've seen some things, Dan, in my day.
I now
and
feel
this
like I haven't seen some things.
I just have to have a little sit down after this and reevaluate what drifting is becoming. Either you build a Datsun with a standard SR, with an SR gearbox, which survived the whole event, by the way,
And
or a
is now on a podium.
stock 350Z, or giant car that has like the biggest car we've ever
More
been around.
horsepower than both of the other cars combined.
Yeah. So what we've learned here is absolutely nothing, and tomorrow we're probably going to see more of this. So if you've enjoyed today, you're definitely going to enjoy tomorrow. Me and Dan are just going to have a little sit down and discuss any knowledge that
I'm
we
going
may
to
bring.
have to decompress for like 25 minutes alone because this event has been that nutty.
I want to thank everybody in Mondello for sticking with us through the rain today. I hope the entertainment came in buckets, which I think it did.
Just like the rain.
Like the rain. And tomorrow we're going to the main event here at Mondello Park. It's the big day. Thank you guys for watching. If you're watching online, thanks for joining us today. Let us know what you think of the event. And we'll be back tomorrow with some top 16 main event action.
Big time battles.
And you know what? No one knows what's going to happen. I'd like anyone to prove me different after today. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. We'll join you then.
Good night.
Drip Eliante, pulling up, feeling like Harry Belafonte. Look at my racks, feel like Serena went from the back. Swing, pull like Jim, waves on swim, Anorak Tims with the tap.
Hey guys, Jeff Jones here. I'm Dylan Hughes.
I'm Travis Reeder.
I'm Ken Gucci. I'm Matt Field. I drive Link.
They are the most reliable ECU around, and they always deliver. Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it. Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want.
They stand behind their products and support their customers. They're always innovating and delivering great new products and performance features.
I drive
Link.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
First